moved to -3 in minutes. Then it moved to -2.5. Then it was minutes later, they said -2. An hour later, it was -2.5. Tuesday afternoon, the line moved to -3 for about 10 minutes and then went back to -2.5.
Wow.
It has not moved since. Now, according to betonline.ag, 64.7% of the money is on the Eagles.
Oh, yeah.
So the public is clearly backing the Eagles in this situation. Do the Niners have a good luck charm? Maybe Jerry Rice is it. He's the honorary captain. I think that's kind of interesting. You know, Jerry's made so many great Niner history, great Niner memories in the playoffs. I'll say this too. A buddy of mine who's an Eagle fan said, "You know what, Krug? If you look at the Eagles' schedule, not only did they have the worst schedule in pro football, but they really didn't play very many top-level quarterbacks. They didn't play a good quarterback who was really locked in. They played Aaron Rodgers, but Rodgers went out in that game and Jordan Love came in. Outside of Aaron Rodgers in that 40-33 overtime back-and-forth game, the Eagles have not really played a top-tier quarterback, and Brock Purdy is going to be one of the better quarterbacks that they've played all season. Now, a lot of people, John Kincaid, a radio guy in Philly, sent me a note. He's like, yeah, the Eagles believe if it was Jimmy Garoppolo, they would be a lot more nervous. Well, that just tells me they're not watching a lot of 49er football because Brock Purdy has been quite a bit better than Jimmy Garoppolo, and maybe they're underestimating young Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
All right. Let's take a break. We got a lot to get to.
Yeah,
Up
we do.
next, we're going to get into the offense and defense. Niners offense against Philly's D. Then we're going to flip the card, talk about the Niners defense against Philly's offense, some keys to the matchup. At 11 a.m., JD is going to join us from the link. At 11:30, we're going to hear from Niner wide receiver Brandon Ayuk and Steve Young, who stopped by with me on the Krug Show YouTube channel last night, or 2 nights ago, I should say, and we're going to let you hear that conversation with Steve coming up towards the end. Then, of course, 12 noon kickoff from the link, and we'll hand it to FSR, and that will entertain you throughout the rest of the football game. And don't forget, today in the postgame, we got a lot going on here at 95.7. Kyle Madsen, Alan Stiles, they'll get you rolling right after the postgame, taking your phone calls. And then Sterling Bennett and Evan Giddings will follow up. So we got a lot of programming today on 95.7 The Game. Keep it locked right here. We get into the Niner offense next on 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
When back to the office means back in traffic,
Blocking the 3 right lanes, multiple emergency crews on the scene.
you can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
On the shoulder now, so that's good. Traffic is getting by.
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer.
In response to attacks against Asian Americans, Maddie Park raised over $250,000 to donate cab rides to the Asian community.
There is so much more work to be done. We really need to come together and tackle this issue as a community.
Support the Asian community. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
What's up, Roasters? It's your boy Bontaine. Thanks to Boxer and Gerson, your boys going to Philadelphia, where I'll celebrate all Sunday night when the Niners take down the Eagles. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever.
Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef. Just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. The flavor you crave. The quality you trust time after delicious time. Harris Ranch, we do beef.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. Don't forget about the environment when making New Year's resolutions. This year, resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Reuse paper and plastic bags. And get a reusable bag for groceries. Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Everyone knows time is money. So don't wait weeks for the IRS to send out your tax refund. Go to Jackson Hewitt instead for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee tax refund advance loan. With up to $3,500, you could bring home the bacon and bring it home today. Money now instead of later? That's worth its weight in gold. Don't wait weeks for your refund. Go to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Now back to the kickoff show with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal on 95.7 The Game. Sponsored by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon. And by Harris Ranch Beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
And we keep the kickoff show rolling. I was just talking to Kyle Madsen during the break. And, of course, Kyle and Alan Stiles will carry you in the postgame. Sterling Bennett and Evan Giddings to follow. Today on 95.7 The Game, we'll have FSR radio during the broadcast, and we're going to lead you right towards noontime kickoff out here on the West Coast. The game, of course, played in Philly today at the Link. The winner goes to the Super Bowl in Glendale, Arizona, and takes on the Bengals-Chiefs winner February the 12th. Let's talk about the Niners offense against Philly's defense. Philly's got the #2 defense. The 49ers offensively have looked really good under Brock Purdy. They're scoring a lot of points, scoring over 30 a game. Brock's taking care of the ball. He's not turning it over, taking what the defense gives him, protecting the football. Last week he was under pressure 48.5% of the dropbacks. So he was running for his life against Dallas last week. That was the most pressures of any Niner quarterback going back to the 2020 campaign. And he didn't turn it over once. And when the Niner O-line kept Brock Purdy clean last week, he was 15 of 17 for 159 yards. This is where the game is going to be won or lost. If the 49ers somehow, if the Niner O-line keeps Brock Purdy clean today, I think Brock Purdy's going to carve up the Eagles.
Yeah, I like where you're going with this, Larry. You look at last week, and I tell you, you need to have a better performance because the Eagles are playing at home. Like I'm saying, you got to give the home crowd. You got to say something that's worth something. Us being at home. But you look at Brock Purdy, the way that he took care of the ball, which is great. Now, how are the Niners going to do a better job of protecting him? You got to come out and you got to run the ball more effective than you were last week. Let's be honest. You got to run the ball more effective. You got to make sure that you get McCaffrey in the passing game earlier. You saw what they did to him. They were bracketing him at times. He was trying to read the routes and pressure. They did a great job of stunning up front and getting Brock Purdy off his point. So they were saying, look, we can't give him time. And then they did a lot of off man than Dallas Cowboys did. And so once Purdy was dropping in the pocket, because they're playing off, guys weren't coming open early enough before when he wanted to decide to throw the ball. So he had to move out of the pocket. And that's why you saw Brock not as efficient or accustomed to seeing. I think this is a game that if you're running a ball and you start off running a ball with some success and you're going to have some opportunities, a lot of man blocking, going right at him, and then quick, get the ball out of his hand, the quick game, make guys come up and tackle, and then you start making your presence felt early. I think Brock Purdy can play well, but he's going to need to play well. The Philadelphia Eagles are not going to just lay down for the Niners. The Philadelphia Eagles are going to come out, and this is going to be a physical. This is going to be a hard-hitting. They're going to be charged. That place is going to be on fire. You're going to see offsides. I guarantee you right now, the Niners have, if you said 2, I would say 2. Set the over-under at 2, and I'm telling you, you're going to have 2 offsides, offensive, because it's going to be deafening in there. How are you going to be able to handle that crowd noise? How are you just, as Brock's going to be able to try to communicate, get guys lined up? Now they don't necessarily, they're out of the huddle. It's not quiet. You got to make sure the hand signal. So I know they're going to be prepared, but I'm telling you, this is going to be the first time that I think that Brock Purdy goes on a road in a very, very hostile environment. Seattle people, Lorenzo, what are you talking about? He went to Seattle. Wait a minute. Seattle wasn't the 12th man. That Seattle wasn't Seattle of old. So the 12th man wasn't really there, but you're going to a Philadelphia team that it's absolutely, that stadium is going to be rocking. You heard what the coach said. He said this is the closest thing he's seen to Michael Jordan when he's talking about their quarterback. So I want to see this Niner team go in there and really establish their dominance, and it's going to start up front in the trenches, especially in the run game, to make Brock Purdy have success.
Well, I think the key on offense is what you do on first and second down.
Agreed.
You got to get to third and short. If you get to third and short, you can make plays on this Eagle D.
Agreed.
You can convert. Where you're in trouble is if you get to third and 9. If you get to third and 9, you're hurting. The Eagles have 70 sacks as a team.
Wow.
Now, 23 of those came in 3 games. But still, the other 14 games, 47 sacks. And when you look at that 70 number, that's historic. I mean, the 84 Bears had 72 sacks. The 89 Vikings with Dolman and Millard, 71 sacks. Those are the only teams that have more sacks than this Eagle team this year. The Niners, though, interestingly enough, beat the 84 Bears.
Right.
And beat the 89 Vikings on their way to winning the Super Bowl. So, 2 of the greatest sack teams of all time were both beaten by the 49ers.
Wow.
Now,
great stats.
Kyle Madsen just told us in our ear that the inactive list is out, and Elijah Mitchell is inactive today.
Oof.
So what do you think?
Whoa.
Does that mean Tevin Coleman takes those carries, or here's the thing?
Give me that whoa again, because that's big.
Do you want J.P. Mason or do you want Tevin Coleman? Because I think
give me Coleman.
You want the veteran?
I want.
I'll say this: I talked to Coleman the other day. He is a tough guy. There aren't too many guys. There aren't too many times you walk in an NFL locker room and you feel like the running back's the toughest guy on the team. But Tevin Coleman might be the toughest guy in the room. I mean, he is a tough guy. So do you? And Shanahan knows him, and he's a veteran. He doesn't have the speed, but he's more reliable. Do you go with that veteran, or do you put up J.P. Mason and try to run power with the 240-pound back on the goal line, or do you make them both active? What do you think, Lo?
I think you make them both active. I think you got to realize not having Mitchell. Mitchell is a guy that I don't know if you can replace him. His ability to make guys miss. He runs the track cutting back, reading the zones, setting up blocks. I think Mitchell, we're talking about just running. Right. I think he's probably the best runner on the team. If you're talking about all-around player, of course, it's McCaffrey, hands down. But now you know that McCaffrey, though, you're talking in between tackles when it's gritty, he's not as tough and not as physical because he's a little bit lighter. So it's going to be interesting what they decide to do. How is Shanahan going to take this team and say, we got to do whatever? Do I want to go power and line up and get the big back to 240 pounds and say, let's line up and run power? And I think you have to do a little bit. But also, I do believe against Philly, when you're playing against a Philly team that want to get upfield and penetrate, I think you still have a McCaffrey that's going to be way more effective than he was against Dallas. Dallas had a lot of stunts. Dallas were able to stifle guys at the line of scrimmage and do some different things. I don't think Philly's front is going, their scheme is not like that. It's just get up the field. So I think that you can have some success with McCaffrey too, but it's going to be interesting decision what Shanahan's going to do because Mitchell, to me, that's a huge blow for the Niners.
Let's get into inside football here. I got an inside football question. I think when you look at the Eagles defensively, they're second in the league in total defense. They're first in pass defense, right? They got a killer pass D. It's number one in the league. But they are 16th against the run. So they're susceptible to the run. Now, the other thing when you look into the numbers, and this is one I got to get your thoughts on, the Eagles' pass defense this year, when there's no pre-snap motion low, they're the best pass defense in the NFL.
Wow.
But when teams have used pre-snap motion against the Eagles' defense, they fall from number one in the NFL to 22nd in the NFL.
Wow.
Now here come the 49ers. And the 49ers are the number one team as far as pre-snap motion rate in the entire league. Nobody uses pre-snap motion more than Kyle Shanahan. And they've used it a ton with Brock Purdy. So why is that? Why is a team like Philadelphia number one pass defense in football, but if you introduce a little pre-snap motion, they fall to 22nd? You played this game.
Yeah.
What is it about the pre-snap motion? What does it do to a defense?
I think it's huge because now you have defense that can't just sit. When you line up and say, here, line up, this guy's on you, you got that guy, and it's not, now you don't have to think. I can just use my athletic ability and line up. Now, okay, boom. At movement, we got movement. Boom, you got shift. Now you shift. You got a guy going from X. Now he goes all the way to the other side, and now he's playing the Y or the Z. And now you move the tight end outside of him. Now you got to switch responsibilities because now the tight end as a Y, which is the tight end, which is Kittle. Now, boom, he switches with the Z or he switches with the X. And now you go 3-by-3. Who you guarding? And now you're saying, okay, if that guy's the X, now who's guarding the X? Who's guarding the Y? And who's guarding the Z? Because now they have changed positions. They have changed letters on the field, X, Y, and the Z. So now you got different players playing different places. And now I think that does hurt the defense. Now your lineup, you're playing man, right? All of a sudden I got a motion. So you wanted to double a guy. You wanted to roll the coverage to that guy. Now he motions across the ball. Now you can't be on him because you can't come up and jam him if you're trying to press him because he's got motion. Now I can run rubs, different routes. So what does it do? It makes the defense that wants to play man and wants to sit there and say, we're going to just sit there and play the way we play. Now it makes you count and say, okay, I got 1, 2, 3. So now you got to flare out. Now you're just not playing man. You're switching on the run because now if they come to you because you can't get picked, you got to pass things off. So it causes guys to have to think and not just react. So that's what the Niners is going to do. You know, Kyle Shanahan, Larry, this is one of these coaches that you know he's got so many bags, so many tricks in his bag, and you know he wants to move, pre-snap, read, all the different things he's going to be doing, and they have to be very, very efficient because you're going to be hostile. And just like offense communicates on offense, hey guys, check Larry, Ringo, ho, there he comes. You know, you're making points on offense, you're yelling out different things. Guess what? It's going to be just like that for the defense too, because you're going to have to make checks and you're going to have to make out different calls. And even though that loud crowd noise is going to be loud, it's going to affect the defense. If you have a missed check and you check into something that on defense and the guy doesn't miscommunicate, you got a man running down the field. So I love what Kyle Shanahan's doing, and it's going to put a lot of pressure on Philly in that hostile environment.
Yeah, shifts and motions are a major staple of Kyle's offense. Now, we know the Niners. We know what they do, right? They go with Kittle. They go with two backs. They go with 2 wide receivers and 1 tight end, 21 personnel. The Eagles' run defense against 21 personnel this year was ranked 24th in the NFL. So, it really looks like a game where the 49ers may be able to come out and run the ball. Now, the key to this game, as far as the 49er offense against the Philadelphia defense, may be on the back end in Avonte Maddox. So he's had an injury. He's returning. He's missed the last 3 games. When Avonte Maddox has been off the field, the Eagles are 27th in the NFL when teams throw to their slot receiver. So Avonte Maddox, when he's not on the field, the Eagles' slot corners getting absolutely roasted. When Maddox is on the field, the Eagles are the best in football against the slot. So that might be something to look for.
Sure.
Is Avonte Maddox going to play for the Eagles? And if he's going to play, how healthy is he going to be? And does he take away the slot receiver from the 49ers because he's so good at defending the slot?
Yeah.
I think that's to me, that's one I'm going to be looking at.
Oh, me too.
And the other one is I just don't think, the Niner offense, if you look at the real matchup on the line, it's Mike McGlinchey. Can he block Hassan Reddick? Now, they know each other well.
Yeah.
McGlinchey has taken on Reddick many, many times through the years. Reddick was with Arizona, so he knows Reddick. It's not like he doesn't know Reddick. But this is going to be a huge part in the game.
He's fast. Reddick, 6'1", 240 pounds. He's quick, get off the ball, and McGlinchey sometimes struggles with those faster guys, and McGlinchey can't be laid off the ball. So you're absolutely right. He knows him well. He's matched up well against him, but now you're his offense. You're at a disadvantage. Guys are they're watching the ball, but on offense now, you're watching the ball, and you're kind of reacting from the defense. So it's going to be interesting how McGlinchey, and not just McGlinchey, but just everyone up front matches up because the defense does have advantage when it's loud noise.
Now, you could argue that Parsons was better than Reddick last week.
Yeah.
And Parsons got, 1 hit on the quarterback all day. But to me, you look at the year Hassan Reddick's had, 17.5 sacks. 1.5 last week against the New York Giants. The incredible first step quickness that he has coming out of his stance. And they stun him a lot. They'll wrap him up inside. The Eagles have a killer pass rush, but Reddick is to me the one guy whose speed has to be accounted for.
No question. I think that Cal Shanahan what he's going to do. He's going to line up and he's going to run at Reddick. He's going to man block Reddick and say, hey, guys, let's run at this guy and let's try to wear him out. If he's on the field in first and second down, let's run at him. And I think you're going to see an offense now that's going to try to cut the defense. You have a down block, and then you say, let's man block there and let's try to cut this defense. Let's let guys get upfield. Some of these guys are going to penetrate up the field, and we're going to go have a running lane because they're going to twist or they're going to run up the field. There's going to be some creases in this defense to be had because the way that this defense plays. But like you said, you got to account for Reddick. They understand that, and I think the best way that you neutralize speed, a guy at 240 pounds is lining against a 300-pound tackle, the best way you neutralize that is to run at him, put a hat on him, and at times come over, have the fullback and tight end, and you double team the guy, and you push him 5-10 yards down the field, and you see if he can hold the point.
All right, let's flip the card and talk a little bit about the Niner defense, which is number 1 in the NFL, going up against Philly's offense. And Jalen Hurts has been outstanding this year. Jalen Hurts has thrown for over 330 passing yards per game and 7 touchdowns, and that's what he's done against top 10 defenses this year. Now, the Niners haven't played anybody like Philly. Philly hasn't played anybody like the Niners. And if, we already talked about bothering Hurts, pressuring him, making him hold the ball, flushing him out of the pocket. He has to feel their impact. He has to feel their rush. And I think first and second down on defense is going to be absolutely key. It is going to be near impossible to win this game. If Philly gets to 3rd and 1 and 3rd and 2, and they've got, the RPO game and who's got the ball, does Jalen have it? Does Miles Sanders have it? Is he throwing it? Is he passing it? Way too much to decipher. I think Philly wins in that situation. But if the Niners can win on first and second down on defense, get Philly into 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5, 3rd and 6, I think that's advantage 49ers. And I think you may see the one area where the Niner D-line going against this Philly O-line is really where this game's going to be won, I think. Philly's O-line's so good.
Yeah.
But they're really good as a run-blocking line. And they're a powerful run-blocking line. If they can run the ball at the 49ers, it could be a long day. because the Niners are a little undersized on D. But if the Niners can stop their run on first and second down, it could be advantage 49ers. Why? Because look at that Niner D-line with Bosa and Ebukam and Armstead and T.Y. McGill and Javon Kinlaw. They've got a quickness edge across the board on the Eagles' offensive line. And if it becomes a, passing kind of a game, I think the 49ers have a major edge against Philly's O-line.
Yeah, I do too. And I think Kinlaw is going to have to play big today. Kinlaw and Armstead is going to have to play big, especially Kinlaw against the run. Armstead always stands up well against the run. Kinlaw, you're going to need that big fella to anchor it down and eat up some space and let these linebackers do what they do. It's imperative that the up front guys, I don't care if the guys don't get a lot of tackles up front. I just care if they can hold the offensive line and have the linebackers be able to run downhill and make plays, because like you alluded to, the San Francisco 49ers have some of the best linebackers, if not the best tandem of linebackers in the league. It's going to be interesting for me. I want to see a guy relax. There's a guy that I think that is pressing. There's a guy that I think that is a superstar. We all know he's a superstar, and he's one of the best, if not the best, in the league as getting after the quarterback and rushing the guy. And you know what I'm talking about. That's Nicky Bosa. But Nick Bosa, to me, when I'm watching him play, he's so energetic, and you watch him, he's trying to bull guys, and he's playing with so much effort. And I think that because he's so, started with the Raiders, because he was right on the peak of breaking and setting a franchise record, all those things that that's in the back of your mind, instead of just letting it go and playing football again. I want to. Nick Bosa's at his best when he's making his moves, hitting guys, boom, shaking them, and not just saying, "I'm gonna get you," because he's powerful. But when he's moving and slapping hands and wipe on and wax off and doing those things, he is a force. I think for the last couple weeks, I think he's so caught up on. I don't think it's meant to be, but I've seen this guy just a little tense, a little tight, and not playing like I know that he can.
Well, he's really good against the run.
He's great against the run.
And you kind of wonder if teams are just accounting for Bosa.
You have to.
And it's just they're taking him away. One other factor to look at as far as Niner defense and the Philly offense is A.J. Brown. How healthy is A.J. Brown? He's dealing with a hip injury. I would expect Jalen Hurts is going to look for Devontae Smith more. Smith last week had 8 targets, and he's gone at least 8 targets in 10 consecutive games. In the last 10 games, Devontae Smith has scored 6 touchdowns. So the Niner defense, I think, is the one area where they've kind of shown to be a little fallible is in pass coverage. You can throw at the 49er defense. They've given up 16 touchdowns to wide receivers. The Niners were bottom 5 in passing yards allowed to wide receivers this year. They struggled last week against Dallas's CeeDee Lamb. They struggled against Devontae Adams with the Raiders. They struggled against DK Metcalf against Seattle. How worried are you today that A.J. Brown, who's not 100%, and Devontae Smith, who's a big game player, that these guys are going to eat Charvarius Ward and Diamador Lenoir's lunch? I mean, to me, it seems like the 49ers, everything the Niners do defensively is predicated on getting some push up front. If they don't have that push up front, I don't think their corners can stand up on the back end. So getting that rush and making Hurts feel your pressure up front is probably the number one key to winning this game.
No question. I thought before the playoffs started, I thought the best quarterback in the NFC in the playoffs would be Brady. Let's exclude Brady, okay? Because he's just Brady. Let's just not even add him in this equation. I thought the best quarterback, if you ask me in this playoffs, and I asked you last week, was Jalen Hurts. If you look at Jalen Hurts and what he brings to the table, his ability to make people miss, his speed on the perimeter, the way that he throws the ball, all the things that he could do, you put Jalen Hurts in this offense with the speed that you have with McCaffrey, the running backs, Debo, all the different things that Shanahan can do with this offense and how accurate he is. This game is not even close if you switch court, because I just what he brings in that perspective, you can't match up against. So to me, yes, I think this is going to be the best quarterback that the 49ers have played in the playoffs. I think this is the best quarterback that they're probably playing besides probably Mahomes if you think about this year. So I think the same thing is true when you're talking about Purdy, what he brings to the table, how not the longevity, but how he's playing now. He's probably one of the better quarterbacks that Philly's played. So I agree with you there too. But this is going to be a different animal Jalen compared to what the Niners have seen.
No question about it. By the way, there'll be a lot of NFL teams watching this one tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Or today. Why? Because, the assistant coach of the year finalists were announced this week, and DeMeco Ryans, the Niners defensive coordinator, and the Eagles offensive coordinator, Shane Steichen, who will be trying to outduel one another, are both up for it, along with the Lions OC, Ben Johnson. The final results will be announced February 9th at the NFL Honors.
That's great.
But that's you've got Sirianni doesn't call the offensive plays. He's an offensive coach, but he doesn't call the offensive plays. Steichen does, and we'll see. We'll see if DeMeco is very well thought of. A lot of people think that Denver may hire DeMeco as their head coach. This is going to be a huge, final exam for DeMeco Ryans. Can he pass this test and dominate an incredibly talented Eagles offense in their backyard with a berth to the Super Bowl on the line? What did you think in our final minute here of this segment? What did you think of the head coach for the Eagles mugging for the cameras? Nick Sirianni last week, when the game was 14-0 in the first quarter, found the camera on the sideline and started mugging for it, and then chest bumping his assistants. Eagle fans said they loved it, but I asked Ike Reese, the former Eagle linebacker, who I had on my live stream this week, about it, and he said it was clownish. He said they made fun of it this week on IP. He said that nobody's done that before, and he thought it was kind of embarrassing. He said the Eagle fans loved it, but he didn't love it. And I'll say this, I dare Nick Sirianni to mug for the cameras in the first quarter of this game, because I think the 49ers will not respond to that kindly.
No, they
You don't want to give your opponent any extra.
You don't at all, Larry. And I'll tell you right now, the Giants was fool's gold. So we'll get on that and when we come on the other side, but I want to get into that game a little bit with Philly and the Giants.
All right, JD's going to join us next as well from the link. We'll check in with him. Then later on, we'll hear from both Brandon Ayuk and Steve Young as we get you ready for the NFC title game. The 49ers and the Eagles at the link in Philly. And you're listening to 95.7 The Game.
I want winners.
Secrets, cover-ups, and strange phenomena.
UFOs and ideas that challenge reality itself.
My name is George Knapp. I dig into news stories that others can't or won't.
I'm Jeremy Corbell, and for some reason, people tell me things they probably shouldn't. And this is Weaponized. Follow and listen to Weaponized, the presentation of Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, Dark Horse Entertainment, and Cadence 13 Studios. Available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your shows.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Paid for by government.com.
The 1921 to 1935 silver piece dollar, a true American classic, and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It has been over 85 years since these silver dollars were minted for circulation, but now, for a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government-struck silver dollars are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of 1921 to 1935 original silver dollar coins, all in very good collector condition, with fully visible dates and mint marks, guaranteed. Call 1-800-514-6468 now to secure collector-grade U.S. silver dollars by the pound, minted during the Roaring '20s and the Great Depression. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $25 free with every order. Call 1-800-514-6468 now to secure your full pound of United States silver dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-514-6468. 1-800-514-6468.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Harris Ranch, we do beef.
Hello, I'm David Figueroa, co-founder of Melinda's Craft Pepper Sauces. Over 30 years ago, my brother Greg and I set out on a mission to offer the world a better hot sauce. We felt that most hot sauces were just basic. And let's face it, basic is boring. Since introducing Melinda's Original Habanero Pepper Sauce, we've launched 31 more exciting and delicious sauces, like our Ghost Pepper Sauce, our Thai Sweet Chili, and our newest and best-selling Black Truffle Hot Sauce. People ask us, what makes Melinda's so good? Well, we think it's our approach to making sauces. We think like chefs do. Instead of just burning someone with hot peppers and vinegar, we use fresh plant-based ingredients like carrots, onions, garlic, limes, and the finest chili peppers to set your mouth on flavor. They're really fantastic, and once you try one, you'll want to try them all. We'd love for you to try them, and right now, you can get a 10-pack of our best-selling sauces with free shipping at melindas.com. That's melindas.com. melindas.com.
Better sleep can change your life. That's because sleep is a core pillar of health, just like nutrition and exercise. So if you're not getting enough of it, ZQL invites you to take our Better Sleep to Better Health Challenge. Get weekly sleep tips and explore how ZQL, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, can help you. ZQL's Better Sleep to Better Health Challenge. Visit ZQL.com.
Find ZQL at Walmart or Walmart.com and start your journey to better sleep today.
This week, Staples has deals so good, you're going to want to sit down. Are you sitting? I'll wait. Great. Right now during Staples Sit-a-thon, select chairs are more than 50% off. Like the leather Vortex gaming chair, now just $119.99 at Staples. You save $140. Plus get 2 2-ounce bottles of Purell hand sanitizer, free with the Staples Connect app. So take a seat or 2. Right now at Staples, the working, learning, and saving store. Offers end 2/4. Chair offer valid in-store and online. Purell Limit 2, in-store only, while supplies last.
Final play, looks like barring a penalty. Prescott over the middle of the turf, gets smoked right away, and that'll do it. The 49ers back to the championship game.
Now back to the kickoff show with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal on 95.7 The Game. Sponsored by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon. And by Harris Ranch Beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Welcome back to the kickoff show. Larry Krueger and Lo Neal getting you ready for the NFC Championship game. And we're brought to you by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey and Harris Ranch Beef. And we get out to the link for our man on the ground, John Dickinson, who's there in Philly. JD, how are you?
What's going on, fellas? Yeah, good to be with you. The atmosphere, amazing. A little bit chilly, but the rain is going to stay away. And it's normal chilly, not anything crazy like my flight through Minneapolis to get here, where I got off the plane for a minute to change over, and it was 0 degrees. So this is, temps in the 40s, pushing 50.
There we go.
I think everybody can deal with that. Very comfortable. And, it should be a good one. It's been pretty cordial, although spirited, I think, between the fans. I know Bonte and Shasky are out mingling with the fans and out at the tailgate, and it's been pretty rowdy, but everybody's fired up. I mean, it's Eagles jerseys everywhere. It's people talking about the game no matter where you go, and I think it just adds to what should be a tremendous environment for this one. I'll give you a quick taste of just, being down on the field earlier, and George Kittle was warming up. And, going through the normal pregame routine. And you know how it is, Lo.
Yes.
Sometimes fans will yell certain things.
Right.
So Kittle sees somebody in the front row, a friend or a family member perhaps, somebody he clearly knew, and smiled at him and runs over, breaks off his warm-up and comes over. Guy leans over. He gives him a hug. Nice moment. And then a fan that was about a row behind, you hear him yell out, "Yeah, Kittle. People's tight end." And George looks at him and kind of smiles, and he goes, "People's tight end's going to get his ass kicked."
Hey, JD, I've been telling you.
And there it is. Family friendly, but that tells the story, a little bit of the scene here.
Oh, no question, JD. JD stopping by on 95.7 The Game. They're at the link. Hey, I was telling Larry, I said, Larry, there's fans, and Phillies fans are just different. They're mean, they're ornery, they're cranky, they'll insult you, they just get in your face. When you look at this game, and I know fans can't play the game, but tell me, what do you think crowd noise, if does it have any effect, offsides, offense? How do you think this place fares with every place that you've been?
Yeah, well, it remains to be seen. I mean, I think going into the game, absolutely, it's as energetic and enthusiastic, and I mean, it's lit before the game. I think it's going to be a tremendous atmosphere up there with Seattle. I was at that New Orleans game when the 49ers won the shootout there in 2019, the 48-46 game. That was epic.
Right.
And there were a lot of Niner fans in the crowd. I don't think there's going to be quite as many Niner fans as we've seen in a lot of these road games. And that's one of the things that was kind of one of my keys, guys, for today. Just at the start of the game, I don't feel like the Niners, yes, they played in Seattle, and I know Trent Williams said this week, if you can operate in Seattle, you can operate anywhere, but I don't feel like that Seattle game back in December was true Seattle. There were a lot of Niner fans in the house. Seattle wound up rallying and winning their remaining games to make the playoffs at that point, but the Niners won the division that night. The crowd in Seattle that night was almost defeatist going in. It was almost like they thought their season was kind of slipping away at that point, and it was. And so that wasn't the Seattle crowd of other years of going up there through the last decade. So I think the Niners, you could make the case, forget about, strength of schedule and level of opponent. We all know the Eagles are good. The Niners are good. I don't want to make it about that, but I don't think the Niners, Larry, have played a legitimate road game in a long time where the fans are going to be significantly outnumbered and the crowd may make a legitimate impact on it. I mean, I think you almost have to go all the way back to Denver in week 3.
Right.
I mean, the Niners played in Mexico City. They played in L.A. where it's 70% Niner fans. Vegas was about 80-20 in terms of Niner fans, and you're not getting anything in Charlotte or Atlanta that's gonna change what you have to do. So I do think early in this game, and I think one of the big keys is early in the game, getting adjusted to it. It's not going to wreck the game, at least it shouldn't. But settling in early and getting comfortable with it, I do think it could be a factor, and the Niners have to show they can deal with it.
How about experience? I mean, the 49ers have, I saw the stats, 17 of 23 starters have played in this game. Only 6 of 23 for Philly have. Shanahan's coached in 4 NFC championship games. This is the first one for Sirianni. How much do you think experience is a factor, guys?
Yeah, I think it can be. I think it definitely can be. I think the 49ers probably need that experience advantage to offset some of the crowd and the atmosphere advantage that might give the Eagles a boost right at the beginning of the game. But Lo, that can work against a team too.
Sure.
at home sometimes when they're a little bit too wound up. Maybe you do something a little out of character. Maybe you get a little loose on an assignment, or you're a little too aggressive or something, and it can lead to a turnover that might put you behind. And that's the flip side to this thing. You can be concerned about the Niners early, and maybe the experience helps offset it. But the one thing I will say, if the Eagles get down early, I think that's where crowds can get kind of tight, and this Philly crowd could get even angry at their own squad, even in the biggest of games, if you can make them do that. And I think that's where the inexperience of a lot of the Eagles players could come in from whereas I think if the Niners get down, get down 10, let's say, I do think they're calm enough because they've been through it to know, hey, it's a long game. There's plenty of time. Settle in. Need an answering drive in a big moment, and they'd be able to get it. So I think that's where the experience comes in as far as dealing with all of the swings that a game like this can have. And in the NFL, it's every week, though. I mean, we see big leads go away, teams coming back. Nothing is safe. So I think it does play a big role.
JD, not getting into particular players and matchups, but just talk about the advantages for Philly and the advantages, for the Niners, if you're talking about just the different perspectives of the ball, not necessarily matchups. I'm just talking about just where does teams have the slight advantage, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think both teams are just tremendous in terms of the defensive line. I think both teams would like to claim that they have an advantage against the defensive line. Maybe when you couple it together, and the Niners' offensive line's been really good, but I think if you combo O-line and D-line together, maybe the Eagles have a little bit of an advantage if on the line play. Top to bottom, I think playmakers, it's relatively even. I mean, I just think this is a really, really, really even game when you look at it. Secondary, maybe. The Eagles believe they have an advantage in the secondary. I think the 49ers probably have an advantage as far as the linebackers go. But it's Elijah Mitchell being out is not nothing. I think it was an indicator, obviously, with the lack of practice for him this week. And then when Tevin Coleman was activated or elevated yesterday, I think that was a good sign that Mitchell was going to be unable to go. So some of that running back depth may not be there for the 49ers, where the Eagles believe they have a couple of guys they can give it to, and obviously Hurts will be live in the running game as well. But I think kind of getting back to that, I think this to me, what do the Niners do when they're in doubt as far as the running game? And McCaffrey has been banged up, which I'm sure you guys have talked about, although he's, no chance he's not going to go full bore. I think this is, what does Kyle Shanahan do in these situations? He puts 19 in the backfield. And I think that's they haven't had to do it as much as they did last year, but I think they know they've got it in their back pocket to go to it as one of their most trusted players. And I feel like this is a game where Deebo Samuel can make a real impact with the Niners down a little bit in the running game beyond McCaffrey.
JD with us from the Link in Philly. The inactive list is out. Jimmy Garoppolo, Elijah Mitchell, as JD just referenced, Ty Davis-Price, Ross Dwelly, Nick Sakel, Drake Jackson inactive again, Ambry Thomas. So that means Tevin Coleman is up, and that means Janoris Jenkins is up. And I'm eager to see if JD, do you think we'll see Tevin Coleman, or do you think we'll see Jordan Mason? I mean, Mason's a young kid with a lot of talent, but Tevin Coleman's the trusted veteran. Do you think Kyle will lean on the veteran or go with the rookie today?
Yeah, I think, if recent time is any indicator, it does seem like Mason is more trusted than he was earlier on in the season. But as you know, the championship game's a different animal, and I think it's got to make Kyle Shanahan feel good that he has somebody that he knows he can hand the ball to a couple of times if he has to in Tevin Coleman, and he isn't going to give up the rock, and he can get his 3 yards and keep it moving, hit the right hole, all that kind of stuff, and keep it moving. But I would still tend to think, because Coleman hasn't been somebody who's been playing a lot, that you would want to roll with the guys who've been getting more reps regularly, and roll with the young legs regularly. But I'd still keep coming back to, I think it's going to be McCaffrey, who's been the guy that gets the bulk of the carries regardless. But think of the times, and this is where I think we're going to get a true test to how banged up McCaffrey is or isn't, because I feel like in a game like this, the 49ers want 20 touches for McCaffrey, maybe 25. And I know we've quibbled about that, Larry, about, you don't want it in the middle of the season because you want it for days like today. So if McCaffrey isn't getting the rock a lot, I think that's an indicator that maybe he's a little bit banged up, but I still think Debo, guys, is the emergency plan as far as the run game goes, even over Mason or even over a guy like Tevin Coleman.
Is Mason the guy that you see that they're going to go to if they have to line up and say, we need 4 to 5 yards or 3 or 4 yards in a cloud of dust? Do you see this Niner team going early to Mason or another back to say, we're just going to run power? You saw last week when Mitchell came into the game, they said, hey, look, we're not trying to stretch. We're going to get downhill, man on man, because they were doing, Dallas was twisting and stunning and messing up kind of the run read. So do you see Kyle Shanahan saying, I want to see how they're going to handle this power? They're quick up front. They want to move. They're guys that want to get upfield and penetrate. Are we going to line up and just put a hat on a hat? Who fares better running the ball against this type of defense?
Yeah, I still think it's going to be a lot of McCaffrey. I really do. I don't see Mason being the option early in the game, but I do think the 49ers are going to want to obviously run the ball and test Philadelphia in that fashion. It's interesting. I think there's two comps I have for each team when you look at the games that they've played on the season. And I think for the 49ers, it's the Washington game that Philly played on the Monday night when Washington came in, and ball control, 42 minutes of time of possession. I think the Niners believe they can play that kind of game here and win playing that kind of game. I think that's almost the template for them. I feel like for the Eagles, the template might be the Atlanta game. And I know the Niners were woefully banged up in that game. They had a bunch of players out. It was the second game of that long trip after they spent the week on the East Coast and the game in Carolina before that. But I think when you look at that, I think that's the template with the quarterback in the run game, and they gashed the 49ers in the run game. I think that's how Philly would like to play it. And I think that's the biggest question just overall for me today.
Yeah.
And I want to know what you guys think is really, and maybe you guys disagree, but for me it's the 49ers defense. Like, how do they handle Jalen Hurts and the running game and the playmakers that the Eagles have? To me, that's the game. Is the 49ers defense going to hold up? Whereas, at times, quarterbacks that move around and flat out run have been this team's kryptonite. So to me, I think the Niners offense is going to settle in and be fine and do what they have to do. Can the defense hold up against the type of team that's really given them problems in the past? To me is the number one question.
Yeah, no, I think you're right, JD. I mean, can the Niners stop the run? The Eagles have a big physical offensive line. At the end of this game, are we talking about how the Niners missed DJ Jones and they need to, move on from Kinlaw and revamp their defensive line? Is that going to be a big post-game discussion? I think if it's a pass situation, I like the Niners' quickness advantage over the Eagles' O-line. But if the Eagles have success running it, that will not bode well for the Niners' chances. I got to play for you this cut. This is Jaws on with Damon and Ratto earlier in the week. He was asked about Brock Purdy, and yes, he went there.
And I made the comment when I first broke him down. I said, he's Joe Montana-like. And, boy, I don't want to be disrespectful to Joe Montana because I love the guy. But that's what Brock Purdy reminded me of. His ability to read coverage quickly, understand what the defense is doing, and know where his people are is just uncanny. And, Joe Montana didn't have the gun on his shoulder, didn't have the speed to get, beat you with his legs. He just won. He knew how to run an offense. And Brock Purdy reminds me of how Joe Montana played the game. Doesn't turn the football over, very judicious where he throws it, understands what's going on. I mean, it's been an unbelievable ride for Brock Purdy.
Yeah, there you go. Jaws with Damon and Ratto. And Purdy's passer rating is 109.9 this postseason. It's the number one among all rookie quarterbacks in the playoffs in the last 53 years. And he's doing it, JD, against four-man pressures. Brock Purdy against four-man pressures leads all quarterbacks in passer rating, 126.6, 22 points higher than the next quarterback who's Josh Allen. And the Eagles are the number one team in the NFL at generating four-man pressure. and Purdy's excelled against four-man pressure. So I'm eager to see, do the Eagles blitz Purdy? And if they don't, does he carve them up if they send four? He's been doing that.
Yeah, I think they may have to do something a little bit different than what he's been successful with. And I wonder if they do that early in the game as well to try and come up with a big play. Crowd's going to be into it, and to just try to come up with something that just changes the momentum early on in the game. But I'll tell you, Brock Purdy wins this game and plays well. I mean, I think those comparisons are only going to grow, to be honest, as being the first rookie to get to a Super Bowl and then potentially, obviously, win the Super Bowl. I mean, I think that's going to be the storyline if the 49ers win this game for the next 2 weeks nationally, is going to be, who the heck is Brock Purdy? If you haven't been paying attention, he's been unbelievable, and the 49ers haven't lost a game since he took over. And so I think, at this point, the truth is we don't know. Like nobody knew, and I know Michael Irvin said it on the station, and it sounds like Jaws was going the same way, but it's we didn't know Tom Brady was Tom Brady in the snow at Foxborough in the Tuck game. Like, we didn't know, that was his first playoff game. Like, we didn't know when he went down, and we had a good idea when he went down and beat the Rams at the end and they kicked the field goal. Yeah. After the Rams had tied that game. We were like, wow, that's pretty impressive. Like, so, I'm never one to cut, anybody who gets an opportunity's, ability to play short until we actually get a chance to see him play in all of these different environments. And I guess the final thought really on that, a bigger picture for the Niners, is, there is some failed past that I don't think is with the Niners coming into this game, but I do think it could be with the 49ers coming out of this game if they don't win it, or if they end up having a lead themselves in the fourth quarter again and somehow can't get the job done. I think that's been something that has followed Kyle Shanahan, and I think it's plagued this team as to why they don't already have a Super Bowl championship or another appearance. And so wiping that narrative away, I think, leading into the next couple of weeks, if they can get that win and hang, get a lead and hang on to a lead and win a game in that fashion, because I think the belief is that's something maybe on Shanahan's resume that he can't do.
JD, I'm going Niners 23-17. Low, what's your prediction?
I think this is going to be too close to call. I hate to do it, JD, but I know you're going to tell the truth too. I just got Philly 24-17.
JD, what's your final score?
Yeah, I'm not gonna switch from a lot of our conversations this year. I've kind of been on Philly in this matchup and the mobile quarterback and the ability to cause problems. I'm going to go Philly 27-21 over the 49ers.
Wow. And we want to be wrong, JD, don't we? We both want to be wrong, correct?
Of course.
Yes.
Of course.
Yes.
Of course. And yeah, I mean, sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong, but yeah, you're absolutely right about that. Go ahead, Larry.
No, I was just going to say, have a great, safe travels. Enjoy the game. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, sounds good.
JD from the link. Make sure you listen to Kyle Madsen and Alan Stiles after the game. Sterling Bennett and Evan Giddings after them. Coming up next, we're going to hear from Brandon Ayuk. I was caught up with him inside the Niner locker room. And then Steve Young stopped by on my YouTube channel, The Krug Show. We're going to let you hear some of that conversation as we inch closer to the Niners and the Eagles, the NFC Championship on 95.7 The Game.
You know what? Let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Hey, we can invite our friends over and all take turns yelling at the TV during the game.
But first, we should get a new TV.
Yeah, like one of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, so I'll start shopping on the internet, then head over to the Warehouse Club to compare.
But if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at Video Only, not online or at the club.
Video Only has better deals?
Yep. We could save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Then we could afford a larger model and really impress our friends.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Bay Area! Me and Brocky Balboa are making our way to Philadelphia, courtesy of our friends at Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
One 877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WebNow1. That's 877-WebNow1. Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WebNow1. That's 877-WebNow1.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer.
In response to attacks against Asian Americans, Maddie Park raised over $250,000 to donate cab rides to the Asian community.
There is so much more work to be done. We really need to come together and tackle this issue as a community.
Support the Asian community. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
This is how you remind me of what I really...
Nickelback with special guest Brantley Gilbert is coming to Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View, July 9th. Enter at 957thegame.com for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the show.
Now back to the Kickoff Show with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal on 95.7 The Game. Sponsored by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon. And by Harris Ranch Beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
All right, Brandon Ayuk here in the Niner locker room, and I was just saying Herm Edwards was on the radio this morning talking about you and said, you'll go get it, that the moment's not too big, that you don't you're a guy that loves big moments and isn't afraid of playing big in big games. I mean, when you hear that from Herm, it's obviously a great thing to hear. What was it like playing for Herm?
I love playing for Herm. Good dude, great dude. He got a chance to come up here and watch us play during the season. So yeah, but I love Herm. That's my dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You seem like you play with a lot of poise in the playoffs. How do you look at it as just another game, or do you challenge yourself to step up? How do you calm yourself down in that situation?
I think for me, it's more about calming myself down throughout the week. When it's time to play football, but it's just more so the preparation, just trying to stay level throughout the week, be detailed, have the right intent throughout the week, and then when I go play football on Sunday, it's the same game.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about what Philly looks like on film. I saw Bradbury jumped a route last week. I thought it was incredible. He's playing really, really well right now. What do you see when you watch him?
Yeah, well, starting with them, starting with that play that you're talking about. The Giants have been running that a lot. They run it a lot. I'm not sure what the situation was, a miscommunication with the receiver quarterback, but either way, he did. He anticipated it. He jumped around, was able to get a pick. So you have him. He's playing great football. We saw him in New York my rookie year a little bit, so we went back and watched that. Then obviously on the other side, you have Darius Slay, who we all know who he is. So we have a challenge with them. Their safeties in the back end playing great football. We know about their pass rush. Those guys up front, so they have a great defense. But just on film, we're just looking. We're offensive people, so we're always looking at ways to get them, and they're probably doing the same thing. But on film, we see a great defense. The defense has played well all year.
Does Slay and Bradbury stay same side, or do they travel with a certain receiver and play matchups? How do they kind of utilize their corners?
I haven't watched every single game. For the most part, I've seen Bradbury on their right or left, offensive left, and Slay on the right, offensive right. That's one like a couple games I've seen so far. So I think, but from what I've seen so far, I think they primarily stay on the same side. I've seen one play where Slay was lined up against Justin Jefferson in the red zone, and he was on the offensive left. But that was just one clip, so I'm not sure if that was game plan wise. So I'll keep looking at that, but I think they'll probably be on one side.
How many films do you want to watch? How many games do you want to go back? Or do you want to watch them against receivers that are similar skill set or size to you? What's your mindset with the film when it comes to what you want to watch each week? Or does it change each week?
It's just different. Yeah, it's different. Most of the time, depending on, like if we're getting a lot of man covers, I'll watch a couple clips, maybe just one game, maybe two different guys that they played against. Similar to myself, I feel like, and see how they play them just to get cues in the man game. We're expecting quarters. We're expecting quarters, a little man, off man more so. but they can change it up. But I really just watch until I feel like, all right, until I get to a point where I'm like, okay.
You got a feel for it.
Yeah, I'm ready to play now. So whether that's sometimes it's one game, sometimes it's one day, 2 days, a couple of days. It all depends.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I think he's an incredible player, man. What do you see when you watch him on film? I mean, you probably saw him with the Saints before, but he's a dog, man. He just plays, man. What do you think of him?
No, for sure. We saw him when we were in my rookie year game. We went up to New York. I mean, not New York. We went up to New Orleans. We saw him. He had a great game. He killed us. He killed us that game. But, yeah, like you said, he's a dog for sure. He plays with a lot of energy. I think somebody that defense needed is because he kind of just brings that swag, that energy to that defense. So yeah, they got, like I said, they got a bunch of great players. They're playing good defense together.
How about home versus road? Obviously, they got a bunch of fans that are gonna be screaming and yelling. But you know, Kerry Hyder and some of the other guys were saying to me that some guys in here actually prefer to play on the road. How does the challenge different on the road, or is it different?
It's different for sure, especially going into Philly. We know what that's about. But I think for us, it gives us a chance over the weekend. Like when we play at home, we're here Friday. We leave here today. We have all Thursday night. We have all Friday night. Pretty much the whole day Saturday. So there's time for distractions. You get the families coming to town, people coming to the games, comfortable at home. When you hit the road, it's like, all right, we're leaving tomorrow after practice. We're around each other all weekend until we play the game. It gives you time to focus, kind of lock in. It kind of naturally does that for you, so we like that part about it. And then just the playoff. This is I don't think like going into Philly to get to the Super Bowl. You know it's never going to be easy when you're playing the playoffs, and in this story. You can't write stuff like this, so we're ready to take on the task, hit the road, and get to play football on Sunday.
Two last ones for you. We pivot over here to this room over here. This is like a red infrared room, and I'm just kind of wondering, I know Juice is always talking it up. Do you hit the infrared room? What do you get out of the infrared?
I'm not a big infrared. So in this room we have there's infrared, and then a little bit more down there's the Gotsky with our guy Elliot and Tomo. So I'm more so in there.
And what will they do? Like, is it a massage or is it a?
So like Tomo's a little bit of what you call it, like crack therapy. Elliot's more so like just body alignment. So I'm with them more so, yeah.
Last one for you. You know, this is obviously a big game, and if you win this game, you go to the Super Bowl. Do you what is your pregame routine? Ray was telling me he likes to come in and listen to a little music before he goes out, maybe middle them out, maybe up or down music. What is your routine after you hit the field when you come back in the locker room before you go out for the game?
Once I go out for warm-ups, when I come back in, I'm like, I just listen to whatever music playing in the locker room. It's different. It depends on the game. Sometimes it depends on the game. Like,
you want to be quiet? You want to talk to guys? You want to?
Like I said, it just depends. We'll see the energy, what the energy is. I know Seattle game, the energy was like, first playoff game, it was like, the energy's way up. Like, you're walking in the locker room, like, dabbing up everybody in the locker room, energy super high. Last week was a little bit more mellow. Like, we're coming in here, like, we got work to do. So it just depends. We might have, like, the week of practice depends on that. We have a great week of practice. We go out there, we feel the energy all week long, we feel the vibe, we know what it is, and we're just ready to go out there and play. So that feeling changes game to game. So we'll see how it goes on Sunday.
Last one for you. You like the plan this week? I mean, without giving anything away, you guys obviously develop a plan every week. You feel confident in that plan this week?
Oh yeah, for sure. Just like we said, we've been watching them on film. We're seeing them. We're trying to figure out where we could attack their weaknesses. They're figuring out the same thing, but we feel like we have a great plan. We have a good plan. Go out there today, put it on the grass, come in and watch it, and then tomorrow finish off the week with a little red zone and clean up the week. But yeah, I like the plan so far.
Good luck Sunday, man. Appreciate your time.
Yes, sir.
I want winners.
Special in Brock, and what do you think of what he's done?
So I didn't see much of training camp, but I heard what you described. And Kyle has been searching for a processor. He's been wanting, that's why he wanted Mac Jones and processing. That's why he wanted, you hear rumors about Kirk Cousins because he can process, right? So someone who can process. And so in my mind, Brock played 4 years in college and was two in really fundamental quarterbacking. How do I get the ball out of my hands? How do I recognize coverage? How do I, take care of business? How do I not get overwhelmed? How do I, and to me, when you start for 4 years in the Big 12, you're playing every week, you're playing somebody. It's not like, and you're playing in an environment where you've got to take care of the ball. You can't be flopping around. It's not just 1 year, you got to build on it. So I think all of that should be a sign. A 4-year starter in college should be a sign in a way for somebody that probably knows how to handle the game. And I think that's what he's done. And then what's shocking is the speed of the NFL and how quickly that's to me the biggest change that I felt. And I still feel the same way about these incredible athletes. College is here, and I'm talking speed wise, and the NFL's here. And in many ways, you can't be that fast. You can't transition that fast. It takes time. You have to get up to speed, literally up to speed. And Brock, and that's why people yell at me for, I compare him to Patrick Mahomes. They're like, that's crazy. That's stupid. What are you talking about? What I'm saying is their talents are different, but their presence on the field, how they process the moment and how they feel. So there's a peace about their game. There's a lower heart rate that, everybody's going crazy the bigger the game, and my heart rate is down. I'm present. I see the things. I'm not overwhelmed. I'm not so much. Larry's playing quarterback is trying to get to that place so your mind can process, your body can do the things it's talented enough to do. But so few quarterbacks can do it because their mind is just racing. How many times you talk to quarterbacks come to the sidelines and they ask them, what did you see? And they're like, if they were honest, they're like, I don't know what I saw. I have no idea. My head can't even process it. And Brock comes to the sideline, I guarantee you, and that's why a young player, rookie, having that kind of presence is unusual, is unique. And that's why there's no question that's the key to his success as a rookie, is that he's got a presence that's just natural. And it's been developed in college, but it is God-given. I think it's an amazing tool.
What would you give him? What advice would you give him going into Sunday if you ran into him tomorrow? You were at the facility, I think, last week, weren't you?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you had a chance to talk to him, but if you saw him in the hallway of the facility on a day like today, a couple days before a championship game, you've played in multiple games, big games.
Yeah.
What advice would you give him, or would you stay away from him because he's in a good run, good mode right now?
These big playoff games, it's the most dramatic playoff scenario for big sports because NBA goes 7 games, and Major League Baseball goes 7 games. It's these big series, and you could start slow or you can lose momentum and all that kind of stuff. But the NFL, man, it's over in a flash. The Cowboys played pretty well. The game was decided on 2 throws, really. And that's playoff football. And so I would tell Brock, you can't necessarily worry about it, but recognize that there is no feeling out process. There is no, hey, let's see how we get into the game. It's like you have 9 or 10 series, and if you're 3 and out twice, 3 times in a row, you in a playoff game, it could it's done. That's how fast it ends. And so I just, a couple of bad throws, a couple of bad series. And so it's a heightened, I would just tell them, have your white hot awareness on board, you know what I mean? And recognize that if you've ever had a moment in your life where you are just, as alert and open and ready as you've ever been in your life, because otherwise playoff football will run you over. And I guess I would just remind him that these little things, he would probably know it obviously, but the little things matter and games can be over really fast.
Shanahan's coached as an offensive coordinator in the Super Bowl, as a head coach in the Super Bowl. He was in last year's championship game. This is kind of the first time around for Nick Sirianni in a lot of ways. Does that advantage Shanahan, or is that wishful thinking on my part?
I think having gone through, and I think the scar tissue is something that can be a positive. But then again, I noticed as I aged and I started to, you got to be careful you don't see ghosts. Like, I remember that game, and I don't want to, so like the whole thing is about being really, again, it's the presence of mind and moment. And I think that both coaches are innovative, thoughtful. What Sirianni's done in 1 year, he had obviously these great players, but as you can see, what Mike McDaniel's done, or even McConnell in Minnesota with that offense, like, great coaching makes a difference. I think that in these kind of games, I think there is an advantage when you've been there. Your heart rate isn't necessarily as, it's probably down a few beats than the other guy who hasn't. I think that's just natural. And I think we got to believe that, Larry, there's a little bit of an advantage there. But I don't think there's an advantage necessarily because you've been there with Kyle. I think Kyle has an advantage because he is the most innovative mind that I've seen in football. There's some good ones now. There's probably 10. When I used to think back in the day, there's 3. To find somebody who is a great offensive mind and innovative and a great play caller, can put series together, those are very, very rare people. Luckily now there's a couple handfuls, and both of these guys are in that group. But I think Kyle is a cut above, and I think that these are the kind of games where he manages championship football very well, and he's learned how to be super careful not to get into another jam. What happened in the end of the fourth quarter against the Chiefs, or whatever happened in the end of the third and fourth quarter with the Patriots. Like, those kind of experiences change you, and I think it makes you better.
Eagles have an incredible O-line, great receivers, a powerful running game, and then Hurts, who's a two-way player, and he's had a bust-out year. You've watched a lot of NFL football this year. I mean, what if you're D'Amico, Steve? What would you try to do to Hurts? Do you send 5 and 6 and blitz him and give him defined reads and just see if he can react to the pressure, or do you drop rush 3 and rush 4 and drop 7, drop 8, make them be accurate and bend but don't break and hope they fall behind on the chains and you can defend them that way? I mean, if you're D'Amico, how do you go about your plan of attack?
I suspect that they're not going to put Jalen in a position, because they've got all that talent, that they're going to ask him to do something spectacular early. And so, my thing is, if you go all out and start to blitz him and those receivers get open and get free, now you're in a little bit of a jam. I don't think we need to be in that spot. We're not that. I don't think that needs to be how to handle it. It makes us a little bit too desperate. I don't think I can sprinkle it in. You can make sure you change it up, give them different looks. I kind of like the fist fight for the 49ers. I kind of like the idea of, we have a great defense. Let's not let them get into our secondary. If we have a weakness, I would think that the Chiefs expose that during the season. And so I don't necessarily want to be in a game where I want to chase that again. So I'm going to try to put the clamps on it and try to make Jalen Hurts like 22 eyes on Jalen in zone and force him to kind of figure out a way to, be efficient, put 10 plays together. You can change it up. You can show different looks, but just generally, I don't want those receivers running free with, against blitz, and Jalen makes people miss, which he can do so easily and throw it. I don't want the game to be defined by a risk like that. I think the 49ers can win this football game readily, and but we can't have those guys running around all over the field, open, deep. Can't do it.
94 Cowboys they were good everywhere, right? They had a good line, good linebackers, good secondary. And you used, I thought early in the game, Charles Haley's unbelievable pursuit against him by bootlegging in his face for some big plays. I mean, it happened once or twice, I think, in the first half, and they were huge plays. Would you try to use Brock a little bit in the bootleg game? Do you expect Philly to be sky high and over pursue? And if you're the 49ers, can you do something and call the kind of play early on that either it's a bootleg or use their incredible pursuit and over aggressiveness against them early?
Larry, the game has changed in the last 5 years. I say this to everybody, because of how they've forced defenders to break down and use their arms to tackle. They can't launch. They can't attack the way that they used to be able to. They've got to be very much more careful. That slows the game down. It creates a lot more space. And so in a big game where every first down and every kind of thing that is necessary to kind of make sure that you win the game, to me, Brock Purdy on his horse, getting out there, doing some fun stuff, absolutely. Like, we've got to figure out ways to get some of those easier yards that are out there in the league today. and especially in a big game, that could be the difference. So Brock can do it. He can handle it. He can manage it. I feel like Brock is super aware of the football. I don't know how he gets hit and blindsided, and that ball is tight. He's not a guy that's the ball strip sacked, return for a touchdown. Like, he's just not that guy. And so there's a lot of things that I think you can lean into Brock and know that nothing corny or catastrophic is going to happen. And I like the idea. What you're describing is let's lean into things that aren't going to ask him to decipher through a bunch of, sideline to sideline reads or something super complex. Not that he can't do it. Just I'm not going to ask him to do that 10 times, but I can ask him to get out on an edge, make a 1-2 read, or decide to go, or even some bootlegs or something else that he just defined runs. The 11th guy out of the huddle, I always thought that was a great advantage. The 11th guy in the huddle can run the football with a lead blocker, like get some yards. So I like where you're going in a big game. And I think the game is set more than ever for a quarterback to go do that.
Well, let's read one out of the chat here. I think this is kind of interesting from Fozzie, who says, wow, Steve Young is here. You made me fall in love with the Niners, Steve. How would a rookie Steve Young prepare for a game like this? Forget rookie for a second. I asked this question a lot to players in the locker room this year doing interviews with them. And I ask them, what is the essential part of your preparation? Some guys, it's the cut-up. Some guys, it's the all 22, the end zone copy. Sometimes they want to see it on the sideline wide copy. Every player's got a different, sense of it. Sometimes it's maybe a conversation with a player or coach or whatever. What did you view as the essential component of your preparation, Steve? And was there something that you would do more of in like a championship game than you would do like week 7 or week 8?
It's funny. I think there's not things I would do more of, because I felt like you didn't want to get out of your routine and out of like this. Sometimes overdoing it is worse than underdoing it. Like I find that there's a nice cycle. I had to memorize everything by Thursday, and that includes goal line, short yardage, backed up, red zone, nickel, blitz protection, blitz coverage, blitz tendencies, going out, plus 30, minus 30, red zone, like all that. Now, all that we had, I would memorize it by heart. Like, I didn't have to think about it. I could just close my eyes and by Friday night or Saturday morning, I would just sit with whoever it was, whether it's Bill Musgrave or Steve Bono back in the day, or Elvis Gerback or Mike Shanahan, whoever was around. And I would just lean back and I would just repeat back everything in the playbook. And when I could do that, then I knew I was ready. And then I made my Saturdays a lot easier. But that was the fundamental piece that I had to have. If I had ownership of the data, I knew, and I learned this from Joe, I knew that things were might not be perfect, but that's how all the risks that the game has and all the craziness that goes on the field, the way that you can reduce the risk is to own the data. And that was it wasn't a superpower, but it's how I got ready for the big games.
The other game this weekend is, Joe Burrow, who's playing so well, against Mahomes, who comes in 1 week off of a high ankle sprain. I don't even – is Patrick Mahomes on a different planet than everybody else? So I'm running around in practice, Steve. He looked incredible. I don't know what to say about him. He's another Lee Steinberg client. What do you think? Are you going with Mahomes on the one leg and Andy Reid, who we know is maybe the very, very best in the game, or do you go with the hot Bengals and Joe Burrow, who seems like he's playing he gets to new levels every time I see him?
I agree with what you're saying about Joe Burrow, and I found it interesting that some of the guys on the team were talking at Burrowhead Stadium, and I just think that is some ballsy stuff. Like,
right.
Like for a big game, you're going to put your quarterback in that spot, and I think there's something about Joe and about the Bengals, whatever it is, they just the moment comes and they like to be I'll call it the overdog, right? They like look. We're coming and we're going to take your name and we're going to take everything you own, and we're actually going to take the name of your stadium. There's something about that usually that I would think that's a negative. Like, do not make your job harder. Do not create more drama. Like, you don't need drama. But for these Bengals and this quarterback, they seem to we're going to go into the Bills stadium with all the that's going on there, and we just pound them. Like, I did not see that coming, to pound them like that. So I put nothing past the Bengals, nothing, especially after watching this. And they seem to be, they meter teams like this. Remember if you talk about the Bengals at the end of September this year, like, I don't know, they're a hangover or something else. But they've just steadily just metered the league and just kind of kept going. And now it's like, yeah. So that part of me says that if I'm the Chiefs, I'm like, hey, watch out, be careful. And now you got a theme too. You lost last year. You do not want a 2-year, because these two guys are going to be the reason, or Josh Allen, maybe Justin Herbert, are going to be the reason why anyone gets to the Super Bowl over the next 10 years. So what you don't want is a theme now that you have to get pounded on of Burrowhead Stadium and they get beat against. So the Chiefs, this is kind of a must win for the Chiefs for the next years. I feel that this is a big deal for them to kind of face up to what Burrow's doing. And look, Patrick Mahomes, if he is hurt, then I'm worried. If he can't move around, I all the things why the reasons why you think the Bengals can win, I would think have more weight. But I saw him Wednesday, show him in practice, and he's running around and hopping around. Like, if he's 95% and doesn't have to worry about it, I'm going with Patrick Mahomes until further notice. I think the guy is a much better player than he was 2 years ago when they won the Super Bowl. He's gotten more fundamental. He takes care of the ball better. He's not as reckless. He's found that perfectly fine line between field goal and recklessness that is it's like a beautiful, I don't know how to describe it, but it's like an art right in the middle, and very few people kind of master it. I think he's done that as well. And so if he can get enough help on the defense, nobody's going to beat Patrick Mahomes. So until further notice, Patrick Mahomes is my pick. If he's hurt, I don't know. Burrowhead Stadium, man. This is nutty.
Hey, 3 last ones before we let you go. Purdy's doing something that's amazing to me. And so many NFL quarterbacks struggle with this. And that is this balance between stay aggressive, go for it, let it, as Kyle likes to say, let it rip in these tight windows, and be decisive with your mechanics, with your footwork, with when you see it, be decisive, but then don't force it. Take care of the ball. And there's that constant balance. And whether you're a day one rookie or you're a 15-year vet, every quarterback in every game is balancing the go for it factor versus be safe. Don't throw picks. Don't turn it over. And he's such a young kid. He's 23, and he's got the perfect ratio down of go for it and take care of the football. And the 49ers are really playing good football offensively, clean football, because he's right there. He's making the tough throw, but then he's also throwing 2 or 3 balls into the dirt, into the ground, into the grass, throw it away, and he's not giving up sacks and is avoiding negative plays, Steve. How is he doing this incredible age?
First of all, when I think he's very definitive about, and that I think that goes back to playing at 4 years in college, is something there. If something's not there, done. I'm just done. And I think there's a real discipline to it. I think also because there's a growing trust between he and Kyle, that the play that Kyle's asked him to run, somebody's going to come open. It's 1 or 2 guys, like either George or Christian, like it's set. And so because of that definition that Kyle gives his quarterback, he can, if nothing's there, fine. But there's a lot of times when it's on the margin. It's not clear. It's not sure. But there's a clarity about where I'm looking. And so I think what you see Brock do is if he sees it, it's gone. And in that way, there's a confidence in the play and what's being called. And the other thing is any long ball that Brock has thrown that I've seen over 9 weeks is a long ball with purpose. It's not like, the bootleg that should have been intercepted last week, that's the part that you just don't want to see, because you don't want the ball up in the air without purpose. It seems to me like he and Kyle have come together in a really good way, so that if we're going to take a shot, it's taken it's not a 50-50 ball. It's an 80-20 ball, right? It's something that can get done or is wide open or should be open. And I think that's the other part of the puzzle, that why you can't say anything but amazing things about a rookie doing this. So that's a part of it. But if you're going to parse it, I think that Kyle and he work well together to create environments where he can be definitive, he can be sure, and then all in that way, throw it away, and then not have to ask him to make those throws where it's like deep ball back shoulder throws that could be picked, might not. Aaron Rodgers has made a career out of, like, he doesn't, the risk factor, I guess I would say, the risk factor of Brock's game today is really manageable, which I think is really smart.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. Make the switch to green soaps and personal products and green cleaning products for the sink and shower. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Harris Ranch, we do beef.
Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Nature Valley has helped restore access to 10,000 miles of national park trails. And we're on our way to restoring even more, because every mile is a new memory. Life happens out there. Nature Valley.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
Marcus, what happened?
I was changing my oil and I spilled some on the floor.
Oh, well, use these $50 bills to wipe it up.
Perfect. Got any more?
Yeah, take a couple hundred.
Stop. Instead of using money, use an old rag. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Come on, fit in there! Fox Sports Red Zone Radio is now.
All right, let's go.
Live from the TireRack.com studios of Fox Sports Radio, here's Steve Hartman and 6-year NFL veteran Rich Ornberger.
A day that we have been waiting for all season long. It's Conference Championship Sunday around the NFL. This is Fox Sports Red Zone Radio. We are broadcasting live from the TireRack.com studios. TireRack.com. We're going to help get you there. An unmatched selection, fast free shipping, free road hazard protection, over 10,000 recommended installers. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be. So, Rich, Monty's walking around getting everyone's predictions on today's games. So I think it's only fair before the games begin for us to make our predictions. I'll start off.
Okay.
Because I know people want to run and make bets opposite my selections. But I really feel for the home teams today. I like the Eagles. And yes, I like the Chiefs today. And of course, this is going against an argument about, wait a second, there's 49ers Bengals. Remember last year we were talking about this. The two previous Super Bowls the Bengals had played in before last year were against the 49ers, and it could have been the 49ers last year had they not dropped that interception in the fourth quarter against the Rams. But I'm going to go with the Eagles and the Chiefs to advance to the Super Bowl. What say you?
Yeah, actually, we're in lockstep here. I've got I placed my bets yesterday on the NFC AFC Championship games on Countdown to Kickoff here on Fox Sports Radio, and I got the Eagles -3. I got the Chiefs -1.5. Look, I mean, like we said before, to say the Eagles are a favorite here kind of feels
foolish, right? I don't think that the 49ers are a big underdog. I think that this is about as close to a pick'em of a game as you possibly could have. You know, the same could be said with the Chiefs and the Bengals. I mean, it's a lower spread, so obviously it's even closer to a pick'em, you know, by the book. But yeah, I mean, none of these teams are underdogs. None of these teams should not be here. So we should see some competitive football today.
All right, the weather in Philadelphia is nice. 50 degrees. 50 degrees in Philadelphia at this time of the year. I mean, you're thinking, wow, I mean, we could see what like we saw in Buffalo last week. Not the case today. Now it's going to be cooler, but not frigid in Kansas City. It'll be, you know, mid-30s, which, you know, it could be a lot worse. So I don't think weather is going to play a huge part in these games. So Philadelphia, I'm looking at the latest odds here, around 3 points right now. Basically, it's home field advantage with the 3-point spread in favor of the Eagles. Mentioned last week that I anticipated that we were going to see a low-scoring game between the 49ers and the Cowboys. That actually played out. How do you feel about the over-under in this game right now? I'm looking at a number 45, which would be like a 24-21 Eagles victory with a point spread. You see more or less scoring in this matchup between the Eagles 49ers?
Yeah, I didn't bet the total in this one. I took the over in the Chiefs-Bengals game later on. But if I were going to be on a side, I think I agree with you from your proclamation about Niners, Dallas last week. I think the under will hit here as well. I mean, unless we see something just unusual out of the 49ers since they've entered their postseason. I mean, the Seahawks, they dispatched of them. That's a team they know really well from playing them twice this season. Dallas with a very stout defense, a great pass rush, very similar to what they're going to see with the Philadelphia Eagles. They struggled a little bit to score points, and I think we're going to see that for both sides because both sides have a really stout defense with a great pass rush. So I think the under looks better in this game.
All right, so they still waiting for the kickoff right now. I'm watching Brock Purdy as he walks on the field. And it's just like, wow. And by the way, the 49ers are kicking off, so the Eagles will get the ball first. Now, last week, you and I both thought we didn't pick maybe the Giants to win, but we certainly thought based on how good they looked against the Vikings, they could make it competitive against the Eagles. That was an absolute blowout in favor of the Eagles, and they were just clicking on all cylinders, both offensively and defensively. How important is this opening drive going to be for the Eagles?
Oh, it's going to be huge. It's going to be absolutely huge. I mean, to have an opportunity to set your home field ablaze with a big score, you know, I mean, like that is what everybody's dreaming of when they put their head on the pillows last night, when they're hosting a game the next morning, you know, or the next evening. You want to score first. This way your fans get engaged right out the gates. And so it's hugely important for them.
All right, so nice kickoff return for the Eagles. They're going to start, I believe, around their own 33-yard line here on this opening drive. After the kickoff was complete, we got pushing and shoving already.
Oh, there was pushing and shoving pregame.
Yeah, so already these teams, they know what it's stake. It's simple. It's a Super Bowl. And so the Eagles will go first right now, and we mentioned the fact of A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and Miles Sanders. I mean, this isn't just about Jalen Hurts. It's about Howie Roseman, about Nick Sirianni, about this Eagles organization just putting the pieces together right now. And the quarterback that has the confidence in all these weapons, and they've been spreading the ball around. That's why this Eagles team has been so good. I mean, when they were sitting at 13-1 before Hurts went out with the injury, and they weren't just winning, Rich. I mean, they were dominating their games throughout the season.
Yeah. I mean,
and just like that, they got their first down already on this opening drive.
Well, you're going to see plenty of those because, again, Nick Sirianni, I think, is one of the more talented play callers in the NFL, and he has a good feel for mixing in the run and the pass, the QB run. And on that play, we have an injured Fred Warner, and that could be a huge problem for the Philadelphia Eagles. It looks like he's clutching his left collarbone or his left shoulder. That would be terrible news for the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a Pro Bowler in Fred Warner, who's been such a key defensively in this game. So it starts off with a 6-yard pass to A.J. Brown, a 6-yard run for Miles Sanders, and just like that, the Eagles are at their own 45-yard line. So we're going to get an injury update on Warner. Critical here for the 49ers. Conversely, for the 49ers, and really the Brock Purdy situation, it's one thing when, I mean, they've been averaging before last week like 35 points a game since Purdy had taken over as the quarterback of the team. And most of the games were pretty one-sided in favor of the 49ers. The big question is, if they get into an early hole on the road against a team of the caliber of the Eagles, how is Brock Purdy going to react?
I mean, he's going to have to react with the biggest game of his career. He's going to have to react by leading this team to the Super Bowl. And we haven't seen Brock Purdy have to really do that yet. And so if this is the first time that he has to be the reason why the 49ers win this season, I mean, what level of trust do you have in Brock Purdy that he's the type of caliber of quarterback who can lead the team that way based on what you've seen through his 8 starts?
Well, and again, when you have a young quarterback, any quarterback, really, there's that idea that I got to do more than I'm really capable of doing and just sort of keep it an even level. Look, we get down 7-0, we get down 14. It doesn't matter. It's early in the game. Keep your head. Just execute what we ask you to do, and we'll see how this all plays out. So big drive for the Eagles, big drive for the 49ers coming up. But again, the Fred Warner injury, we're just waiting there. They're the timeout in the game. Eagles now have the ball at their own 45-yard line. Just getting back to Jalen Hurts just quickly here. And the dynamic of, and we talked about these legendary teams that have dominated decades, and that whole dynamic of a quarterback with a coach. I mean, it goes back to Otto Graham with Paul Brown, or a Lombardi with a Bart Starr, or Bradshaw with the Montana Walsh. I mean, all of these, right? Brady Belichick. Again, since you know Sirianni, what do you think that he thinks in Hurts? I mean, we see Hurts' game. We don't know him on a personal level, but Sirianni, what do you think he needs to gain a trust in a quarterback to deliver what they're doing right now?
Well, I mean, explain to me exactly what you're asking. Like, so what he needs to do.
Yeah, what do you think it is about Hurts' game that clicks with Sirianni?
Okay, yeah. Listen, I mean, first of all, you need to just look at the position of quarterback a little bit differently than a lot of coordinators want to. I think it was with you that I one time was a part of an interview where Wade Phillips came on to my show, and I believe it was you. It might have been a different co-host, but Wade was great, and we asked him about, look, there are certain players, when they get into certain systems, it just doesn't click, and sometimes it's a great system and you have this great player and they just can't seem to make it work. And Phillips sort of cut me off and goes, no. Listen here. If you have a great system where a great player can't be great in your system, you have a bad system. So that's what Nick Sirianni has done with Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is, I mean, objectively a great college football player. I mean, he's just been sensational at 2 different football programs, led by 2 different head coaches in 2 completely different schemes. Both of those coaches at the college level found ways to utilize his talents. And then when he went to the Eagles, Nick Sirianni did the same thing. The testament to a great coach is seeing the talent in your players and formulating a system to enhance those talents. And that's exactly what Sirianni did in Philadelphia.
All right, a 3rd and 8 pass. Did A.J. Brown catch this pass? Wow. So the 49ers are bringing the blitz on 3rd and 8, and A.J. Brown, he caught that ball. Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow, what a catch by A.J. Brown. That's going to give the Eagles a first down. They're into 49ers territory. All right, we're just getting started with this NFC Championship game. We're going to bring you all the updates as they happen. This is Fox Sports Red Zone Radio.
The NFL's AFC Championship game is here. The Kansas City Chiefs
Travis Kelce inside the 5 and lunges into the end zone.
The Cincinnati Bengals.
Chase straight ahead into the end zone.
Catch the best AFC Championship coverage here on Fox Sports Radio.
Jonas Knox here, and this message is brought to you by Discover. Did you know you could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection, the latest innovation from Discover? Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data, and they'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app, see terms, and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection. That's discover.com/online privacy protection.
Open up a Mercedes-Benz Sprinter van and you're opening up more than doors. You're unlocking potential. With 16 body types, thousands of ways to customize, a Sprinter van is capable and versatile enough to help drive your ambitions as far as you want them to go. Now you could win your very own Mercedes-Benz Sprinter van customized by Gretsch RV by entering the Dan Patrick Show's Ultimate Fan Van Sweepstakes. To enter and get official rules, visit danpatrick.com for your chance to win.
What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, creating a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Brett Kitchen, best-selling author and star in a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollars saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are on track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma, at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you'll get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. I'll even cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020, 1-800-506-2020.
Hi, Sarah. I'm sorry I'm late. The traffic is crazy.
Yeah, it is. And it doesn't help that gas prices have skyrocketed. I can't believe how much it costs for gas now.
Everyone's talking about how much gas is, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app, and I get cash back for every gallon of gas I buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid real cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yeah, real cash every time I buy gas.
What? That sounds like it could really add up.
I've made around $200 already.
Wow, that's serious extra money. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code UP89 for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back in your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code UP89 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus in your first tank. That's code UP89 for 25 cents per gallon cash back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
What's up, Roasters? It's your boy Bontaine. Thanks to Boxer and Gerson, your boys going to Philadelphia, where I'll celebrate all Sunday night when the Niners take down the Eagles. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester, or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands. Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. we can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
Guys, fellas, men, are you ready? I mean, Roman ready for Valentine's Day? Some say it's the sexiest day of the year. Flowers, chocolates, candlelit dinners. That's all great. But I think we all want something a little more physical, too. Because a strong sex life can deepen your feelings of intimacy with your partner and lead to increased happiness. So if you're prepping for Valentine's Day, right now is the perfect time to check out Roman. Roman has genuine medication that helps you achieve and maintain a strong erection. Roman has discreet wipes that help you last 4 times longer in bed. Roman has testosterone testing and treatment. Treating low testosterone can help revive your sex drive. And better yet, with Roman, everything is online. There are no waiting rooms and no hassle. Roman sends everything right to your door with free shipping and in discreet packaging. So men, for better sex this Valentine's Day, go to ro.co/vday. Do it today and get 20% off. That's ro.co/vday.
Important. It's The Herd with Colin Cowherd. I'm a radio idiot. Listen every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. You know, socially, we're kicking ass. Social media. From the videos of our talent on YouTube.
If you want to know what we look like, you get the opportunity.
Just search Fox Sports Radio. To the clips you hear on Twitter.
Let me click on your name.
At Fox Sports Radio.
And bingo!
It's that easy.
We're dominating the social landscape. Hitting the trending topics you need.
Right here.
On Fox Sports Radio.
Message sent.
FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1. This is Fox Red Zone Radio, and we've got the plays that you may have missed.
On second down, the give goes to Sanders up the middle. Touchdown! Miles Sanders, 6 yards. Eagles lead.
Now, back live to the studios of Fox Sports Radio. This is Fox Red Zone Radio.
It's time to play the game.
Well, that's 94 WIP Eagles Radio Network. And just like that, the Eagles are up 7-0 in the NFC Championship game against the 49ers. 6-yard run by Miles Sanders for the score. Welcome back. This is Fox Sports Red Zone Radio live from the TireRack.com studios. Now, that score was set up by a spectacular one-hand grab by Devontae Smith, 29-yard pass play. But after several replays, it is clear that when he hit the ground, the ball hit the ground. It should have been ruled an incomplete pass. They missed it. And the Eagles took advantage, and they get into the end zone here, Rich.
Yeah, listen, it's death, taxes, and the sports world still trying to figure out what a catch is. And these are going to be lasting debates that, I mean, we just will never have a firm ground to stand on in terms of what is a catch, what isn't a catch. I mean, Philadelphia fans are going to tell you that's a catch all day long. Do they really feel that way, or are they motivated by bias? You know, everybody else kind of feels like it wasn't, but it's just, like, how could we possibly get through today without at least one controversial call or no call? It happened in the opening drive.
Well, regardless of that play, and it was a spectacular catch attempt, let's put it that way, by Devontae Smith. They ruled a 29-yard reception. The way the Eagles were able to run their offense and then literally a walk-in 6-yard touchdown run by Miles Sanders. They just blew a hole right through the middle of that 49er defense, and he walked into the end zone. That's not going to work for San Francisco.
No, well, get used to seeing a lot of the Eagles offense going right over the middle of the 49ers defense. And I mean, in the passing game and the run game. With Fred Warner out of the game, depending on what his status is, and we still don't have any update there, this is going to be a porous middle of the field. He is an incredible asset for this 49ers defense. And so without him, they have a weakness, and it's going to be between the hashes.
Well, right now, the 49ers are moving the ball. In fact, they just picked up a second first down, so they're looking very much like Philadelphia did. So much for our prediction for the under in this game. I mean, wow. Both these offenses are looking really, really good. And you're also reminded of the talent. You know, when you watch on that first drive for the Eagles, we mentioned A.J. Brown made a spectacular catch for the first down. Then Devontae Smith, just ridiculous with that one-hand grab. And then, you know, we talk about Christian McCaffrey and what he brings to this 49ers offense. We talk about, you know, what is the future for quarterback for the 49ers. If it were up to George Kittle, I guarantee you he'd vote for Brock Purdy. I mean, that has been a magical combination ever since Purdy became quarterback of the 49ers. Not that Kittle wasn't already a Pro Bowl tight end, but his game has gone next level since Purdy became the quarterback.
Well, what's a quarterback's best friend? It's his tight end.
Yeah.
You know, a pass catching tight end can really be an asset for a guy who is, you know, looking to find handed receptions in the passing game. And that's what George Kittle presents. And by the way, George Kittle isn't just limited to being a receiver like Travis Kelce, for example. It's like having an extra offensive tackle on the line of scrimmage because, like you just saw, they'll run his way. George Kittle aligned to the right, and out of the backfield, the 49ers run a play right over him. And they do that all season long.
Oh, we have a tip pass. Oh, near interception by the Eagles. Purdy's arm was hit as he threw the ball. The ball was up in the air, and Eagles just missed an interception there, Rich.
Yeah, you had a situation where it was actually George Kittle, giving him all this credit for being a great blocker in the run game and an extra offensive lineman. He gives up the pressure in the play action pass, and his arm was hit as he threw, and the ball was nearly intercepted. You see this off of that right side. And, look, this Eagles pass rush, this is a real group. And everybody talks about Nick Bosa. Nobody talks about Hassan Reddick.
Yeah.
That guy's had one of the quietest 16.5 sack seasons you've ever heard of. 16.5 sacks. Nobody talks about Reddick, but he's been wreaking havoc for the Eagles defensively all season long. Now, that wasn't him on that play, but he's going to get his, I can promise you.
All right, so 3rd and 6 right now at midfield for the 49ers. Again, they're moving the ball well. That was the first hiccup in their offense so far.
It was Reddick, by the way, who got that pressure on Purdy.
Yeah, it was.
So there you go.
Yeah, he came blasting through, and that was very fortunate for the 49ers that ball was not intercepted. So right now, 7:40 to go in the first quarter. We got a timeout, and the 49ers facing a 3rd and 6. Kyle Shanahan.
By the way, that's a timeout to determine whether or not he fumbled the ball forward.
Ooh, okay. So I didn't hear that part of it. So I don't know. Again, the interpretation, his arm was going forward, but the ball to me was already out. But the ball went forward. So there had to be some kind of forward movement in his arm for the ball to actually go forward.
Well, if you have a situation where a quarterback fumbles and the ball is sort of floating there without possession on his throwing arm, and then he sort of slingshots it forward or catapults it forward, that's a fumble. Because, again, if we're going to determine that a player is, doesn't have control of the ball to the ground for a catch to be a catch, then you have to take a closer look at whether or not Purdy lost possession of this ball before it started moving forward. So, I mean, they're going to review this over this commercial break, and they're going to come back and figure it out. But boy, oh boy, Steve, I'm looking at the replay right now because I found the clip online. That's a fumble. That's a fumble. So his hand was smacked by Reddick as he came off the edge, and it looks like he then batted it forward. And the Philadelphia Eagles then recovered. So,
well, again, after several different reruns of the Devontae Smith catch, it was clear as he went to the ground that the ball hit the ground.
Yeah.
And yet it was ruled a catch on the field, which set up the Eagles' touchdown. So already early on, some big decisions made as far as replay is concerned while we wait for a decision. A reminder, we're brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. So the challenge, what is the ruling here, guys, on the challenge? I saw the challenge, and what did they rule? Did we get a ruling on the challenge?
The official he's still speaking. Oh, man. This is a huge play.
Well,
if there's a turnover and then the Eagles turn around and score, and
the Eagles, it is a fumble. There you go. As you said it. So Reddick on the play forced the fumble, and the Eagles have the ball back. So that will be the Eagles' ball right now. First down at their own 44-yard line, already leading the 49ers by a score of 7-0. And this is where, I'm a little surprised they ran on first down for no gain. I mean, usually when a team suffers a turnover, I'm looking for a quick strike. When you got A.J. Brown, you got Devontae Smith, you got receivers of that caliber. Man, I'm looking to jump on them right there. Let's see if they're on their heels a little bit. Instead, they ran the ball for no gain on first down. Actually, technically, a gain of 1. All right, let's find out what's trending right now as we're watching this NFC Championship game. And Monty watching with us. Now, I know you've been walking around the building with everyone's predictions.
Yes.
The game. Was there a consensus?
No. Everybody's all over the place, so the video's going to be great.
All right, good.
Yes.
So, Rich and I, though, have made it clear we like Eagles and Chiefs today.
Right.
Yes.
And I have the exact opposite. I've got the Niners and I've got the Bengals.
Well, based on my track record, you're going to be scoring big time today.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know. I don't have a great track record either, so we'll see. And I think both of the games are a coin flip. I don't think it's going to be a blowout on either side. So I'm hoping for good games on both games, but I do have the Niners and the Bengals.
By the way, on that Purdy play, the reason the ball went forward, it actually went off his elbow.
Yep.
So it was really weird. So his arm got hit, ball came loose, and then his elbow went forward, and that's how the ball went forward. So, yeah, that was clearly a fumble.
Right.
Yeah.
A little NFL news has come out. The Dolphins have a new defensive coordinator. Vic Fangio has made a deal with the Dolphins.
Whoa. Wasn't he tied to Sean Payton?
No, not anymore. It actually is going to make him the NFL's highest paid coordinator. It's a 3-year deal with a 4th year
Wow, we're going to have
option.
to get into that one, Richie. What happened there?
Yep. And then the Chargers announced that quarterback Justin Herbert has undergone surgery to repair a torn labrum in his left shoulder, but he's expected to be cleared for the offseason. No problem for the activities once they start. And in the NBA, the Hornets came back to beat the Heat. 122-117 was the final score. Back to you guys. Let's see how this one ends.
Well, Monty, 49ers held. The Eagles did nothing on that drive, so they are punting the ball away, and that ball is going to be ruled out. Touchback. So that's a touchback. So the 49ers get the ball at the 25-yard line. Good job by the 49er defense there. Wow, Vic Fangio. So we had heard all along that wherever Sean Payton would get hired, that Vic Fangio would be his defensive coordinator. Now we're hearing all kinds of roadblocks about anybody signing on Sean Payton based on the asking price of the Saints, the kind of salary he's going to demand, and the kind of control over the organization that he's going to command. Is it possible Sean Payton is going to stay out of the coaching ranks this year?
Well, this has been my guess. And again, this isn't based on anything other than common sense. Since this whole coaching carousel started with Sean Payton interviewing with teams, I think the destination that makes the most sense for both Sean Payton and Tom Brady, if they're still interested in working together, is in New Orleans. Geographically, Tom Brady's going to be close to his family in Louisiana. Sean Payton is already under contract with the Saints, and if he delivers Brady, he could probably get a huge raise with the New Orleans Saints. They've had a top 10 defense last year. They've got Alvin Kamara. They got Olave on the outside. We'll see if Michael Thomas can come back healthy, if that's even a possibility at this point. Plus, they have a pretty high draft pick in the second round where they can improve that offense or add to the defense. I don't really I don't really see how any team is going to be willing to leverage their future to the tune of 2 first-round picks, which is what New Orleans has said that they want in order for any other team to do business with Sean Payton, plus the amount of money they're going to have to pay Sean Payton in order to take him away from the Saints. So, yeah, that's my best guess. And by the way, if Tom Brady goes to New Orleans, that means Tampa Bay is going to be rebuilding. That means the Atlanta Falcons obviously are still rebuilding. The Carolina Panthers, who just hired Frank Reich, they're in the middle of a rebuild. And so the New Orleans Saints become automatic favorites to win the NFC South, and Tom Brady's going to be back in the postseason, and so will Sean Payton.
Wow, that's a big game changer, though, because, again, Sean Payton made it clear where he went, Vic Fangio would come along as defensive coordinator. It will not happen, as Vic Fangio now is the defensive coordinator for the Miami Dolphins. By the way, did you see the story about Eric Bieniemy? That several teams want to interview him, not for head coach, but for offensive coordinator, which the last time I checked would be a lateral move. He's been interviewing for jobs over the last several seasons. The knock on Bieniemy is just he's not a good interview for whatever reason. His resume speaks for itself right now. Look, after the whole Frank Reich situation and screaming foul with Wilkes' representatives and everything that's going around the NFL, it's going to be a very interesting offseason as far as coaching vacancies and who fills those vacancies.
Well, yeah, listen, I think it is a worthy complaint for any players who, look at a locker room that is majority black and looks at front offices and coaching staffs and see a lot of white faces. And I've had long discussions. I know you have too, Steve, with players who feel strongly about this, former players who feel strongly about this.
Hold on. We have got Josh Johnson in at quarterback right now for the 49ers.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. So when Hassan Reddick made contact with Brock Purdy's arm, did he do some damage?
Josh Johnson is now in at quarterback for the 49ers, and Reddick just buried him. Absolutely buried him for a huge loss. So we need to get an update, guys, on the condition, obviously, of Brock Purdy. What's going on there? Reddick won absolutely unblocked, which is inexcusable, and just buried Josh Johnson for a huge loss. So all of a sudden, already...
Brock Purdy is questionable to return. So after that hit, I guess he got checked out on the sideline, and he has a right elbow injury. He's questionable to return.
Wow. Okay, so things go from bad to worse right now for the 49ers as they're facing a 3rd and 15, and Josh Johnson is in at quarterback. Throws a little pass to Samuel, and that one there's a flag on the play. Looks like it's going to be against the 49ers before the snap. So, wow, Kyle Shanahan just standing there like this cannot be happening in the NFC Championship game.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is about as bad as it could be. Obviously, the most important player on your defense in Fred Warner, and then to have your starting quarterback where it kind of felt like for this entire storyline, you caught lightning in a bottle, having a guy as rarely composed as Brock Purdy has seemed to be, waiting in the wings to take over your team, absolutely unfathomable to imagine losing both of them in your first 2 drives.
How about this? On 3rd and 20, they gave the ball to McCaffrey. He ran wild for about 16 yards, still came up short. So the 49ers, 4th and 4 at their own 26-yard line, are going to have to punt the ball back. Purdy is on the sideline still. He's walking around. He's got his helmet on. But Josh Johnson was in at quarterback on that drive. And, wow, this is it's going to make it tough. 49ers defense is certainly capable, though, of holding their own. And they're going to have to keep the Eagles in check. They're just going to have to, because, again, if it's and we were talking about this earlier about can the 49ers win this game if Brock Purdy doesn't perform at a high level? And the answer is yeah, they can, but the pressure is going to be on their defense. That's a lot of pressure against an Eagles offense that is looking pretty good these days.
Yeah. Yeah. I've listened to a lot of people just have a variety of opinions about the Philadelphia Eagles over the season. Some people, it seemed like they were almost gaslighting. Like they would be like, well, I think the Eagles are overrated.
Oh my! Nick Bosa's hurt.
Yeah, I mean, this is going from bad to worse.
Wow, they're looking at his ankle right now. Nick Bosa
on a knee at the sideline. It might be his knee, actually.
Ugh.
Yeah, this is bad. This is real bad.
Doesn't mean it's over. I mean, we got 2 minutes to go in the first quarter right now. Eagles lead this game over the 49ers by a score of 7-0. If you're just joining us, Brock Purdy got hit on a pass play that was resulted in a fumble, and he is out. They are evaluating his situation. Josh Johnson came in. He is the backup quarterback for the 49ers these days. And now Nick Bosa looking at his leg. So the Eagles have the ball right now, and they are going to they got to get their offense going as well. Yeah, this is crazy. It's amazing.
This is crazy.
You know, you know what it is a reminder, though, Rich, of when a team wins a Super Bowl. I mean, it's miraculous, right?
Yes.
So many things have to happen. I mean, we saw it in full force a year ago with the Rams, right? Like everything fell into their place. They should have been playing the NFC Championship game in Green Bay. Instead, the 49ers upset Green Bay, and the Rams got to host that NFC Championship game. You know, they made a couple of key pickups during the season with Odell Beckham and Von Miller, paid huge dividends for their team. But you can look at, any team, no matter how great they were, and their path to winning a Super Bowl, and you can look at so many things they dodged during the course of a season to get to that ultimate goal.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is like winning the lotto in some ways.
Oh, yeah.
You've got to somehow stay healthy. And it's a game where 100% of the participants are going to be injured at some point during the course of a season. You can't avoid it. Everybody gets hurt. It's just to what degree. And that variety and that degree of injury determines a lot for your entire season. And who gets hurt? Who gets hurt worse? You know, is it a backup defensive tackle or is it a starting quarterback? You know, is it a special teamer who gets the ACL, or is it your star receiver? You know, but everybody is going to get hurt. It's just to what extent they're going to get hurt and how bad they're going to suffer, or the team's going to suffer. So yeah, it's a war of attrition. And the fact that the 49ers have made it this far without having huge major setbacks outside of the quarterback position, even that's outrageous. I mean, they've had some injuries on defense.
Well, you're on your third-string quarterback, who was the last pick in the draft. By the way, on that punt, Philadelphia was penalized for unnecessary roughness, which is an unnecessary penalty. So they will start the ball at their own 15-yard line. We're keeping our eye on this NFC Championship game. What's going to be the status of Brock Purdy moving forward in this game? Keep it right here. We'll have the latest. This is Fox Sports Red Zone Radio.
We're waiting on the two teams, and you're waiting to find out which shows will be broadcasting live during Super Week. Your team will be in Glendale, Arizona, and so will our team.
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
Listen to all the coverage here on Fox Sports Radio.
Let's kick it off. Are you ready?
Every pro is an MVP to us. As a Lowe's MVP's Rewards member, you can earn bonus points when you shop select products and brands. Then redeem them for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, e-gift cards, and more. Join today to become a member and start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2020.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Streaming only on Peacock. From the mind of Ryan Johnson, the writer-director of Knives Out.
Miss Gale, you've got this gift. Always known the truth.
I only know if something is a lie. The real trick of it is to figure out why.
Natasha Lyonne is Charlie Cale.
It wasn't an accident. I think there's been a murder.
You watch too much Dateline.
A new 10-part mystery series.
Wolves on my fender. I gotta keep moving. I have been kind of a death magnet.
Poker Face, streaming now only on Peacock.
Everyone knows time is money, so don't wait weeks for the IRS to send out your tax refund. Go to Jackson Hewitt instead for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee tax refund advance loan. With up to $3,500, you could bring home the bacon and bring it home today. Money now instead of later? That's worth its weight in gold. Don't wait weeks for your refund. Go to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
In 1848, James Marshall discovered gold at Sutter's Mill. And in 3 years, a multicultural migration grew a sleepy trading post of 800 to a city of over 250,000. These were the first dreamers, innovators, builders, and inventors that defined San Francisco. The San Francisco Historical Society exists to uncover, preserve, and present in engaging ways the colorful and diverse history of our city from its earliest days to the present. As a member, you'll receive The Argonaut, an award-winning publication that has provided in-depth historical accounts for over 30 years. And The Panorama, a quarterly newsletter covering ongoing activities and historical presentations. Go to sfhistory.org and discover the San Francisco Historical Society, giving our history a great future. Become a member today.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
This is how we roll.
This is how we roll.
You guys ready to talk some ball today?
We roll in the mornings.
Thank God they're doing what they're doing.
That's what gets you up every morning.
Well, singing down everything on the radio.
We roll in the afternoons.
I am at your service.
That's natural.
We roll into late nights.
We're like a wolf howling at the moon.
You know how we roll. We roll like this. On Fox Sports Radio, the premier sports lineup in the nation. FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1. This is Fox Red Zone Radio, and we've got the plays that you may have missed.
Johnson under center. On second down, Johnson fakes. He's back. Reddick's got him again. Another sack for Reddick down to the 10-yard line.
Now, back live to the studios of Fox Sports Radio. This is Fox Red Zone Radio.
All right, so that's 94 WIP Eagles Radio Network. That was the sack of Johnson after he came in to replace Brock Purdy, who got hurt earlier in this game. Eagles lead this one by a score of 7-0. You're listening to Fox Sports Red Zone Radio. We are live from the TireRack.com studios. And, wow, okay. So the Eagles punted here. And the Eagles are getting called for a lot of penalties here. So there was an illegal use of hands.
Yeah, listen, I think a little bit. We're starting to see the officials called a little tighter for the Eagles because of that Devontae Smith reception.
Which was a big one if you missed it. 29-yard, spectacular one-handed reception that after several views long after the Eagles had actually got the ball in the end zone, the ball clearly hit the ground. It should have been ruled incomplete.
Yeah, I think it absolutely should have been. Yeah, I mean, look, can the 49ers put together a drive now that, look, they've faced two major injuries, and we'll see about Nick Bosa, but Purdy out, questionable for return.
Now, he's warming up on the sidelines. We just came to the end of the first quarter, so after that penalty, the 49ers had a first down at midfield after a 9-yard pass play. Josh Johnson again in at quarterback. But right now, Purdy is trying to warm up on the sidelines.
Yeah. He's throwing the ball on the sideline. He hasn't left the field. Look, what's odd about this is you could be too injured to throw a football or to throw a football accurately or to throw a football with any sort of pace on it and look healthy. Because, if he sprained a ligament in his elbow and they determined, hey, listen, and he has numbness in his fingers or whatever's going on with him right now, and they determine, hey, Josh Johnson gives us the best chance to win this football game right now, well, then that's what it has to be. We'll see if he can get back in the game. Maybe it's just he got a nerve banged into or something like that. We'll find out. But, yeah, this is bad news because Fred Warner out defensively, Brock Purdy out offensively, and then we saw Nick Bosa get banged up. He was being tended to on the sideline. Rough start for the 49ers.
I'm reading a lot on what's going on Twitter right now, the response on Brock Purdy's injury, this one. I just read the script. Brock Purdy is coming back in and will lead the 49ers to a win, just adding to his legend.
There you have it.
Another one said, LMAO, Brock Purdy's nervous to go back in.
I don't know if that's the case. If there's one thing you could say about Brock Purdy, he seems otherworldly composed for a rookie quarterback. I don't know if he's the most talented quarterback in the league. As a matter of fact, I know he isn't. I don't know if he's going to be a good starting quarterback after this season. He certainly was serviceable when the 49ers had to go to their third string guy off the bench. And maybe better than that, because let's face it, he's done some things in games where he gives you those wow moments, like, wow, that was a really accurate pass down the sideline in a moment there where they really needed that third down conversion. He's done those things. So, but I will say this, the best thing about him is how mature he seems to be. So if he can get back in this game, he'll be back in this game. He's not scared.
Somebody said this, the Brock Purdy Linsanity run is over, sadly. A lot of people think he's just like Jeremy Lin. A couple of weeks, he's the hottest ticket out there. Actually, isn't that a Brian Noe? Doesn't our man Brian Noe use that analogy of...
Yeah, he called it Linsanity, which is a great pull, and there is a little bit of that going on here. Like, if we're just talking about talent, is Brock Purdy one of the top tier talents in the NFL? Say best 10 quarterbacks? No, he's not in that conversation. Is he better than Jimmy Garoppolo? Is he better than Kirk Cousins? Is he better than Dak Prescott? So if he isn't, is he even a second tier quarterback? We do this with every quarterback, regardless of how long they've been playing the position, how many starts they have under their belt. We'll see if Brock Purdy ends up being one of the better quarterbacks in the league, or if this was sort of a flash in the pan like Jeremy Lin with the Knicks.
You realize what we're watching here, guys. We're watching a team battle for a ticket to the Super Bowl, and they're on their fourth quarterback this year.
That is correct.
This is their fourth quarterback. You had Trey Lance, you had Jimmy Garoppolo, you had Brock Purdy, and now we're watching Josh Johnson. What if Josh Johnson wins this game today? What if he plays Brock Purdy like today and leads them to victory? Is he in the mix for a chance to be the starting quarterback of the 49ers? How does that work?
No, probably not. But I will say this. You may be able to trade Josh Johnson if he's under contract next season. I have no idea what his contract looks like. And if he's a free agent this offseason, he may make himself a boatload of money if he can save this season for the 49ers.
Well, you and I know Josh Johnson from his days at USD.
That's right.
And he's had quite an odyssey, obviously, to get to this point. So he's trying to take advantage right now, and he's got the 49ers in Eagles territory. I'm not quite sure what I just saw there. He was spiking the ball as he was getting sacked. Did they rule a sack there, or what's the ruling? But he had to get rid of the ball. But once again, 49ers are in Eagles territory. They keep replaying the Devontae Smith, as it turned out, non-catch. Every replay clearly shows that ball hit the ground. He was credited with a 29-yard reception that led to the Eagles' one score in this game. And that's where we sit right now. 7-0 Eagles, inside 14 minutes to go right now in the first half. We got a second down situation for the 49ers. And that's what you hate. You hate when an official's call or non-call is going to be replayed over and over again until, especially if this game comes down to a one-score game.
Yeah, listen, Josh Johnson just nearly threw an interception on that last pass. So I don't know. This game has gone completely sideways for the San Francisco 49ers. I mean, look, nobody expected this. You can't predict injuries, but that's where we're at as the second quarter's underway.
Well, Iowa Sam openly rooting against Josh Johnson. He wants Brock Purdy back in. Keep it here. This is Fox Sports Red Zone Radio.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox. Time for new tires? Trust the experts at TireRack.com. They've been crushing it for over 40 years. Go to TireRack.com/sports. Tell them what you drive. Try their easy-to-use tire decision guide. They'll show you the right tires for how, what, and where you drive. They've got the full line of hand-cooked tires, test results, tire ratings, and consumer reviews. Fast free shipping and free road hazard protection. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Bridgewater, the hit fiction podcast, is back. A supernatural thriller presented in immersive 3D binaural audio.
The Bridgewater Triangle. There is some kind of mystical force in this region that attracts monsters and paranormal activity.
There's something beyond our understanding going on here?
Starring Supernatural's Misha Collins, The Walking Dead's Melissa Ponzio, and Rogue One's Alan Tudyk. Written by Lauren Shippen and created by me, Aaron Mahnke. Listen to Bridgewater wherever you get your podcasts.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Now that we have started a new year, think about ways you can help the environment. First, make the switch to green soaps and personal products, and green cleaning products for the sink and shower. Use towels made from materials like organic cotton. And finally, make the switch to LED lights, which can last for many years and use very little power. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see Signature Kitchen Suite's full line of luxury built-in appliances, including the first Pro range on the market with built-in sous vide, induction, and gas all on one cooktop. And now it's easier to build the kitchen of your dreams with the Dream Suite Savings Program with additional bonus rebates. You can see all of the Signature Kitchen Series appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
It's Thursday night and you're grabbing drinks with some friends. Started off with a pitcher for the table, which quickly becomes two. There's pool. And there's the photo booth.
All right, everybody squeeze in. Say cheese.
Followed naturally by an order of wings. And another.
Can we get some extra ranch sauce?
Then there's the ceremonial nightcap.
So what are we doing this weekend?
And lastly, it's back to the car, which, if you're buzzed, could be the most expensive night of your life. Getting pulled over for buzzed driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzzed driving, because buzzed driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Knox. Blowtorch. Elevating your mornings. It's two pros and a cup of Joe.
We do a radio show.
Weekdays at 6 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Pacific. Stop it, dude. On Fox Sports Radio. The most fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken.
Wow.
You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station.
And here's what you need to know.
The NFC Championship game is underway on Fox, and the Eagles have scored first thanks to a rushing touchdown by Miles Sanders. So early in the second quarter, Philadelphia is beating San Francisco 7-0. Jalen Hurts has completed 8 of 12 passes for 71 yards for Philadelphia. Brock Purdy for the 49ers is actually questionable to return with a right elbow injury. Josh Johnson is now in at quarterback. In other NFL news, the Dolphins have a new defensive coordinator, Vic Fangio. He has a 3-year deal with a 4th-year team option. This deal makes him the NFL's highest paid coordinator. Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert has undergone surgery to repair a torn labrum in his left shoulder, but he's expected to be cleared for off-season activities. In the NBA, the Hornets came back from behind to beat the Miami Heat 122-117. I'm Monty Bolaños.
This is Fox Sports Red Zone Radio.
Come on, man, wake up!
The plays.
An amazing touchdown catch!
The hits. Your teams, your game.
We ain't taking it easy on nobody.
It's all broken down right here.
Come on, fit in there!
Fox Sports Red Zone Radio is now.
All right, let's go.
Live from the TireRack.com studios of Fox Sports Radio. Here's Steve Hartman and 6-year NFL veteran Rich Ornberger.
Rolling along on a day in which two teams are going to punch their ticket to the Super Bowl. This is Fox Sports Red Zone Radio. We're broadcasting live from the TireRack.com studios. TireRack.com, we're going to help get you there. An unmatched selection, fast-free shipping, free road hazard protection, over 10,000 recommended installers. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be. This NFC Championship game has gotten more interesting by the second. So here's where we stand right now. 11:15 to go in the first half. Eagles lead by a score of 7-0. The big play that set up the Eagles' touchdown should never have happened. It was a rule to catch by Devontae Smith, but after several reviews, it was clear the ball hit the ground, so that catch should never have actually happened. Meanwhile, Brock Purdy goes out with an injury for the 49ers, but this 49er defense, Rich, has come up big, and they have forced a punt by the Eagles. They were backed up. Jalen Hurts narrowly avoiding getting sacked by Nick Bosa in the end zone for his safety. So the 49ers, despite the fact that Brock Purdy is out, Josh Johnson has been under siege since he came in at quarterback, but they're very much in this game because their defense is stepping up big right now.
Oh, this has been the whole show has been their defense. They're getting nothing done offensively. And I think Nick Bosa, whatever is bugging him, he's still grimacing as the cameras found some close-ups on him leaving the football field after that series. Fred Warner's back on the field for the 49ers, so we don't know the extent of those injuries. But you got guys playing through some stuff right now defensively to keep stars on the field for the 49ers and to keep the wheels on the bus right now, because it looked like within the first 20 plays of this game, 3 of the most impactful players for the 49ers may not finish it. So far, it only looks like they're in jeopardy of losing Brock Purdy for the day.
Well, our under pick is looking really good now. All right, let's get back to the 49ers. So Josh Johnson, his last 2 pass attempts, I mean, he's getting racked. I mean, it just seems like the Philadelphia front, and they're bringing everybody. The 49ers just can't keep him off their quarterback. I mean, Purdy's already been knocked out. We don't know about his status. Josh Johnson is under siege. So what do you do offensively of the 49ers to slow down in any way that Eagle defensive front?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to have any level of success here, you're going to need to major in the short pass game. You're going to have to stuff the ball up there. You're going to have to get the ball out to the sidelines. You're going to have to get this defense tired by going on the screen game, which they do, and they get a big play out of Christian McCaffrey.
Almost a first down. Nice play.
Near a first down.
But he had a little time there. See, Johnson had enough time to set up that screen.
Well, it's not about that. You don't have to block him for very long on a screen.
Right.
So you don't need time on a screen. You're inviting the rush upfield because it clears the first level of the defense.
Isn't that the 49er offense, though? I mean, with a Deebo Samuel, with a Christian McCaffrey, a Kittle, you don't. I mean, you just get rid of the ball quickly. Let those guys do all the work.
Well, they can, obviously, and that's what they're going to get to here. Clearly, Kyle Shanahan's going to keep this game closer to the line of scrimmage. But they do have a vertical game, and actually, oddly, with Brock Purdy, they were able to run their vertical game too. That was one of the more fascinating things about Brock Purdy is if you looked at his air yards, how long the ball travels in the air before it's caught by receivers. He was one of the most efficient quarterbacks in those categories because Kyle Shanahan wasn't afraid for him to find his playmakers deeper down the sidelines on certain plays. So there is a vertical aspect to this 49ers offense, but I can promise you they are going to try to keep this game closer to the line of scrimmage with Josh Johnson in there at quarterback.
And they did it again. Another pass over the middle to McCaffrey for a first down. Here's the thing about having your 4th quarterback in, and Josh Johnson, who, by the way, is a veteran quarterback. He's been everywhere. Offensively, you're looking at each other like, hey, we could do it with anybody in this offense. I mean, you get a sense there's a trust in Josh Johnson.
Yeah.
Again, he's replacing a guy that came out of nowhere to get them where they are. So I think as, Josh Johnson sort of settles into this game, and right now we're seeing it on this drive as they're now inside the 25-yard line. It's only going to pick up the confidence of this entire offense.
Well, I mean, let's explain it from this standpoint. Look, when you're a backup quarterback, the expectation is you need to work with the first team offense in order to be ready just in case the starter goes down. So the same way Brock Purdy was getting reps with the starters when Jimmy Garoppolo was the starting quarterback and Trey Lance had gone down, is the same way Josh Johnson was getting reps with the starters. Obviously not as many reps as Brock Purdy when he was the starting quarterback, but he was getting reps with the starters at different times during during the course of practice. And so this isn't the first time he's thrown passes to, Christian McCaffrey. It's not the first time he's thrown passes to Brandon Ayuk or George Kittle or Deebo Samuel. He's worked with these guys at practice, and he's done so for the past 2 months while Brock Purdy has been manning the ship at starting quarterback. So, yeah, there is some trust here. Now, this defense, this pass rush is ferocious from the Philadelphia Eagles. So they're going to need to keep him upright, and they're going to need to get the ball out of his hands quickly if they're going to survive this game. But so far on this drive, it's looking like they're settling in a little bit.
All right, so first down right now for the 49ers as they are in Philadelphia territory at the 23-yard line. A little play action here, and Johnson has to throw the ball away. We talk about Kyle Shanahan, right? And he gets a lot of respect as an offensive mind. What greater test for a coach than having to go through a multitude of quarterbacks and somehow keeping the offense upright? If the 49ers ultimately win this game, if they were to win a Super Bowl, who knows? You were talking earlier about Jimmy Garoppolo practicing. The 49ers somehow win this game. Is Garoppolo the starting quarterback next week? Do you go back to a Brock Purdy? It's just so many question marks. Right now, Christian McCaffrey is in the end zone. Touchdown 49ers. Woof! He just ran over half of the Eagles to get into the end zone.
Well, yeah, he is so dynamic with the ball in his hands. That was just an off-tackle run play that would have been good for maybe 5 yards, but he broke a tackle at the line of scrimmage. It looked like he was being upended 2 yards later. He was able to shake that tackler as well, and then there was nothing left behind it, and he was able to rumble for the additional 15 yards for the score. This is an incredible individual effort by Christian McCaffrey. The crackback block that was supposed to come in and help spring this run was missed up front, so he made, first contact with a safety who was trying to dive at his legs, and he was able to leap over him to get in for the score. That was just an unbelievable individual effort by Christian McCaffrey.
Boy, I tell you, we knew he could, if he could stay healthy. Remember, he's had injuries the last few years with the Panthers. Could he stay healthy? What kind of dynamic does he bring to an already loaded offense? We have seen it in full force. Christian McCaffrey so far in this game, 7 carries, 55 yards. That's about 8 yards a carry and a touchdown. He also has 2 receptions for 18 yards. So just like that, we got 8.5 minutes to go in the half, and the Eagles and 49ers are tied at 7. So let's get back to the Eagles right now, right? That first drive, let's give credit to a one-handed catch by Devontae Smith. But over the last few drives, they have 8 yards rushing in this game. Miles Sanders has 5 carries for 12 yards. Since that 6-yard touchdown run, he has nothing. Jalen Hurts hasn't been able to run the ball effectively. What do the Eagles have to do right now to get their offense going again?
Well, they have to do what makes them special. They need to get Jalen Hurts loose. I was saying this about the Buffalo Bills last week against the Bengals. Whenever you're in a situation where you're like, hey, the offense is stalling a little bit, dial up a planned QB run. Because the same with Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts likes to run the football, and he gets a lot of confidence going when he runs the football successfully. So whatever your best 1st and 10 QB run play is, dial it up and run it here on the opening drive from scrimmage and get him loose. Get him out there, get his pads popping a little bit, and give him a little bit of an ego boost, and then, conduct your offense from there with the run-pass option game. Essentially threatening the defense like, hey, anytime we want, we can get Jalen Hurts the ball and he can hurt you. So you're going to have to respect that option in order to stop this offense.
All right, we got a timeout on the field, so we're going to come back and continue our coverage of this NFC Championship game, plus a look ahead to the AFC Championship matchup between the Chiefs and the Bengals. Keep it here. This is Fox Sports Red Zone Radio.
It's the NFL playoffs. From the AFC to the NFC. Only 4 teams remain. Bengals, Chiefs, Eagles, 49ers.
Shine bright like a diamond.
Jalen Hurts. Your NFL playoffs are covered right here on Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox. Time for new tires. Trust the experts at TireRack.com. They've been crushing it for over 40 years. Go to TireRack.com/sports. Tell them what you drive. Try their easy-to-use tire decision guide. They'll show you the right tires for how, what, and where you drive. They've got the full line of Sumitomo tires, test results, tire ratings, and consumer reviews. Fast free shipping and free road hazard protection. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Angie, you could cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need, indoor or outdoor, repair or redesign, and we handle the rest, sending a top pro to get it done. You don't have to lift a finger, except to tap the screen or click the mouse. Plus, Angie is free to use. So bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
Hello, this is Joe Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is a firm that practices family law exclusively. We focus on only one area of the law to maximize our strength and effectiveness as advocates for clients that have everything on the line: their homes, retirement, savings, and most importantly, their children. We're the partner our clients count on. If we can be of help to you, give us a call.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell San Francisco area attorneys. 951 Mariners Island Boulevard, Suite 300, San Mateo, California, 94404.
When you open up a Mercedes-Benz Sprinter van, you're unlocking potential. The potential to do your own thing. Be your own boss. Steer your own success. Blaze your own trail. Each and every Sprinter van built, designed, and equipped to let you hit the open road and take on any goal. To help you follow your passions, reawaken that spirit of adventure, check all of those big, bold, exciting experiences off your bucket list. Owning a Sprinter van lets you live, work, and play out your dreams wherever they take you. 16 body types, a choice of gas or diesel engine, thousands of ways to customize. It's capable and versatile enough to help drive your ambitions. And now you could win your own Mercedes-Benz Sprinter van customized by Gretsch RV by entering the Dan Patrick Show's Ultimate Fan Van Sweepstakes. To enter, get official rules, visit danpatrick.com for your chance to win the Sprinter van. So go ahead, now's the time. Unlock your potential inside a Mercedes-Benz Sprinter van.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands. Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
Bay Area! Me and Brocky Balboa are making our way to Philadelphia, courtesy of our friends at Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Don't miss taking them to school.
Quick move, good, decisive drive over Walker. Took him to school.
Every weekday morning after a Warriors game.
Shoots on the way, it's up and in.
Taking him to school.
Brought to you by Evergreen Valley College. Get free tuition at Evergreen Valley College when you enroll in 6 units. Enroll in 15 units for $1,500 towards textbooks. Apply today at evc.edu.
Wendy's knows cold and soggy fries are the worst.
So soggy.
That's why we're serving up hot and crispy fries all day, every day.
And all night until close.
With natural cut potatoes, sea salted to perfection.
Show me that potato skin.
Wendy's hot and crispy aren't like other fries. We're your dream fry. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's hot and crispy fries.
Guaranteed to be hot and crispy. If yours aren't, bring them back and we'll replace them.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Maller Show.
Come on, he's a magician.
Weeknights at 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Are you in?
On Fox Sports Radio. It's amazing.
Amazing.
The things that we do for you on a daily.
Let's go, walk.
From the mornings.
It's 2 pros and a cup of Joe, Fox Sports Radio.
Yeah. To the late nights.
They call me Moneyball Mallard. I'm in a different part of the galaxy.
Yeah. We never stop.
They know they can't stop it.
We're always on.
We do this on a daily basis.
And this amazing content is all for you on Fox Sports Radio. The most fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken.
Wow.
You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app. This is Fox Red Zone Radio, and we've got the plays that you may have missed.
Handoff, McCaffrey off the right side, jumps over Marcus Epps, still fighting, breaks a tackle, touchdown! CMC!
2-6 of dynamite on that one, baby!
Now, back live to the studios of Fox Sports Radio. This is Fox Red Zone Radio.
Well, that was KMBR, 49ers Radio Network. The McCaffrey run tying this game at 7, NFC title game. And by the way, that was our Progressive Play of the Day, brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. All right, so the Eagles have the ball right now. We're inside of 5 minutes to go in the first half. They went for it on a 4th and 1 play and got the first down. Rich, this idea of shoving somebody forward, are you okay with that? I mean, I know it's the rule and you're allowed to do it because now in these 4th and short situations, if you have a quarterback that can move the ball at all, you just put a couple of people right behind him. He gets the snap, and they just push him through for the first down. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. I mean, that's essentially what a run play looks like in a lot of situations where, you know, you have a running back run into the back of an offensive lineman, and then a pulling guard kind of helps push the running back through. It's just formationally set up to be that way, and it used to be illegal, and they've since either relaxed those rules or they don't call it anymore. It's no longer a rule in the game. I'm fine with it because, let's be honest, it extends drives, and offense is king in football. The reason why this game is more popular than it ever has been, or I should say one of the reasons why, is because they've opened up the rule book to make it easier to play offense in the NFL. It doesn't mean you can have a bad defense and win it all. No, you gotta be able to play defense as well. But it's definitely an easier game for the offense, and it's because it's more popular to see long offensive drives and give these quarterbacks and these offensive coordinators opportunities to work.
Welcome back. It is Fox Sports Red Zone Radio. We are live from the TireRack.com studio. So the Eagles are facing a 3rd and short right now. Jalen Hurts in this game is 11 of 17 for 87 yards, no touchdowns and a pick. The big stat for him is rushing the ball, 4 carries for -1 yards. He has not been able to get anything going as far as the running game is concerned. By the way, Bo Benson, one of our esteemed producers here at Fox Sports Radio, who is a diehard Eagles fan, told me that if the Eagles were to lose this game, that Nick Sirianni should be fired immediately.
Yeah,
fired. I mean, you lose to a team on their fourth, string quarterback at home. He has made it clear Sirianni should be shown the door if they lose this game.
Well, these are the same Eagles fans who are clamoring for Andy Reid to get ousted when he was the head coach of a 500 football team, and he went to Kansas City and completely rebuilt the Chiefs into what they've become today, which inarguably is a dynasty in its own right. I mean, since he's taken over for the Chiefs, they've been in the playoffs virtually every year.
Oh, wait, we just got finally a big run. Gainwell right there, Kenneth Gainwell. Huge run for the Eagles now. So they're in 49er territory. This is what we've been waiting for the Eagles. Where's our running game been, Rich?
Yeah, this is exactly right. And they're starting to expose the interior run here. That was just right off of the hip of Jason Kelsey, the center for the Philadelphia Eagles, who got up to the second level, got a key block. And this is what they do well. When the Eagles can run inside out, when they can hurt you inside of the tackles, and then spread the ball around from there, that's when they look unstoppable. So they're starting to play a little bully ball in this drive.
All right, we get the 2-minute warning right now. Again, this game is tied at 7, and the Eagles will have a first down at the 49ers' 24-yard line. So this is going to be interesting at halftime here for Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers. Again, we really don't know the extent of Brock Purdy's injury. Josh Johnson has held it together after a shaky start. The key here, obviously, is McCaffrey just breaking off an unbelievable touchdown run for 23 yards. What do you do? I mean, would you dare bring Purdy back if he's not 100%? Do you stay with a Josh Johnson? We don't know what's going to happen on this Eagles drive, but they're in a position now to at least put points on the board. How would you evaluate the Purdy situation if it's the kind of injury where, okay, he's not 100%, but he could come back in?
No. Leave him on the sideline. I mean, unless he can prove through warm-ups that, he can throw the ball effectively and accurately, I would prefer a 100% fresh Josh Johnson, who's had a drive now to build some confidence before the half, over, I don't know, what percentage point are we at? Is it 75% on the other side of halftime? Is it 65%? I mean, if Brock Purdy is too hurt to play in the NFC Championship game, right? If he's on the sideline for 2 offensive series after leading this team there, after, an 8-0 or 9-0 start to a season, then no. Yeah, he can't play the rest of this game. Josh Johnson needs to finish this game.
I got to say, Josh Johnson, I'm going to give you a rundown of his career since being a 5th-round draft pick in the NFL back in 2008. He's played for, in order, Buccaneers, 49ers, the Sacramento Mountain Lions, the Cleveland Browns, the Cincinnati Bengals, the 49ers, the Bengals, the Jets, the Colts, the Bills, the Ravens, the Giants, Texans, Raiders, Redskins, San Diego Fleet, that was your team, the Lions, the Wildcats, 49ers, Jets, Ravens, Broncos, and back to the 49ers.
Yeah,
I'm not making this up.
This out. Yeah.
This is his, he's 36 years old. And right now, he's controlling a team that's trying to get to the Super Bowl.
That's correct. He played for University of San Diego during the Harbaugh years.
Correct. When Jim Harbaugh was the coach, his first coaching job at USD, the Toreros, his quarterback, and he was a great quarterback, by the way, was Josh Johnson.
That is correct.
Bring back memories of the San Diego Fleet.
Yeah, I was on the broadcast team for the San Diego Fleet.
Don't underscore you're in the Alliance of American Football Broadcast Hall of Fame.
That's right. The Alliance of American Football was an ill-fated spring professional league that Josh Johnson was a first-round draft pick in back in, what was that, 2019? 2019. Yeah, and it only lasted 8 games, but those were 8 spectacular games. And it really did launch him. Like all these spring pro leagues do, it really did kind of restart his NFL career. He launched back into the league. I believe he signed with Washington after that, if I'm remembering correctly. Mm-hmm. And it was off to the races being a backup again on pro teams at the NFL level. So there is room for spring football from the standpoint of talent can sort of get revisited. And now, after all of that, he's on the field representing a team who could go to the Super Bowl.
You mentioned his Alliance American Football. The next year, he was in the XFL with the L.A. Wildcats, and he was the passing rating leader in the XFL.
So there you go.
So he can bury leagues. But right now, at least for the moment, he's going to be the man that has to figure out a way of leading the 49ers to the Super Bowl. All right, so the Eagles right now have the ball. They are at the 23-yard line. They're at a 1st and 10, or excuse me, they're at the 18-yard line right now. And they have resorted to the run, and it's working a little bit better inside the 15-yard line right now. So at the very least, the Eagles are putting themselves in a position to get a field goal here. How is Jalen Hurts look to you in this game?
Jalen Hurts looks to me like what Jalen Hurts kind of typically does at different portions of every game he's ever played in. I mean, these are kind of the moments where you go, he hasn't really done anything spectacular yet.
Touchdown, right? Eagles!
There you go.
There it is. Sanders again. They're working that left side right now. Miles Sanders, untouched, sails into the end zone, and the Eagles retake the lead.
That was the same exact play, by the way, that they ran with Gainwell to get that huge gashing run to get them down inside the red zone earlier.
Now,
they pulled
let's
Jason
look at the line
Kelly,
play.
The center, around. Go ahead.
Now, Kelsey, obviously the best in the biz at that center position, but untouched. I mean, what's happening there? What happened?
So you got a down block from the left guard. You got an out block from the left tackle, and Kelsey wraps around to just take out the front side linebackers. So it's 3-on-3, right? That's easy math. If you look at it, it's just a weak side single back run. So the 49ers going with a light box because they're fearing the pass in the low red zone. They say to themselves, okay, well, we can stop the weak side run with just these three guys. Well, the Philadelphia Eagles earlier in the drive exposed that with Gainwell, and then they didn't fix the problem. They ran the same exact defense against the same exact offense later in the drive, and the Eagles dialed up the same play with a different running back in the backfield, and Miles Sanders trots in for 6.
Are we going to see two Kelseys? Is this a lock, right? Two Kelseys in the Hall of Fame someday, the brothers? I don't think there's any question, right?
Yeah, I think Jason Kelce, for what he's already accomplished as a offensive lineman in this league, and Travis Kelce is a shoo-in to be a first ballot guy. I mean, he's just smashing tight end receiving records. So yeah, both of them are in the Hall of Fame if you're asking me.
By the way, Jason Kelce was a 6th round pick.
Got to ask you this question because you're the Hall of Famer, or I should say the Hall of Fame whiz. Are there any sets of brothers in the Hall of Fame?
Brothers in the Hall of Fame. I know there's father's sons in the Hall of Fame, but off the top of my head, no. I mean, I'll tell you the brothers it should be.
Okay.
Because Shannon Sharp's in the Hall of Fame. I still don't know
why Sterling isn't.
Why Sterling is not. I mean, to me, he's in the same category with the Terrell Davises and, guys that had dominant careers over a short amount of time. To me, he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Should have been in the Hall of Fame a long time ago and is still not. But, no.
But yeah, so this could be the first time ever then.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, all right, let's find out a little timeout on the field right now after the Eagles take the lead. Let's find out what's trending right now. Monty is back. All right, so Monty, were there more people around the building? And there's literally thousands of people that work in this building.
I know, I should have gone onto the streets and asked.
Was there a majority between the Eagles 49ers?
It was majority Eagles.
Majority Eagles.
Majority
All right.
Eagles,
Yeah,
but not by a lot, but it was majority Eagles.
Yes.
And what's trending right now is #rigged. There's a lot of people upset saying that this is rigged. A lot of calls that people are not happy with, from the Devontae Smith catch and somebody saying that Miles Sanders was not good during the season, and here he is doing this. It's totally rigged. So right now, #rigged is trending. And it also ties into the Lakers last night because LeBron James was fouled on that last play against the Celtics. Yes, he was, and they didn't call it. They went to overtime. The Lakers lost. So all of that is connected right now. But hashtag rigged in sports is trending. People are not happy. The Eagles are beating the 49ers 14-7. About 90 seconds to go in the game. Brock Purdy is on the sideline. It looks like he's got something on his elbow, whether it's cooling his elbow, warming it up, I don't know. But he seems to still be there with his helmet. We may see him in the second half, but who knows? There has been no official announcement yet. Josh Johnson is still in the game for the 49ers. In NBA news, to no one's surprise, the Clippers have announced that they're going to play without Kawhi Leonard and Paul George today against the Cavs. No surprise there. Back to you guys.
All right, Monty, I've been looking at this question that Rich had about brothers. The Matthews brothers, close. Bruce Matthews, obviously in the Hall of Fame. His brother Clay, who played forever at linebacker, had been a finalist, but is not in the Hall of Fame. Eventually, the Mannings. Peyton's in, obviously. Is Eli going to make the Hall of Fame? I mentioned the Sharp brothers. I think they should already be the first. But no, there is no brother duo currently, but there could be several brother duos eventually in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. All right, so after the Eagles score, the 49ers have the ball at their own 25-yard line. Always dangerous. Deebo Samuel in the open field. He almost got off to the races after breaking a tackle. All right, first down your own 36. The one thing you don't want to do here if you're the 49ers is some kind of unsightly turn. And just like that, Josh Johnson fumbles the ball.
Unbelievable.
As I am literally speaking.
You couldn't get the words out of your mouth.
I said the one thing you can't do right now is turn the ball over. I thought initially he fell on his own fumble, and they are ruling it to the Eagles.
Yeah, that's Eagles ball. That got away from Josh Johnson as he tried to dive for it. So it was a snap that hit him in the hands from the center in shotgun, and they were hurrying to the line of scrimmage to get this play ran.
Looks like Reddick actually fell on the ball, so this was just a snap right to him, and he just dropped the ball.
Wow.
I literally could not get the words out. I was just saying, and the ball got kicked. As he was trying to dive on the ball, it got kicked away from him.
Oh, you can't let this happen. I mean, this snap was perfect.
Yes.
The center got it right to chest height. It was right on his hands, and he just never corralled it. And Hassan Reddick, when he was rushing from the left side of the defensive formation, got over the right tackle and was able to dive for the football and pull it away from Josh Johnson's hands.
Yeah, dare say that Hassan Reddick has been the MVP of this first half.
Yes.
Couple of sacks, knocks out a quarterback. I mean, he has been dominant in this game and now recovers that fumble. So the Eagles now have the ball and plenty of time here. We got a minute to go in the first half. Eagles already leading this game by a score of 14-7. They're at the 25-yard line with a 2nd and 5 situation. And again, we got to get back to halftime decision here as far as the 49ers and the quarterback position. I mean, is Brock Purdy capable of coming back? Is this on Josh Johnson? Certainly that last play was. I don't know. How do you regroup here?
I mean, you got to stick with Josh Johnson because Brock Purdy's unhealthy. I said it earlier. I'll say it again. I mean, if Brock Purdy is too unhealthy to play in the NFC Championship game through almost the entirety of the first half, he's too injured to play. And if he's not, and he's capable of coming back in, do you really want him on the field? I mean, if he wasn't too hurt, to finish the half, and he just decided to stay on the sideline, no, it's got to be Josh. It's got to be Josh Johnson. And listen, I'm not even assuming that Brock Purdy isn't hurt. We may find out that he could have torn a ligament today. We don't know yet, but yeah, something serious happened to Brock Purdy that's keeping him off the field. Otherwise, he'd be out there. So the Niners need to figure out how to win with Josh Johnson as their quarterback in the second half.
Well, they're not going to win with plays like that. They just, Boston Scott came in and ran the ball for a loss. And there was a face mask penalty against the 49ers on the run. So we're down to 21 seconds to go in the first half, and the Eagles have the ball 1st and goal right now against this 49ers defense that is just trying to hold this thing together as best they can. They're at the 10-yard line right now with 21 seconds to go. in the first half. But the one thing the Eagles have been suddenly able to do on the last couple of drives is run the ball effectively. And when you got the lead and you can run the ball, that's a formula for success. And the Eagles are in the end zone again. Touchdown, Philadelphia. Scott gets in. Boston Scott.
Unbelievable. So again, with the run game, they've been pounding it up inside. And so the Niners sold out to get to close down the run lanes inside, and Boston Scott bounces it, and it's a race to the pylon, and he wins. And this is what happens when you control the ground game. You control the game. And the Philadelphia Eagles unquestionably have controlled the ground game in this matchup. And Nick Bosa, I mean, he just collapsed. I mean, he's definitely favoring an injury on one of his legs. He just didn't look like himself. That was a completely unathletic maneuver to try to get back outside. And so the Philadelphia Eagles are now lining up for the 2-point attempt.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why they're going for a 2-point attempt, but the Eagles just called a timeout with 16 seconds to go in the half, leading this game by a score of 20-7. What would be the thinking here of going for a 2-point conversion?
I mean, what are we talking about? Going up, what would be the difference?
Well, you'd be either be up 15 or you're still 13 or 14. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I listen. Some of
first
these
half. I mean, not quite sure what
some of these decisions. I mean, just kick the field goal or the extra point, rather. In my opinion, I don't really.
I don't know. Sirianni was going crazy on the sidelines. The only thing I could guess was they wanted to sort of maybe catch the Niners napping because they are going to kick the extra point. So,
yeah, I didn't really get it. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so they're going to have the extra point attempt, and the attempt is good. So the Eagles lead 21-7, 16 seconds to go in the first half. All right, so you're Kyle Shanahan. You got your fourth-string quarterback in the game. Costly turnover just really made this a difficult uphill climb. What can you do? What do you say?
Well, listen, I mean, this is a 49ers team who has come back in second halves throughout the season with a backup quarterback. I mean, this isn't the first time they've trailed the game in 2 scores, like we know. A lead like that can evaporate real quick in the NFL these days, especially when you have explosive playmakers like Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle. They just need to compose themselves. And I think halftime might even help Josh Johnson. He may be able to calm down a little bit. He was just sort of foisted into action, from wearing his headset on the sideline. Now he knows, look, I'm the starting quarterback for this half. I need to play the best half of football I possibly can. So he gets an opportunity to recollect himself here in the locker room.
All right, 4 for 7, 38 yards. Those are the numbers for Josh Johnson. He's also been sacked a couple of times, so that would be a net 24 yards passing with Josh Johnson in the game. Earlier, Brock Purdy was 2 for 2, 19 yards and a sack. That sack, of course, resulted in an elbow injury, which is the reason that he's out of the game right now. Jalen Hurts, 13 of 19, 97 yards. Nothing spectacular, -1 yards rushing. But the real difference over the last couple of drives to the Eagles is their running game. They're getting that running game going after the 49ers did an effective job slowing it down. All right, we're going to come down to the halftime here. We're going to also get you ready for the game later on today between the Bengals and the Chiefs. Which team will emerge as the AFC champion? For all the answers, keep it right here. This is Fox Sports Red Zone Radio.
The big game is coming soon. And we will be there. Finish! We're not dropping which shows will be live from Glendale, Arizona. But just know, whoever goes, it'll be lit. We gotta have this one! Listen to our coverage right here on Fox Sports Radio.
Bridgewater, the hit fiction podcast, is back. A supernatural thriller presented in immersive 3D binaural audio.
The Bridgewater Triangle. There is some kind of mystical force in this region that attracts monsters and paranormal activity.
There's something beyond our understanding going on here?
Starring Supernatural's Misha Collins, The Walking Dead's Melissa Ponzio, and Rogue One's Alan Tudyk. Written by Lauren Shippen and created by me, Aaron Mahnke. Listen to Bridgewater wherever you get your podcasts.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage?
If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more. And you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-9336. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-444-9336. 800-444-9336.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Are you ready? Every pro is an MVP to us. As a Lowe's MVP's Rewards member, you can earn bonus points when you shop select products and brands. Then redeem them for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, e-gift cards, and more. Join today to become a member and start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any, subject to program terms while supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt US Kids, and the Ad Council.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Our weekends are always on fire with the biggest names.
I 100% agree with that.
From the games going down,
late flag,
to the breaking news you'll talk about next to the water cooler.
Oh my God.
Because who the has a water cooler anymore, let alone human interaction with other coworkers?
I said it. Go ahead. Put it in the newspapers over there.
It's the weekends.
Oh, yes.
And we have you covered on Fox Sports Radio. The most fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken.
Wow.
You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app. This is Fox Red Zone Radio, and we've got the plays that you may have missed.
Hurts gives it off against Sanders. 5 into the end zone. Miles Sanders scored his second touchdown of the game and the second of his career in the postseason. Johnson is throwing. He fumbles the snap, goes down and gets it. That could have been a disaster. I think he got it. Now the Eagles say they have. Let's see. If they do. They do. Oh, my. They go to Scott. Tries to sweep. He's at the 5. He pushes forward. He is in for the touchdown. Boston Scott. Good block by Devontae Smith.
Now, back live to the studios of Fox Sports Radio. This is Fox Red Zone Radio.
All right, so that was 94 WIP Eagles Radio Network, a series of events that led to where we are now at halftime. Eagles lead the 49ers by a score of 21-7. Welcome back. This is Fox Sports Red Zone Radio. We are live from the TireRack.com studios. Want to thank the guys today, starting with Iowa Sam, who, of course, had the by the way, has anyone picked up on your conspiracy theory about Stetson Bennett? And
no, that was we debunked that on the air.
Okay, so that was
dissected and debunked that on the air.
He was convinced that
very
it was
entertaining
conspiracy
though, wasn't it?
by TCU fans
/ Dallas
when he was banging on doors drunk at 6 a.m. in the morning.
Can't believe that didn't take off.
He tried. Monty Bolaños, of course, doing a brilliant job, as she always does, giving us everything happening, updated to the second around the sports world. And, of course, Ryan, who keeps Sam fed.
Yeah.
Is basically, right? Is that part of your job description here, Ryan? Is an executive producer here at Fox Sports Radio?
I supplied, but he supplied the payment, so he actually fed me. So thank you, Sam. I really do appreciate it.
Look at that,
Yeah.
Sam. Wow.
Monty wasn't supposed to know that.
Yeah. Well, they offered me. You were very generous in your offer to me.
Yes.
You did not offer Monty?
Well, Monty I didn't pay for Monty, so that's all. That's
what happened here?
Wait,
I tried to bribe Ryan to go to get the sandwiches, so I was like, "I'll pay for yours if you go."
So
pick
you
them up.
told Monty you were going to get.
Yeah, I just didn't want to pay for everybody's sandwiches. That's all.
Oh, I see what happened.
Yeah.
Here.
Sam,
I see what
next time
happened
I
here.
won't thank you on the air. Apparently that put you in a weird position.
So compromising position.
By the way, she just stormed out of her studio and she's
I can't
leaving.
believe that. Yeah, she. I mean, if I were her, I'd hit you with
Monty.
I'd hit you with the
She
foot
left
long.
the building now.
I would hit you right upside your head with a foot long sandwich.
Did she get a veggie? I would imagine.
Did she get the
stack of
danger
cheese?
witch?
She did. She got the
Danger Witch
Well,
sans meat.
Danger Witch.
Get the
Danger Witch.
But watch out, it's spicy.
Very, very good. All right, so halftime now. Eagles lead the 49ers by a score of 21-7. Running game is even. Eagles have 69 yards on the ground. The 49ers have 61. The big difference in this game right now is simply this. Time of possession, 19 minutes for the Eagles, just 11 for the 49ers. Also, the 49ers have been flagged for 6 penalties, and they have a couple of turnovers. So, and both those turnovers led to scores. So, yeah, it's actually, I'm sorry, the first turnover did not, but the second one did. So, we're going to see if the 49ers can come up with anything here in the second half, down several men. Let's get to the game later on today, Rich, though, between the Bengals and the 49ers. We talked a lot about this game early on in the show today. Everyone's, Burrowhead Stadium, the Cincinnati Mayor's talking crap right now. Who's your daddy, so to speak. This is a Chiefs team again, and I said this earlier. I mean, they can't lose this game. You can't lose back-to-back home games in the AFC Championship to the Bengals. I mean, the Chiefs are a better team man for man than the Bengals are. I'm fully convinced of that. Andy Reid, Hall of Fame coach, a lot of pressure on the Chiefs today. I mean, you and I are both picking the Chiefs in this game.
Well, hang on.
But let me ask you
how
does this play out?
You said Andy Reid, Hall of Fame coach in an inquisitive way. Are you questioning whether he's a Hall of Fame coach?
No. He's a Hall of Fame coach. No, I mean, his resume, but again, he's 3-6 in conference championship games.
Sure.
This is the 18th time that he has taken a team to the playoffs. He's won 1 Super Bowl.
I'll say this about getting to the playoffs and then about winning in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I don't think people understand how difficult all of this is. Like truly how lucky and organized and talented and cohesive a team has to be to get to the NFL postseason. And then to win enough games to compete for a Super Bowl or even an AFC or NFC championship game, it's just insane. The fact that Andy Reid has represented as a head coach in this league 5 times the AFC champion, or I should say an entrant into the AFC championship game 5 times in a row is just ridiculous. So I get what you're saying. It feels like a game they can't lose, but I'm telling you, even if they do, the Chiefs are good enough, talented enough to get right back there next season. Because who are you worried about? I mean, the Chargers, I guess they're on the come, but that's a team that just always seems to screw things up at the end of a season. The Raiders, I mean, depending on who their quarterback is, they're trading Derek Carr, we'll see. The Denver Broncos looked absolutely dreadful last year, and they still haven't named their next head coach. So I get it. I know what you're saying. And then saying all that is sort of undervaluing how difficult it is for what the Chiefs have been able to do playing the top of the NFL schedules, because every year they're given, it's a Herculean task for them to get through their schedule because they have, an insanely difficult strength of schedule and they get right back there. So yeah, I have a lot of faith in the Chiefs today, but even if they lose today to the Bengals, I still have a lot of faith in the Chiefs as a franchise to get right back into this spot next year.
Well, 5 straight appearances in the AFC Championship game is impressive, but they still have a ways to go. Believe it or not, the Patriots were in the AFC Championship game 8 straight years from 2011 to 2018. 8 straight years in the conference champion. That is really unbelievable. But so a ways to go. We'll see how that game plays out. As far as Joe Burrow, though, is concerned, if he were to, his star power is already immense. Where does Joe Burrow's star power go if he actually led the Bengals to their first ever Super Bowl championship?
Oh, look, as it stands right now,
is he a bigger star than Mahomes if he does that?
No, I don't think so, because would you put Patrick Mahomes in the Hall of Fame today if he decided to retire? The answer
most
is
likely, yes.
5
straight appearances in the conference championship game. Oh yeah.
Would you do that with Joe Burrow? The answer is definitely no.
Not yet. No.
So even if you won a Super Bowl, it's just too short of a sample size. Even though it would be a short sample size, you could make the argument for Mahomes. You couldn't make it with Joe Burrow. So does he surpass him as a superstar in this league? No. But what I will say is Joe Burrow might be the most composed and cool and confident quarterback we've ever seen since Joe Namath. He is otherworldly in terms of his confidence in himself.
Has Brock Purdy started his final game as a 49er quarterback?
It is very, very possible.
Very possible. For much more, keep it here. This is Fox Sports Red Zone Radio.
We are Fox Sports.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. Looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Every pro is an MVP to us. As a Lowe's MVP's rewards member, you can earn bonus points when you shop select products and brands. Then redeem them for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, e-gift cards, and more. Join today to become a member and start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/MVPs bonus points for details.
Hey Niner fans, George Kittle here with a pro tip for making the best play on your eyewear. Visit Zenni.com, the official eyewear of the 49ers. Zenni has changed the game for you, finally making prescription glasses affordable for everyone. At Zenni, you can find over 3,000 frames with unbelievable prices. Look for the Kittles collection so you can rock our styles every day too. So visit Zenni.com, start shopping from home using their virtual try-on, and change your eyewear game forever.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code FRIEND at checkout. That's harrys.com, code FRIEND. Enjoy.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt US Kids, and the Ad Council.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
It's Rob Parker.
Hear me out, Chris Broussard.
And Chris Broussard.
That's what they call me.
And they're the odd couple.
Odd couple.
You can hear them right here.
Wow.
Just listen. Weekdays at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. FS1.
Please me, baby.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station.
And here's what you need to know.
The NFC Championship game continues on Fox between the San Francisco 49ers and the Philadelphia Eagles. The Eagles rushed for a pair of touchdowns in the final 2 minutes of the first half and are currently up 21-7 early in the third quarter. Niners still without Brock Purdy, and it looks like he will not be returning to the game with a right elbow injury. In at quarterback is Josh Johnson, who has completed 7 of 13 passes for 74 yards. Jalen Hurts of the Eagles has completed 13 of 19 passes passes for 97 yards. Later, we still have the AFC Championship game. Kickoff is set for 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time as the Bengals will take on the Chiefs. In other NFL news, Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert has undergone surgery to repair a torn labrum in his left shoulder, but he's expected to be cleared for off-season activities. In the NBA, the Clippers announced that they will be without Kawhi Leonard and Paul George for their game against the Cavs tonight. I'm Monty Bolaños.
Way to hit! Your Fox Sports Red Zone Radio rolls on.
Lock it. Choker from outside.
Recapping the early games and bringing you the hits and plays that are going down now.
Down the sideline, touchdown, 83 yards.
This is Fox Sports Red Zone Radio.
Hey,
Now, live from the TireRack.com studios of Fox Sports Radio, here's Dan Beyer and 6-year NFL veteran George Reister.
Things are changing by the second in the NFC Championship game, and it's getting worse by the second for the San Francisco 49ers. We will explain. Welcome in as we're broadcasting live from the TireRack.com studios. TireRack.com will help you get there. An unmatched selection, fast free shipping, free road hazard protection, and over 10,000 recommended installers. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be. Just a few moments ago, 49ers quarterback Josh Johnson, as you heard Monty say, replacing the injured Brock Purdy, actually had to come out of the game because of a concussion check. So what were the 49ers to do at quarterback? Well, Brock Purdy came into the game on a 3rd and 14 and just handed the ball off to Christian McCaffrey. This is, George, I've never seen a situation. We've talked about backup quarterbacks, and Case Keenum made a run with the Vikings, and I think we had an easy as 1, 2, 3, 4 talking about Jeff Hostetler and the run that he did. But to be where the 49ers are in the biggest game of the year in their quarterback situation, I don't remember anything close to this ever happening.
Oh man, Dan,
frustrated? Are you got a little angst there? What's the emotions
I
of George
don't want to be the guy I'm getting ready to be right now. I don't want to be the guy that I'm getting ready to be, because like I said it on like, if you go to the Fox Sports Radio Twitter page, Instagram, did you see what I said this week?
Is this about Brock Purdy?
Yes. Like the Brock Purdy hype, like it was too much. It was too much. It wouldn't matter if it, like, Josh Johnson equals Brock Purdy equals Jimmy G. They're the same guy. They're all the same person.
Really?
Yes, man. Like Kyle Shanahan's offense is so freaking good. It is innovative. It is excellent. And it was like any quarterback with accuracy and can make decent decisions. You don't even have to make the best decisions. Just make decent decisions and you're going to have a lot of success. And I'm not saying that Brock Purdy has no chance to be a really, really good quarterback in the league, because he may, but he was still in the Linsanity portion of his, of his game. And even in the last game against the Cowboys, he didn't do anything really. And today against Philadelphia, if he would have been in the game, the entire game, he would have gotten wrecked today. He would have, because this Philadelphia Eagles, this was the first time that Kyle Shanahan had run into a defense like this. We're talking about a team that had 70 sacks. That means you are going to be constantly under fire. And Brock Purdy was going to melt in this situation. And I don't blame him, because I'm a Brock Purdy fan. But I don't
sound like it.
No. I'm saying I don't like how he has been set up in this situation. Like the propping up of him so fast, comparing him to Tom Brady and all this stuff. He couldn't live up to that. It was just a way to tear him back down. And that's what I didn't want, because I want Brock Purdy. I want him to have a chance to be successful in the league. But people were acting like this dude was the second coming of Tom Brady, like he was doing something that was like he was playing well but you're also, the teams don't have the book on you yet and all of that. And as soon as they get the book on you, then that's when you find out if you're a good quarterback or not.
A.J. Brown just dropped a pass for the Eagles on 2nd and 7. We'll get to him in a little while. But I agree with you that I thought that the Brock Purdy hype and what he would mean to the 49ers in the future, and Brock Purdy is him. I agree with you on that wasn't reality. But I disagree with you in the fact of that today proved that, because I think today is actually proving that Brock Purdy does have extreme value to the San Francisco 49ers and maybe is a little bit more than just Kyle Shanahan's system. Like I agree with the system and who you've put in there, because I think that there is history in showing where Nick Mullins had a nice, little run there. It wasn't that long, but it was a couple of games. I remember them taking down the Raiders on a Thursday night game. CJ Beathard had value there. Jimmy Garoppolo had value there. And now Brock Purdy has found value there. And I would disagree to the point, because Josh Johnson has not been it. He has not come in, and the 49ers haven't missed a beat. Like that is
but Josh Johnson in the situation too, he was put in as a like he's a career backup guy, and he's playing against like the pass rush. Had they played against a different team, like just to get, like if this were just a playoff game and they were playing the, I don't know who was one of the first teams out in the playoffs in the NFC.
Seahawks didn't get after them.
Yes, if they had played the Seahawks, Josh Johnson would have a good game in the situation. That's why it's just Philadelphia, because they are so menacing on the pass rush. They have 3 guys with 11 or more sacks, and the other thing is, if Brock Purdy comes out here and throws passes, because there were people who were on my Twitter who had the audacity to be upset with me because I said that Brock Purdy has to try to play, because your adrenaline, it'll give you a boost, and if you can't play, okay, fine then. But just to go to Kyle Shanahan and be like, oh, I can't play, coach, is not the mentality that I want out of my future starting quarterback.
Brock Purdy is back into the game for San Francisco because Josh Johnson has been taken to the locker room with him.
Yeah, but he didn't even try to go back in the game was my problem. That was the issue. If he comes back in here and he throws passes and he can throw the ball, I don't want to hear that would signal to me that they got pressure early. He got hit and he didn't want the smoke. I'm telling you that right now.
That's a heavy accusation.
I will completely go the other way on Brock Purdy. If he comes in here and he throws the ball successfully, he didn't want the smoke.
Well, that is a heavy accusation to level against the player, that they did not want to. And the game wasn't out of hand at that point. Like, the only time that we've seen that was when Jay Cutler injured his knee in the NFC Championship game against Green Bay, and people didn't like the way he reacted on the sidelines, which is completely unfair to.
I thought that was unfair
Jay Cutler.
100%.
There's the injury that, from the reports that we have gotten. And now there's a doctor everywhere on Twitter. It's funny because people go from gambling experts and then they become doctors, or they relate the injury to what happened to them in a 7th grade middle school basketball game and how they dealt with the injury. There seemed to be a question: elbow, wrist. Then it was a nerve issue with the elbow. Purdy is in right now, and the 49ers are down 14. It's still 21-7. And they have the ball 1st and 10 at their own 45-yard line. We're early in the 3rd quarter. There's only 4 minutes gone by. Brock Purdy has thrown 2 passes. I don't, George, if there was even more feeling that he gained in the arm throughout the first half, I think we have to give him the benefit of the doubt than to throw an accusation at a player to saying that he didn't want to play in an NFC Championship game because he was scared.
No,
like that doesn't.
I'm saying that like, when, for you to be an NFL starter, right? For you to be a franchise level quarterback, your teammates need to feel like you would die to play. that you would risk life and limb to play. That's what they need to believe. And they will not hold it against you if you are hurt. Not even a little bit. So, and I do believe Brock Purdy is hurt. Like I do, right? I 100% do. I just believe that in that you got to find that like you have to come in and the trainers have to take you out. That's what, and because I, as a former player, and that's the way, like, if your guy can't play, you are okay with that. But you need to believe that the trainers took him out and not he took himself out. Like remember when Carson Wentz, when he took himself out of the game in the playoff game?
Well, when he was knocked out of.
No. I'm saying he took himself out, though. It wasn't like the team stopped him from playing.
For when he was hitting the head against it was the Seahawks, I believe. Yeah.
And that didn't go over well with his teammates. And it's not that he wasn't hurt. I'm just telling you, it's not the right mentality, but I'm telling you that's what goes on in the locker room, where you can call it right, you can call it wrong, whatever you want to call it. But the reality is that's the way players look at it.
Right now, the 49ers went 3 and out. These were their 3 plays that they ran with Brock Purdy and that injured elbow. End around to Deebo Samuel, ended up losing 4 yards. Handoff to Christian McCaffrey, got him a yard on 3rd and 13. Purdy did throw the ball, ran a screen, but ended up woefully short of the sticks because the Eagles aren't planning for anything more than 10 yards down the field. So everybody is planning on something happening close to the line of scrimmage, and now the Niners have punted it back.
And that's the point, Dan, is that when Purdy injured his elbow, because we're talking about Josh Johnson, right? And Josh Johnson, guy been in the league since 2008, been on like 38 teams, and there's only 32 of them. And so you want it as a player, you want your quarterback to get back out on the field and to try to throw a pass or something, or the quarterback or the coaches call that sequence of plays, and then the coach is like, and then he comes over, the coach taps him on the head and is like, bro, you're sitting down right now. That's what the optics of your teammates. I'm not saying that this is right. I'm not saying that this is positive culture or anything. I'm just telling you what goes on in the minds of players in the locker room. In moments like these, you want your guy to get taken out and not take himself out.
I think at some point, and I'll try to use maybe a reference that we can all relate to. If you have a wet washcloth and you wring it, first time out, you get a lot of water out of that. Second time out, you actually, wow, there's a lot more in here than I thought. Third time around, maybe a little less. Then at some point, it's just, there's nothing you can get out of it.
Yep.
Still wet, still there. That's what I think Kyle Shanahan has gotten out of his quarterback situation. There's a lot more water there with Brock Purdy. But now all of a sudden you end up wringing it over and over, and you get down to Josh Johnson. And I saw somebody call Josh Johnson a seasoned veteran. And listen, he's a veteran. If you're a seasoned veteran, you've made some inroads. You've had success.
Yes, correct. You're not bouncing from team to team
correct.
Every single season.
Correct. Like there's a reason he's been on so many teams, but there's a reason he's still in the league.
Yeah.
And that guys can count on him.
Josh is a guy that you bring in if you run into this situation in a regular season game, because he won't let the house burn down. You see what I'm saying? Like he's an adult in the room. He's not he's not the guy, but he's a guy that won't burn the house down. Like he's not going to come in and throw 3 or 4 picks, but then he's not going to come in and throw three touchdowns either. Like he's a guy who can just get you from point A to point B until your guy is ready. He's not the guy who should be starting in the playoffs. He's just not.
And it's to his point though, and to the point that I was going to make was, there are a lot of reasons on why Josh Johnson, to your point, is still in the league. And I think you laid it out, in a spectacular fashion of what you expect from Josh Johnson. But there's also a reason why he's been on so many teams. And for what he did in the first half, like I'm not going to blame him. He had a bad turnover that ended up leading to Philadelphia scoring late in the second half that ultimately could be the deficit that the 49ers cannot get out of, because it's a different story if it's just a one-score game. But in the end, Josh Johnson isn't there to win the football game, to what you're saying. And that's what's so difficult with the 49ers and then how we look at Josh Johnson. When I just saw the seasoned veteran, I'm like, no, he's a veteran that was brought in mid-season. At least Brock Purdy was there for training camps and other camps. And like, there is a difference. It is just not just, all right, now whoever is in is going to have success. And it kind of goes back to the point. I know we got to take a time out here, but it goes back to the point that we started, George, of Kyle Shanahan does have such a great system, but that system is that washcloth that at some point, you know what, there's nothing you can do. There's just nothing there. So now it's on the 49ers defense. And the reason why Brock Purdy is in the game is I think the 49ers still think they have a chance. And I don't think that they think they have a chance to come back and make this comeback on the arm of Brock Purdy. I think what they're saying is we got to keep it a 2-score game. If our defense can do something, if our defense can force a turnover, if we can get a fumbled snap or something and maybe make it a 1-score game, and who knows, but that is their only path. Like I think the 49ers know they go into the fourth quarter. It's not going to be the air it out show. You're going to probably see a halfback pass at some point because you're going to have to get something downfield. But the reason Brock Purdy is in there handing the football off is 2 reasons. They don't have another quarterback, but they also think that they can still win the football game. And if you're putting Christian McCaffrey or Deebo Samuel at quarterback, you're punting on the football game. It is not going to happen. So yeah. That's where we are. We'll continue this because this is what we are talking about. NFC Championship game. Eagles still up on the 49ers, 21-7. 6 minutes left to go in the third quarter. Brock Purdy had to leave in the first quarter with an elbow injury. Didn't return until the second half, only because Josh Johnson, the backup to Purdy, had to leave because he's being examined for a concussion and was taking into the 49ers locker room.
His day is going to be done, bro.
Today's show is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. Get George on Twitter at George Reister. You can find me on Twitter at Dan Beyer on Fox. You can weigh in on George's thoughts that this is who Brock Purdy is.
Specifically tell them, yes, these are George's. Yes,
I don't want any piece of that.
That is okay. I am here for the smoke.
There's a part where you're hanging out, you're having a good time, and then you go, you know what? I'm going to go this way. I will catch up with you later. I will see you later on in the mall. We'll meet up at the Sears in 2 hours. Again, George on Twitter at George Reister. You can find me on Twitter at Dan Beyer on Fox. We'll catch up on that. Plus, what a call last night in Boston on LeBron James, or non-call, should we say, plus AFC Championship game. And we've got the latest news on the status of Travis Kelce. We'll tell you what it is next here on Fox Sports Radio.
The NFL's AFC Championship game is here. The Kansas City Chiefs.
Kelce inside the 5 and lunges into the end zone.
The Cincinnati Bengals.
Chase straight ahead into the end zone.
Catch the best AFC Championship coverage here on Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox. Time for new tires? Trust the experts at TireRack.com. They've been crushing it for over 40 years. Go to TireRack.com/sports. Tell them what you drive. Try their easy-to-use tire decision guide. They'll show you the right tires for how, what, and where you drive. They've got the full line of Kumho tires. Test results, tire ratings, and consumer reviews. Fast free shipping and free road hazard protection. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy.
That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, creating a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Brett Kitchen, best-selling author and star in a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollars saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are on track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma, at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you'll get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. I'll even cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020, 1-800-506-2020.
Hi, Sarah. I'm sorry I'm late. The traffic is crazy.
Yeah, it is. And it doesn't help that gas prices have skyrocketed. I can't believe how much it costs for gas now.
Everyone's talking about how much gas is, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app, and I get cash back for every gallon of gas I buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid real cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yeah, real cash every time I buy gas.
What? That sounds like it could really add up.
I've made around $200 already.
Wow, that's serious extra money. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code UP89 for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back in your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code UP89 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus in your first tank. That's code UP89 for 25 cents per gallon cash back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands. Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
What's up, Roasters? It's your boy Bonte, and thanks to Boxer and Gerson, your boys going to Philadelphia, where I'll celebrate all Sunday night when the Niners take down the Eagles. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester, or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Right now, you can get free carpet installation from the Home Depot. So while we're putting in your new carpet, you'll have more time to take care of the lawn. Get started on dinner. Or just lay down and relax on your new carpet after it's installed. Get your free carpet installation started with the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Minimum purchase of $4.99. Exclusions apply. U.S. only. See store for details.
Streaming only on Peacock. From the mind of Rian Johnson, the writer-director of Knives Out.
Miss Gale, you've got this gift, always knowing the truth.
I only know if something is a lie. The real trick of it is to figure out why.
Natasha Lyonne is Charlie Cale.
It wasn't an accident. I think there's been a murder.
You watch too much Dateline.
A new 10-part mystery series.
Wolves on my fender. I gotta keep moving. I I've been kind of a death magnet.
Poker Face, streaming now only on Peacock.
There are two great things in this world that you can combine.
We know this to be true.
Life and sports.
And you know what? It's not a crazy statement.
That's why sports were designed.
The only thing that makes sense.
And there's no better place to get that sports information you need.
The more information you have, the more opportunity you have for success.
It's right here.
Hello.
On Fox Sports Radio.
Who has it better than we do? Nobody.
We're loving life.
Hallelujah.
And loving sports. FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Eagles are knocking on the door. Welcome back. It is Fox Sports Red Zone Radio on a Fox Football Sunday, and that door has just opened. We'll tell you about it in a sec. He's George Reister. I'm Dan Beyer, live from the TireRack.com studios. George catching some heat on social media. We'll catch you up with all of that. Get George on Twitter at George Reister. You can find me on Twitter at Dan Beyer on Fox. Jalen Hurts, a 1-yard touchdown run as the Eagles got down near the goal line and then just kept on running quarterback sneaks. and the way the Eagles got down in San Francisco territory, the 49ers defense forced a punt. But this goes back to the point that I made just before we took our timeout, George, was the Niners needed the defense to make a play. They needed special teams to make a play, and they went to go block a punt. They went for a punt block. It got a roughing the kicker call that ended up giving the Eagles a new set of downs, which honestly, I don't blame them. They needed a play like that because they're not going 90 yards with a quarterback that can't throw the football right now, and that's Brock Purdy who's in the game. So I don't fault the 49ers. They're figuring out anyway because there's just no paths.
For that penalty, no. But they've had a ton of penalties on defense today, and they've all been legitimate penalties. Have you seen any questionable penalties called?
No.
And that's the unfortunate part, is that the defense in their aggression had their worst, had some untimely penalties. And in a game like today, the defense needed to be clean. They did. And the defense, that touchdown right there, that just the dam is broken. It's over. This game is a burrito. It's wrapped up. Unless, they would need a fumble 6 or a pick 6, which probably ain't happening. So, or a kickoff return. No. And then they would need a turnover after that. So, go on.
No, I was just going to say, and please remember what you were about to say, because the instance that you were just talking about, the guys and I were talking during the break, they were running quarterback sneaks from the 2 and 3 yard line. The Eagles just were because you weren't going to kick a field goal in that situation. You didn't want to risk the turnover, as you said. And if you don't get it on 4 downs, which they ended up scoring, and now they have a 3-score game, you're making the 49ers go 99 yards with Brock Purdy, who can't throw the football. That is a much better scenario than kicking a field goal and having Ray McLeod run it back for a touchdown.
Yards.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the Eagles knowing, understanding. Sometimes Nick Sirianni, I give the eye roll to, but they are very in tune to what's going on. It's just like they had the first in the first possession on the Devontae Smith catch. That wasn't a catch, that was ruled a catch and ended up being a catch because you had a hurry up offense. Devontae Smith knew that he probably didn't catch the football, but they ran up, got the playoff on first down, and it never was reviewed, and it led to the Eagles' first touchdown. The Eagles are very aware, and they just knew that, there's no way the Niners are going to be able to. We're not going to give them any chance to have any light. I'm sorry, George. Continue.
Yeah, man. This game's a burrito, dude. It just stinks because, truthfully, injuries have ruined the narrative of this game, right? I think that the 49ers, I think the game would be, if Purdy were in, I would say the game would be, I'm going to go 24-10. And I think that this was the eventual ending because I thought that the Eagles were going to get way too much pressure on Brock Purdy and that he was going to have a turnover or two. He had a pick drop. Well, actually that turned into a fumble, but he had some in the Cowboys games. The Cowboys dropped 2 picks as well. So I thought that this was the eventual ending. I just think that with the injury to Brock Purdy and then to Josh Johnson, that it puts a damper on the narrative of the game.
I picked the Eagles to win as well. I thought that they were the better team. I thought they'd win by about 10. But everything went right for the Eagles in the first quarter. Everything went right. Purdy got injured. They got the turnover on the Purdy injury. They had the Devontae Smith call that actually went their way that led to points, and they were only up 7-0. Like everything in that first quarter went the Eagles' way. Well, and so to me, that tells me if defense, Purdy doesn't,
the 49ers, everything went their ways as well. Their defense was pitching a shutout. I mean, like aside from that first drive, because you're not going to hold the team scoreless. But after that first drive where the Eagles scored, they were aces after that.
And that's why I think Purdy makes a difference. I don't think he's the next Joe Montana. I don't. And I think that there is some lightning in a bottle sort of thing to this. I think that, next year, I think this will be a little different. There have been reports over the last couple of weeks. I know Mike Silver, a longtime NFL reporter, has said that those in the 49ers offices know that this is Brock Purdy's team for 2023. So we would get more of an idea about who Brock Purdy is as a quarterback next season. I think this year was quite the run. But even in saying all of that, in a way saying that it isn't as much about who Purdy is as it is of what the 49ers have going on now, this game would be different. I mean, the Eagles didn't have to worry about anything downfield. They probably didn't have to worry about third reads.
Yeah, but the thing is,
all you had to do was tackle Christian McCaffrey.
It doesn't it didn't matter because they were going to get pressure. Even when if Purdy had been in, they were not going to be calling deep drop back long passes because you don't have that sort of time against this Philadelphia Eagles team. You just don't. The offense was going to look similar. The difference is now with Brock Purdy's arm and he's not throwing the ball. So what did I say? If he comes in and he's slinging the ball around, I'm going to judge him. But the fact that he's not, okay, I am A-okay with that because he did throw the little check down and all of that. So if he had come in here throwing it around, there would have been a reason to have some judgment, but that he's not. Okay. Now we can have a different conversation.
He's George Reisner. I'm Dan Beyer. I'm going to make one more point on maybe how Jimmy Garoppolo is the fault of all this. Okay. This is not a hot take scenario. This is not, but there is a reason why Jimmy G comes into play. Eagles up on the Niners 28-7 as they play in Philadelphia. I want to jump over to the news desk. I know we took Monty's lead. She was about to tell us that the Eagles were up by 21 points. I apologize, Monty. It is the only thing that we're talking about today. But it's unfortunate because there was a lot of hype for this game and now it's kind of let us down.
Right, like what a game. I can't believe this is what we're talking about and this is how this game is going. But it is official. Josh Johnson has been ruled out for the rest of the game.
Okay.
So he's not coming back. We've got Brock Purdy.
Purdy handoff show.
But, former 49ers quarterback Steve Young tweeted that he's warming up in the parking lot. So he's ready.
No,
George's point.
Listen, hell no. You can't bring that old man in. That man's well over 50.
But he's warming up, though. I mean, they didn't even have a third quarterback.
He can warm
He's
up
now
all
Steve
he wants
Old.
to.
That's what they call him, Steve Old now, George.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
There we go.
Dad joke.
Dad joke.
Hey, they are getting better and better as the months go by, Dan.
They are. I agree with you. Jalen Hurts for Philadelphia. He did rush for his 15th touchdown in this game. He's thrown for 121 yards. And it's been all Eagles as the 49ers have just had a lot of bad luck in this game from the get-go. They just started the fourth quarter, and they're up, like you said, 28-7. But in other NFL news, ESPN is reporting that leak sources believe that the Green Bay Packers would prefer to move on from quarterback Aaron Rodgers. And apparently, he's aware of the Packers' feelings on the situation. Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert has undergone surgery to repair a torn labrum in his left shoulder, but he's expected to be cleared for off-season activities. And the Dolphins have a new defensive coordinator, Vic Fangio. That's right, a 3-year deal with a 4th-year team option. This deal makes him the highest-paid coordinator in the NFL. So good for him. And, of course, the Clippers announced that they're going to play without Kawhi Leonard and Paul George for their game today against the Cavs. Of course. Nothing new there. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Monty. Get her on Twitter at Monty Bolaños. He's George Reister. I'm Dan Beyer. We are live from the TireRack.com studios. And again, the Niners just running an end around to Deebo Samuel on a 1st and 5 carry. This is down 21 points early in the fourth quarter. Brock Purdy cannot throw the ball. Somebody's going to have to throw a pass, whether it be Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, or Brandon Ayuk. You have to at least try to throw something downfield. That's where we are in this Niners-Eagles game. And the reason why Jimmy Garoppolo, and I'm not saying specifically George, but when we look at the way that rosters are constructed in the NFL, there are decisions that you have to make. And the 49ers did not put Jimmy Garoppolo on injured reserve because they wanted Jimmy Garoppolo to possibly be able to return to action from that foot injury if he was available. And I think they looked at it as like, hey, we get to the Super Bowl because he was inactive today. He was inactive. He was unavailable for the 49ers. There were reports earlier this week that said that if it got to the Super Bowl, he would maybe be back in a backup role in that fashion. But if you've got Jimmy Garoppolo on your roster and injured, George, and he's an inactive, it takes up a spot of another player. So the 49ers only have 3 quarterbacks on their roster. They're Brock Purdy, Josh Johnson, and Jimmy Garoppolo. So the point being is maybe the NFL needs to look at a different way. We made adjustments in our fantasy football seasons to be like in the playoffs, all right, if you get a guy hurt, we don't want you to be without a quarterback in the championship game. You figure this out. Major League Baseball has expanded rosters, and I know you got to set your roster for the playoffs. But the point is the Niners have kept the window open for Jimmy Garoppolo to return. And I'm not saying whoever would have been the backup to Josh Johnson would have saved the day, but they would have been in a better situation than having Brock Purdy just hand the football off if there was a third quarterback.
I mean, he probably wouldn't have been active anyway.
Correct.
I mean,
that's why
whoever. So the third quarterback would not have been active, so it wouldn't have saved the situation anyway. I mean, it's kind of a moot point because,
but it's not, George. The only reason I'm bringing it up because Jimmy Garoppolo was the quarterback that was inactive. Like if you wanted to have the super security net that it is, Jimmy Garoppolo is not ready to play. This isn't we're choosing to put that guy. So
how is that a
inactive.
league problem as opposed to a 49er problem? Like the 49ers should have done something different with his roster spot then.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm saying. That was the original point of the.
I thought you were saying that the league should amend its rules.
That was in a way of moving it forward. But essentially what I'm saying is the 49ers don't have a third string quarterback today because Jimmy Garoppolo is their third string quarterback. And their hope that Jimmy Garoppolo would come back at some point this season and just serve as a backup. You're right. The third quarterback nowadays in the National Football League usually isn't active. So then that led me to my point of being like, maybe if you're the NFL and it's a playoff situation, because this is not what the NFL wants.
No.
The NFL does not want its marquee game, and it's one of its top 3 marquee games of the year to be run by backup quarterbacks. Like, you don't want
you also
that.
Don't want it to be the third string quarterback either.
No, ideally not.
That's what I'm saying. It's the same situation. If it were, because most third string quarterbacks are not this isn't a 49ers situation where you have Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo, and Brock Purdy. That's not typical. I would say Brock Purdy is better than 99% of third quarterbacks, right?
Yep.
And so I can't sit here and say that there's anything significant about that. Like I understand where if the rules were different, there would just be another body in there, except for that guy would be throwing picks instead of just handing the ball off. You see what I'm saying?
No, I understand. It's so funny because this comes down to fantasy football. Like, and that's why I actually feel so strongly about it, is because there's a point in your fantasy football league that if you're in the playoffs and if your league doesn't allow pickups, and I'm really sorry for the football diehards out there that I'm using fantasy football to describe this. The point being is you need to set up a plan for yourself to be like, all right, I just have to make sure that I can field a team. That's what I need to do. And you're 100% correct in saying most teams have their third quarterback inactive. That wasn't the case 20 years ago, right? Yeah. Like there was an emergency quarterback.
Well,
right? There was an emergency.
When I was playing, no. Even when I was playing, we never had our third quarterback active.
But there was the emergency quarterback rule where if you had a third quarterback that would go into the game, he could come into the game.
Yes.
And then the other two guys could not return.
Correct.
Yeah. And so that's just the point that I'm
So they should have used their roster spot on a quarterback and then we could have that argument.
Yes, but
I agree with you there.
But they couldn't because Jimmy Garoppolo was their third quarterback and he was already unavailable for this game. So like they chose to already use one of their inactive spots on their 53-man roster to go to Jimmy Garoppolo just in case he was healthy enough to back Brock Purdy up if they made it to the Super Bowl. You're right. The fifth-string quarterback of the Niners was not rescuing them. But we are in the situation now where we are seeing Handoff Fest 2023 because the Niners don't have anybody capable of throwing a downfield pass. And that, by the way, awful for the NFL. He's George Reister. I'm Dan Beyer. This is Fox Sports Red Zone Radio. The latest from from Philadelphia are the Eagles leading San Francisco 28-7, 10:52. And it's just a party in the stands. Like they know it's over. George called it a burrito. It's a wrap. They're all celebrating in the stands. The party is already underway in Philadelphia as the Eagles are just 11 minutes away from advancing to Super Bowl 57. Get George on Twitter at George Reister. You can find me on Twitter at Dan Beyer on Fox. Are you glad that the Eagles are likely headed to Super Bowl 57? That's a whole other question. That's a whole other question. We'll talk about it next year on Fox Sports Radio.
How about them Eagles? The big game is coming soon. And you know, we will be there. Finish! We're not dropping which shows will be live from Glendale, Arizona. But just know, whoever goes, it'll be lit. We gotta have this one! Listen to our coverage right here on Fox Sports Radio.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Bridgewater, the hit fiction podcast, is back. A supernatural thriller presented in immersive 3D binaural audio.
The Bridgewater Triangle. There is some kind of mystical force in this region that attracts monsters and paranormal activity.
There's something beyond our understanding going on here?
Starring Supernatural's Misha Collins, The Walking Dead's Melissa Ponzio, and Rogue One's Alan Tudyk. Written by Lauren Shippen and created by me, Aaron Mahnke. Listen to Bridgewater wherever you get your podcast.
You know what? Let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Hey, we can invite our friends over and all take turns yelling at the TV during the game.
But first, we should get a new TV.
Yeah, like one of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, so I'll start shopping on the internet, then head over to the Warehouse Club to compare.
But if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at Video Only, not online or at the club.
Video Only has better deals?
Yep. We could save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Then we could afford a larger model and really impress our friends.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
1 pill in the morning, 24 hours, 0 heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
The NFL playoffs live on Odyssey, and Westwood One brings you the AFC and NFC championship games, streaming live for free this Sunday on the Odyssey app. The 49ers visit the Eagles.
Touchdown! Jalen Hurts!
Gets to McCaffrey up the middle into the end zone.
And then it's a rematch between the Bengals and the Chiefs.
Wide open. Jamar Chase takes it in. Touchdown Chiefs.
Catch all the action from Westwood One. Your playoffs, your Odyssey. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today.
O'Reilly. When you need auto parts, O'ReillyAuto.com is just a few clicks away. We offer convenient options for you to get your parts quickly. Order online and pick up for free at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. We'll even bring it out curbside. Or you can have your parts delivered right to your door with free shipping on most orders over $35. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
They were good in Indy. Kind of feeling that. You talk yourself into it. I don't believe for 1 second that Scott Fitterer, who finally gets a general manager job, gets the chance to hire his own coach, and he sits there and goes he's better, but I'm going to take this guy because he's white. That just doesn't happen. It just doesn't. Not in 2023.
The Doug Gottlieb Show. Weekdays at 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific, on Fox Sports Radio. We just wanted to take a quick moment to say thank you. Thank you for retweeting us. Thank you for the comments on Facebook. Thank you for downloading our podcast from foxsportsradio.com.
I always want to help people. Say that out loud.
Thank you for streaming us on iHeartRadio. Thank you for letting us into your world.
Are you not entertained?
We do this all for you.
Thank you.
So we here at Fox Sports Radio want to say thank you. FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1. This is Fox Red Zone Radio, and we've got the plays that you may have missed.
Hurts again under center. He sneaks, he pushes, and he is in. Touchdown, Jalen Hurts. I'm going to say this. The Eagles are 15 minutes and 43 seconds away from the Super Bowl.
Now, back live to the studios of Fox Sports Radio. This is Fox Red Zone Radio.
And we can provide an update on that. It is Fox Sports Red Zone Radio on a Fox Football Sunday, Championship Sunday, if you will. and the Eagles are now less than 6 minutes away from a trip to the Super Bowl. Call on 94 WIP and the Eagles radio network. That was their most recent touchdown. It's 28-7, 5:38 and counting. The Eagles are actually on the field, ready to attempt a 31-yard field goal to extend the lead to 31-7. He is George Reister, the NFL vet. I'm Dan Beyer. You can find George on Twitter at George Reister. You can find me on Twitter at Dan Beyer on Fox. Weekday mornings at 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific. It's 2 pros and a cup of Joe. And the reason I bring that up, George, is because Brady Quinn is 33.3% of that show. And he tweeted as we were talking, if the NFL hadn't gotten rid of the third quarterback designation, we wouldn't be having this problem. Apparently, it wasn't worth it to the NFLPA. That's what Brady had tweeted, and it was something that we had just talked about with the 49ers and allowing your third quarterback to be that emergency quarterback, which was taken out of the NFL collective bargaining agreement with the Players Association in 2010. The only problem is Jimmy Garoppolo was the 49ers' third quarterback in this situation. Maybe they would have planned differently if that third quarterback or Garoppolo would have been healthy enough to play. Maybe they end up making that different decision, but Garoppolo was the third quarterback today. So even if they would have had the emergency quarterback, he wouldn't have been available because he's not available to the team. Do we have George? We may have lost George, but anyway, hopefully that clears up a little bit of the situation with the quarterback situation. Again, this is completely minor. This is just a completely minor situation with what the 49ers are going through. It was a tall task to ask Josh Johnson to lead this team to a Super Bowl, let alone whoever would have been the third string and, in essence, the 49ers' fifth string quarterback this season. But it is a conversation that others are having on social media, and Brady knows the NFL as good as anyone. And just interesting to hear his take on it on social media. And I'm sure you're going to hear about it tomorrow morning again, 6 o'clock Eastern time, 3 o'clock Pacific. LeVar Arrington and Jonas Knox here on Fox Sports Radio. But that field goal was good. Eagles end up taking a 31-7 lead, and this is no surprise. This party has been going on in the stands. The party probably went on in the stands since halftime when it was 21-7, and you didn't think that Brock Purdy was going to return, and when he actually did return, he couldn't throw forward passes. But this is where we are in the NFL as the Philadelphia Eagles make it to Super Bowl 57, at least 5.5 minutes away from doing so. There are some storylines that will weave in, and I will say that never in my lifetime did I think we would see, especially 10 years ago, that I think that we would see an Eagles-Bengals Super Bowl. And we might. I'm not sure who's going to win the AFC Championship game. I have a prediction, but again, those predictions can always be wrong. I do think that it will be so interesting to see an Eagles-Chiefs Super Bowl. Because not only do you have the Kelsey brothers going head-to-head, you'd have Travis against Jason, you also have what I have dubbed the Andy Reid Bowl. And I think that Andy Reid, in the success in what he had in Philadelphia, even though it didn't end up in a Super Bowl, there is still a lot of love between Philadelphia and Andy Reid. And it's made it a lot better that Andy Reid has gotten his Super Bowl and the Eagles have gotten theirs 5 years ago. So I think that the Andy Reid storyline is probably the best storyline that we could get. Not to say that I don't want a Bengals-Eagles Super Bowl. I just never thought I would see those teams face off in a Super Bowl. But to have an Andy Reid-themed Super Bowl, to have a Super Bowl where you have the Kelsey brothers, I think that Chiefs-Eagles would just provide the most storylines in Super Bowl 57.
Oh, I don't know. Yes. That so many storylines. And also, it's funny because this next game, which I hope does not get ruined by injury as well, even though we do have a potential major injury with Travis Kelce, which would be a significant injury if Travis can't play. But I just don't want there's the Joe Burrow versus Patrick Mahomes thing. Pretty much everybody believes that Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in the league. But that might be up for the debate.
He's George Reister. I'm Dan Beyer. Travis Kelce active for the Chiefs. We'll talk more about that game next on Fox. We are Fox Sports.
Jonas Knox here, and this message is brought to you by Discover. Did you know you could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection, the latest innovation from Discover? Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data, and they'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app, see terms, and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection. That's discover.com/online privacy protection.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel vPro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight. Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Milk, eggs, $42. Ma'am, you okay?
Need bucks? With Jackson Hewitt, don't wait weeks for the IRS to send your tax refund. Come in now for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee refund advance loan when you file your taxes. That's up to $3,500 today. Don't let high prices get you down. When every dollar matters, it matters who does your taxes. So get to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Straight Talk Wireless knows there are plenty of reasons you might need a new phone. But switching to a better wireless provider doesn't have to be one of them. Keep your own phone and save when you switch to any Straight Talk Wireless plan, like our $45 Silver Unlimited plan with unlimited high-speed data and 5 gigs of hotspot, plus nationwide 5G. Keep your own phone. Switch to a better wireless plan. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. Requires a compatible unlocked phone and KYOP kit. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports. Click on Qualify Me and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Saturday Night SmackDown at 8 Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station. And here's what you need to know.
It's been all Philadelphia Eagles against the San Francisco 49ers in the NFC Championship game on Fox, and Jalen Hurts continues to do his thing.
Hurts again under center. He sneaks, he pushes, and he is in. Touchdown, Jalen Hurts. I'm going to say this. The Eagles are 15 minutes and 43 seconds away from the Super Bowl. It's about to be 28-7, and the 49ers have nobody who can throw a football.
All of that is true, all on the Eagles radio network, except there's 4 minutes left in the game, and the Eagles are up 31-7. Jalen Hurts has rushed for 15 touchdowns this season, the most by any quarterback in NFL history in any season, including the playoffs. The Eagles have rushed for 39 touchdowns this season, the most in NFL history by any team, including the playoffs. I'm Monty Bolaños.
Way to hit. Your Fox Sports Red Zone Radio rolls on.
Lock it. Choker from outside.
Recapping the early games and bringing you the hits and plays that are going down now.
Down the sideline. Touchdown. 83 yards.
This is Fox Sports Red Zone Radio.
Hey, lock it back.
Now, live from the TireRack.com studios of Fox Sports Radio, here's Dan Beyer and 6-year NFL veteran George Reister.
One ticket punch to Super Bowl 57. It'll be official in about 3 minutes. Another one coming up starting in about 30 minutes. Welcome in. We are broadcasting live from the TireRack.com studios. TireRack.com will help you get there. An unmatched selection, fast free shipping, free road hazard protection, and over 10,000 recommended installers. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be. Great information from Monty Bolaños in that update and talking about the Eagles' rushing record. Breaking a record held by the Frankfurt Yellow Jackets.
What?
Yes, the Frankfurt Yellow Jackets were the ones who had that record. They actually were based in Philadelphia in the early 1900s. The team stopped playing football in 1931, but it goes all the way back to then. It was with the rushing mark for touchdowns broken by the Philadelphia Eagles. Today, as we are now under 3 minutes, and Trent Williams body slammed an Eagle. He got ousted, and I'll tell you what, that's a theme because Trent Williams likes to fight everybody when he loses a playoff game.
Yes, he does. Listen, he is a sore loser, and you know what? I don't hate it. Like that doesn't bother me at all.
Actually, you know what bothers me is that he wants to fight guys who are 100 pounds less than him. Like he wants to fight Richard Sherman, like he did after the Washington loss to the Seahawks in a wild card game. And I caught up in all of the hubbub going on because there was a bit of a scrum, a brawl, if you will, between the Niners and Eagles. And I don't even see who Trent Williams actually body slammed. And
it was a little man.
Yeah. Tell you one thing, it wasn't Hassan Reddick and it wasn't Ndamukong Suh. It wasn't Fletcher Cox. I know that. I know
maybe
that much.
He should have been trying to body slam all day.
This is sore losers.
Can we talk about Lane Johnson today and his hurt groin? Bro, really? he gave Nick Bosa the blues today. Mm-hmm. I mean, aside from that one play when Nick Bosa was unblocked, and actually the two plays when he was unblocked on run plays and he made the nice play on Hurts where it was almost a safety, and then the other one on where he stretched the run play out and it ended up only like a 1 yard game. Aside from that, what did Nick Bosa do today?
Not much. But also,
what I'm saying. I mean, it's
he almost had the safety on Jalen Hurts. You know, like that was.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. On that play, but on that play, he was unblocked. It was a really good, very athletic play. So I'm giving him credit for that. And then on the other play where he stretched it out wide, didn't make the tackle, but limited a 5 yard gain to a 1 yard gain because then the linebacker Fred Warner was able to get over there and push him out of bounds. So aside from those two plays, Nick Bosa was was invisible today.
Okay. Now let's cool off the hot takes, George, because the first hour was hot here. Let's be real. How could Nick Bosa have changed this type of game? Like, this is he almost had a safety when they needed to.
I am not I'm not criticizing Nick Bosa at all. I'm praising Lane Johnson for the job he did on the Defensive Player of the Year. Like, it was less about like that wasn't a take upon Nick Bosa. That was the praise of Lane Johnson, because Nick, in the beginning of the game, he actually got he actually collapsed the pocket a couple times without getting like true pressure. And I was like, oh, we could be up for like a heavyweight fight today between these two. But even in the run game, the Eagles did a good job of scheming against him, and Lane Johnson did an excellent job of blocking him. So I'm not saying that Nick Bosa is the reason why they lost. I'm saying that Lane Johnson is one of the reasons why the Philadelphia Eagles won.
Yeah, well, they've got arguably the best offensive line in the National Football League.
Yes,
and they are really, really good.
You can praise one person without it being a negative on the other.
Sure,
because Nick,
fair enough.
Nick Bosa didn't. Yeah, he didn't have he didn't do anything today. But it wasn't because of he's a terrible player. He was dogging it. No, Lane Johnson just won the battle today.
I would also say this. I just think that, especially when Purdy came out, because I think it changed what Philadelphia did. Philadelphia came out firing. That's why they scored on their first possession, even though their fourth down conversion shouldn't have counted. They went down and scored, and you thought, okay, maybe we're in for one. But once Purdy got hurt, we didn't have a score into
Purdy as a rookie significantly more because they can do two.
Game is over, but we're just getting started.
So this is the thanks I get for working overtime.
Overtime! Welcome to Overtime with Kyle Madsen and Alan Stiles on 95.7 The Game.
Yikes. Couldn't have gone a lot worse than that for the 49ers. They fall to the Eagles 31-7 in the NFC Championship game. For the second consecutive season, the 49ers fall one game short of the Super Bowl. This season feels less. This one hurts less than last season from the standpoint of last year. I thought the 49ers were at least as good, maybe better than the Rams top to bottom. And that game was one or two plays away from being a 49ers victory. And they just didn't pull it out.
Right.
This season, you have Brock Purdy go down on the first drive of the game, on the first offensive drive of the game. Josh Johnson then has to come in and was an unmitigated disaster before he suffers a concussion and goes out.
Right.
And at that point, when the Eagles go up 21-7 after Josh Johnson fumbles a snap at the end of the second half, it felt like the game was over because it felt like the Niners were going to struggle to get to 20 points. And so the Eagles go up 21-7 at that point, and it felt like that just sort of deflated the entire operation. And from that point, we're out there watching, and it's like, what are we even doing here? And it's hard to imagine that the 49ers didn't feel a little bit the same way.
Exactly. And look, there's only so much magic any team has. What other team do you know has gone through every QB on their roster? And yes, there were things that, the team could have been better in other aspects. And if you want to call it an excuse, look, some excuses just make sense. And if that's an excuse that makes sense, I think it's one of them, because you go through every QB you have on your roster. You run Josh Johnson out there. You put Purdy back in, who legitimately cannot throw the football. Nobody knows, everybody knows that they're running. So what do you do there if you are the Niners? Before we even move any further, I mean, let's just be very clear. Injuries suck. And fans of the Niners and fans of football unfortunately got cheated out of what I think would have been a really good game. Let's start there, because whether it happens to your team, whether it happens to the other team, whether it happens to a team that you don't care about, we all thought this was going to be a heavyweight matchup, and we got cheated out of it because of injury. That's just what it is.
Yeah, and here's what I'm not going to do today. Here's what we're not going to do. We're not going to blame officials.
We got to get your mic on, Kyle.
Here's what we're not going to do today. I knew there was something wrong there. Here's what we're not going to do today. This is that type of day for me. We're not going to blame the officials.
Mm-hmm.
Was the officiating great? Probably not. But it's not the reason they lost.
Mm-hmm.
You point to the injuries. Like the 49ers injury situation at quarterback, there's not a solution for it. You don't get to your fourth string quarterback. You don't think you're ever going to have to get there.
Right.
Josh Johnson wasn't even on this team until a few weeks ago.
Other QB injuries.
Right. So you don't expect to get that far. You certainly don't expect your fourth string quarterback to then get hurt, where you have to figure out what to do for a fifth signal caller.
Right.
So the other thing that I'm not going to do, and if you want to, feel free, 888-957-9570. That is the Xfinity mobile text line. You can shoot us a text. You can give us a call. Phone lines are wide open for you. This is your time to vent, your time to talk about this 31-7 loss.
We're here for you.
We're here to vibe.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to tell anyone how to react or not react. What I'm not going to do is lay this at Kyle Shanahan's feet.
It's already happening. I'm seeing it on the text line. I'm seeing it on Twitter.
Yeah.
It's just what happens.
Yeah. And this idea that could they have tried something different? Like, sure. Could they have put Deebo Samuel in and run Wildcat? Sure. But that's not in the playbook. Like, you don't just go, hey, the Deebo Wildcat offense. Like, you don't prepare for that. You might get to do it a couple times,
of course not.
but it's just not going to go anywhere.
No. I mean, this was a tall task for the Niners with Brock Purdy, to be completely honest with you.
Yes.
So Brock Purdy gets injured, then Josh Johnson gets injured. At that point, what are we even talking about? Like that just goes to me, after Josh Johnson was ruled out, to me, it's just, you don't always have to have a take. Sometimes it's just, it wasn't your day. So if you have to have a take and you feel like this is on Kyle Shanahan, please explain to me what Kyle Shanahan could have done. Now, we have heard, Kyle. What we will say is that, yeah, having Tyler Kroft trying to block Hassan Reddick isn't great. Like that one, yes, we can put in that category. But everything that happened, if you want to attach it, I guess you can attach it. But to me, to once Josh Johnson got hurt, I don't understand how we even have a conversation about what Kyle Shanahan should have done, because it's such a ridiculous situation to be in.
Yeah, I don't. Like I said, I get, okay, so the Tyler Kroft with Hassan Reddick thing, that's totally valid.
And we'll get to the challenge.
We'll
get to the catch challenge.
We'll get to that. But this notion that the Niners didn't do enough today, I saw Rich Ornberger, friend of the station. He's terrific. Former NFL offensive lineman, does radio now in San Diego. He's like, Kyle Shanahan shrinks in another big game. This is becoming a trend. And I'm not going to buy that in this spot. Because if they go out and they run a Christian McCaffrey Wildcat offense, what? Like I said, that might work for a snap, maybe.
Yeah.
And they did try it, and he tried to throw it. It just went to nobody. It didn't go well. And you saw in that play where McCaffrey threw it, like, that's why you don't put McCaffrey in the backfield. It wasn't like they were going to throw it with another quarterback. It was just going to be an extended handoff.
Right.
So he's never practiced, by the way.
You go into this and you say, okay, our third string QB that's been playing really well, he gets injured. Now, guys, let's run a couple Wildcat formations just in case our fourth string QB gets injured in Josh Johnson, and we have a QB on the sidelines, Brock Purdy, who cannot throw the football. Let's see what we can do here. Let's just in case. I mean, again, to me, that's my thing. It sucks. Injuries suck as a whole for the fans. No matter what fan you are, of what team, everybody wanted to see a good game. And that's just what it is. I have no clue moving forward, if it's Eagles versus Chiefs or Eagles versus Bengals, I still have no clue about the Eagles, to be completely honest with you, because for the better half of the game, you faced a team that had a QB that could not throw the football, right? So it's a rough go. And it's been a crazy story. We've been talking about Brock Purdy and the Disney story and all these things. It sucks that it had to happen like this, but, those are the breaks sometimes, and it's unfortunate.
The Eagles went today for like 4 yards per play. Which is the Texans were the worst in the league this year, and I think they were like 4.7. So to go 4 yards a play for a defense is excellent. I thought the Niners defense was really good for most of the day. You could tell they kind of pulled the plug there at the end with Hufanga shoving Hurts way out of bounds. And that was a frustration drive from the 49ers, but the penalties were an issue all day, whether they should have been called or not.
Yes, ticky-tacky or not.
They were an issue. That was a game that I don't know. You can't put it on to me, you can't put it on one person. It was a really tough spot, and I think you hit the nail on the head. It was going to be a tough spot with Brock Purdy.
Right. This was everybody had the Eagles picked with Brock Purdy. So right. Brock goes down, Josh Johnson goes down, and that's just what it is. Everybody has to blame somebody. That's just what it is.
The bigger bummer for me, and I talked at the top that, last year, this doesn't hurt the way last year's did. It's a bummer to lose the title, a conference championship game, but, you move on. Mm-hmm. But the one thing that does bum me out is I believe if Brock Purdy is healthy, they win this game. Mm. Like I said, the Eagles, the Niners defense had the Eagles offense number for most of the game.
Yeah, and look, we were really worried about the secondary. Mm-hmm. Now Jalen Hurts, he did have A.J. Brown. He cooked on one of them, and Jalen Hurts just missed him. But besides that, the deep shots that they went for, the secondary had them pretty much locked up.
Yeah.
But look, that's the thing. The Eagles are a really good team. Again, you're not trying to figure this out against the Houston Texans or somebody like that. You're trying to figure this out on the fly against a team that was already favored to win with your starting QB. So the odds were stacked against you from the beginning, and I think that everything flipped. It's hard to make this comparison. So we were saying, we were talking about while we were watching, how did this make Brock Purdy look based on how Josh Johnson played for the little time that he did play? And that fumble was huge. And then we had takes, Shanahan shouldn't have gotten aggressive there. So now it's Shanahan's fault that Josh Johnson can't catch the football?
Right. That's getting aggressive with a shotgun snap. It's 2023. It is not 1941, man.
It doesn't have to be like this.
It's a shotgun snap.
It doesn't have to be like this.
It's outrageous.
Yeah.
Chris in Oakland, you're on overtime with Kyle Madsen and Alan Stiles. Chris thinks this is on Kyle Shanahan. What do you got for us, Chris? Oh,
yeah,
there we go.
Absolutely. So I think that it is complete nonsense that we're not blaming this on one person.
Okay.
Kyle Shanahan should have thrown the red flag on that pass, because even if we take a timeout, try to slow the clock down, and then get a review on it, we lose the timeout. You throw the flag there, we get it, it's great, then we get the ball back. We're going the opposite way. All the momentum's on our side, and it's a completely different ball game. We're not in the same position. Purdy doesn't get hurt. And in addition, we got to be real with ourselves. Our defensive line and our linebackers were getting cooked by the offensive line of the Eagles all game. The reason that their yards per play was so low was only because they ran the ball on us the whole game. They ran the ball religiously on us, and they buried us with the run. This is a poorly managed game. And at the end of the day, if Purdy can't throw the ball, why is he on the field? You put McCaffrey out there and let him hand it off. Get more explosive weapons. He was literally a waste of space putting him back out there. It was an absolute joke.
Thanks, Chris.
Let it out.
Let it out. That is, so he brings up the point that Shanahan should have challenged the Devontae Smith play.
Mm-hmm.
And I get that in the moment, you got big completion and teams running up to the line. Dude, to me, that was a 4th and 3. That was a 4th down play. To me, you challenge that, and if you waste a timeout, not waste a timeout. If you burn a timeout by losing the challenge, it's well worth it. Especially considering they went into halftime with all 3 timeouts in their pocket.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
That is inexcusable.
Yeah.
And it's not even a thing where you're going, well, he's a play caller. Like, no, man, the defense is on the field.
Mm-hmm.
Your job as the coach is to manage that situation.
Yeah. And here's the thing. Devontae Smith, and I like, he was very obvious. Making the hand signals. He was very obvious. Guys, I don't think I got it. Let's get on up here. So whether it's on Shannon, because obviously he's at the top, or whatever assistant coach, whoever it is, if we saw it, I'm sure they saw it. This guy is telling you, I don't think I brought that thing in.
Yeah.
He was being very obvious about it. That, to me, that was it. Whether you saw the replay or not, Devontae Smith's reaction to it would have been enough to say, you know what? This is huge right here. This is huge.
The risk reward to me of losing a timeout or possibly overturning that play is well worth the challenge.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll buy that. Like, that play for sure should have been challenged. But we can't say Brock Purdy wouldn't have gotten hurt if they we don't know that.
Well, now we're headed into a whole nother dimension of ifs and whens. You can't do that.
Butterfly effect for sure. But the idea, the Eagles went for 3.4 yards a carry. Like, they got some nice runs, but it wasn't like it was impossible for the 49ers defense to stop them.
Yeah.
I think they just got into some not advantageous spots.
And these guys are humans. I mean, you know what it is. Josh Johnson, that fumble happens. It's now at that point it's now 21-7. You're going into halftime, and then after that is when the concussion happens. So you could just feel it, and you can nitpick, and you can say who it is, and everybody's saying right now, well, the Niners played undisciplined.
They did at the end for sure.
They did at the end for sure. But would that have changed the game? The Trent Williams thing, terrible look because you just look a bit salty. But none of that, that doesn't move me really, right? If you're undisciplined in a game that is, you pretty much know this. You have a quarterback that can't throw. You have a quarterback that cannot throw the football.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's it. They had that, whether it was Christian McCaffrey or Deebo Samuel or Kyle Juszczyk. Like, the passing game was done when Josh Johnson went out. Let's get a couple more of these calls in. Phone lines are lit up. Get in here. 888-957-9570. That's 888-957, like the radio station, 957-9570. Give us a call. Get in here. You can call us. You can hit us on the Xfinity mobile text line. You can hit us on the YouTube chat. We're at youtube.com/957thegame. We're on Twitch at twitch.tv/957thegame. Tons of way to consume the content. Let's get in here. Daryl's in South San Francisco. Daryl, you're on with Kyle and Alan. What's going on, man?
What's going on? We lost today.
Sure did, by a lot.
I know.
You all right?
How you guys doing? Wait.
All right. Thanks, Daryl. Appreciate it, man.
Let it out.
Yep, dude. Daryl's vibe is I feel it. Joe's in San Francisco. Joe, you're on Overtime with Kyle and Alan. What's going on, bud?
Hey guys, I'm completely sober, so don't worry about that. Let me first preface this by saying that was an ass kicking. I'm 55. I'm old enough to remember the Niners getting obliterated by the Cowboys in Dallas. I'm old enough to remember Joe Montana and the Giants getting obliterated 49-3. And the Giants. These things will happen every once in a while. The Eagles are a better team, but not. That was not just inexcusable, what Kyle's no throwing the flag. That was unconscionable, because that, for all the reasons why you said there, you have to make that call. You are paid to make decisions and judged on decisions you make in the moment, and the moment presented itself, and he whiffed on it. But the other thing I'm saying about Kyle is, it's clear they went into the play thinking that they can block monsters with tertiary third and fourth string tight ends. And Croft whiffed and got Purdy destroyed. The very next play, next possession, Johnson pancake by the same type of thing, trying to have a tight end block these guys. We saw the same thing against Dallas, trying to beat them on the speed. This offensive line, the entire line of scrimmage was dominated by Philadelphia. In the previous two games, the other teams owned the line of scrimmage until very late in the game when they wore down. So this team has to improve the offensive line. And the final thing I'm concerned about is we don't know how bad Purdy's injury is. Training camp is 4 months away, and so, or 5 months away.
That's 6.
Is he going to, healthy enough to be able to pick up when it comes off next year? Have a good.
All right. Thanks, Joe. Yeah, I don't. With the tight ends blocking defensive ends and stuff, I think that's just a matter of scheme, and I don't know how unavoidable that is. You only have 5 offensive linemen, and when you have a Philly team that goes 5 down linemen, if they're bringing extra pressure, there's only so many things you can do.
I guess that's the whole thing, right? They knew going into this that Philly had a historic amount of sacks with 4 guys over 10 plus. So my guess is this is the best that they could do, right?
Yeah,
if they had another option, you would think it just doesn't seem like a miss that would be that obvious. But you never know.
Yeah, and we also the other thing I have a hard time with, and I get I'm not saying it's good, but we also don't know what exactly the scheme was supposed to be. Maybe somebody missed a block.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, Tyler Kroft winding up on an island with Hassan Reddick, that's
not
a failure
ideal.
of coaching somewhere.
Yes, you can't, that is not ideal.
Right, whether it's the play call or the offensive line, but I totally agree. There's a lot of questions going into next season about what the quarterback situation is going to look like.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also a question of what does the interior of their offensive line look like? Because I thought our last caller made a really good point. They got kind of dominated. They got kind of dominated 2 consecutive games.
Right.
They need to fix that. So we need to hit a break. I see you all on the line. Mitch, Billy, consultant, Adam. I want to hear from all of you guys. We'll get to you right after the break. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's Alan Stiles. And this is Overtime on 95.7 The Game.
You know what? Let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Hey, we can invite our friends over and all take turns yelling at the TV during the game.
But first, we should get a new TV.
Yeah, like one of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, so I'll start shopping on the internet, then head over to the Warehouse Club to compare.
But if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at Video Only, not online or at the club.
Video Only has better deals?
Yep. We could save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Then we could afford a larger model and really impress our friends.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Servicing your Ford has never been easier than it is at Serramonte Ford. Scheduling your vehicle service is as simple as 1, 2, 3. Just go to SerramonteFord.com/service to find a time that works for you. Then ask us about vehicle pickup and delivery. Only at Serramonte Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see Signature Kitchen Suite's full line of luxury built-in appliances, including the first Pro range on the market with built-in sous vide, induction, and gas all on one cooktop. And now it's easier to build the kitchen of your dreams with the Dream Suite Savings Program with additional bonus rebates. You can see all of the Signature Kitchen Series appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Now, back to Overtime with Kyle Madsen and Alan Stiles on 95.7 The Game.
What a mess. The 49ers losing the NFC Championship game 31-7 in Philadelphia. And the most frustrating thing to me is we had a caller last segment, and we'll get to all of you guys. I see you guys. Thanks for hanging on through the break. We'll get right to you here. But a caller we had right before the break said the Eagles are the better team, and they definitely were today. Like the Niners just got outplayed. But I just don't buy that a version of this game where even just Brock Purdy stays healthy goes this way.
No, not at all.
I'm not buying it.
No, not at all. And I think everybody now, national media, a lot of them did pick the Eagles, but I think everybody thought it was going to be a close game. Nobody thought the Eagles were just going to do whatever they wanted. So, look, everybody is mad at everybody right now. Josh Johnson is taking heat. Josh Johnson,
Catch a
really,
snap, my guy.
I mean, I get it. I get it. You blame that on him. There's nobody else to blame it on. I'm just not really sure how many fourth stringers are going to get run out and not mess up in some way.
Basically, everything that could have gone wrong here went wrong.
It wasn't supposed to end like this, Kyle.
It wasn't.
It wasn't.
Real quick, you can tell how this game went, and then we'll get to the phones. 888-957-9570 if you want to join the show. I have a friend who's an Eagles fan, and this friend talks more trash about sports than anyone I know.
Love it.
I got called every name in the book this week.
Great.
Out of nowhere. Just Twitter DM.
Yeah.
Curse words about me.
Okay.
I got a DM from him when the clock hit zeros. And I'm expecting this to be like a not very nice. Said, good game, my dog. You guys got effed at QB. Like that's a trash talking Eagles fan. Is like, I can't even.
What are you supposed to do? Yeah. There's limits for everybody. And look, they did score. The Niners did score. That was basically the McCaffrey heavy drive. They did score.
Unbelievable
with
touchdown,
Josh Johnson at QB. who knows if you got a QB that can throw, how it goes, right?
Right. Even if Josh Johnson doesn't get hurt, I think this game's at least a little close.
It's respectable.
Yeah. I don't think they win necessarily, but I definitely think it's respectable. Let's roll down these phone calls. See a bunch of people hanging out. Adam is in San Diego. I'm so jealous, Adam, that you're in San Diego. It's one of my very favorite places to hang out. You're on Overtime with Styles and Madsen. What's up?
I appreciate you guys having me on. I went to that Moonshine Niners bar here, and the vibe was lit for about 5 minutes. But I wanted to make the point that it's already been said, though. Like, I'm in the belief that Kyle cost us the season. I am in the belief that, if he challenges it, Purdy doesn't get hurt. But it's like, I agree with that last caller that it is your job to line your personnel up properly. And the fact that you have a third-string tight end going up against one of their best defensive linemen, that's on you. But I am calling in to say that I think they need to go all in on Brady. I said this 3 years ago. They need to get Brady. They need to get Rodgers. They need to get a quarterback. And I'm not saying I don't believe in Brock or anything like that. I fully believe in Brock, but let the man learn for a bit. Brady's kind of hung out to dry. I want Brady on this team to try to make one last run with this offense that we have, because I don't know, man, but I'll end my call by saying that Kyle cost us the season. Thanks,
Adam. That's it's so wild, the takes on Kyle Shanahan. Just like I don't want to say the takes, the points of view, because there are some people who will tell you, dude, they were 3-4 and then they won 12 in a row. And then they lost one where their third and then fourth string quarterbacks got hurt.
Right. If you say that out loud, you would then think, okay, well, how do you come to this realization with Kyle that it's his fault? Now, look, he did
some things wrong.
Yeah, you can have all the opinions you want, and none of them are wrong. They're just your opinion. You have the situation with Hassan Reddick just doing whatever he wanted early in the game. You cannot have Tyler Kroft blocking him. That is on Kyle Shanahan. Whether we want to take it, continue to go down that path and say, if that happens and this happens and Purdy doesn't get injured, you can do it because there is a correlation. I think the tough thing with Kyle Shanahan is we've seen a lot of these coaching conversations, and it's almost as if Kyle giveth, Kyle taketh away. He is in no way perfect, but he's a lot better than a lot of other head coaches. So you're stuck, because anybody that says, well, Kyle cost us a season, well, Kyle also was a big reason in how you got to where you got to. So what when you say that, what is the solution? Do you want to look for somebody else? Because it's the devil you know is better than the devil you don't. And if you look at Kyle's resume, it speaks for itself. The problem is, and we said this going into the playoffs, the 49ers and the 49er fan base, they're just tired of being really good but not getting over the hump. They're tired of being the bridesmaid, and that's what they've been under Kyle Shanahan. They've been wildly impressive and wildly successful, but you haven't got the big one. And I think whether the excuses are legit or not, people are just tired of them, and that's okay. That doesn't mean that they're not legitimate, right? Winning with Josh Johnson or Brock Purdy that can't throw was not going to happen. But people are just, it just always seems to be something with Kyle Shanahan. So because of that, what do you do? Well, now, I am going to go back to that Devontae Smith catch on fourth down where Devontae Smith is saying, I didn't catch the ball, because you have to. And ultimately, you're just tired. You're tired of being really, really good, but not being it. That's it.
Yeah. And like I said, I get it. And I get, especially given the way the game started and the head coach not throwing a challenge flag, like you in that spot, especially with the hindsight of knowing they pocketed all 3 timeouts going into the half.
Well, and then
that is a challenge that in that spot, in that game, on a fourth down where you can start your offense in good field position and take points off the board for that night. You didn't guarantee they're taking points off because they still need to get in the end zone, but you take away a goal-to-go possession for them. You have to try. It's worth a timeout if you don't get it.
Well, and then after the injury, the delay of games on Josh Johnson, the first
no
one,
timeouts.
All right, you don't want to waste your timeout. Then it happened again. Dude, just call the timeout.
Yeah. It did feel very much like Shanahan. And again, I don't know exactly how this would have gone because Johnson got hurt. What is it? early in the third quarter. I think it was early third quarter he went down. It was early third quarter. We don't know how it necessarily would have gone, but it definitely felt like Shanahan just kind of punted and went not to borrow a phrase, but he just, I don't want to say gave up, but definitely went, well, we're screwed.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to call some plays, but it's probably not going to work. I don't know, man. It was a weird game. But again, I understand all this, and I get it.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no book on how to handle when your fourth string quarterback gets hurt in a game. So I don't know.
And then what was, by the time when he got injured, it was still 21-7, right?
Mm-hmm.
So to me, it's almost, Josh Johnson, they did score with Christian McCaffrey, but to me, 21-7 with Josh Johnson, yes, you have a puncher's chance, obviously. But even at that point, what were we really expecting? I'm just trying to go down. To me, the argument to be upset with Kyle Shanahan is all early in the game. Anything once Josh Johnson comes in, I don't really have a take on. Because at that point, it's 21-7 with their fourth-string QB, and then after that, obviously, Josh Johnson gets hurt. So I don't have anything for Kyle Shanahan after it's 21-7 with Josh Johnson. Anything that I have for Kyle Shanahan is all early. Mm-hmm. Whatever led to Tyler Kroft attempting to block Hassan Reddick, the non-challenge, those are the two biggest things, and they're huge. So if that to you means Kyle Shanahan did not show up in the biggest game, I can't argue with you. Mm-hmm. I can't. If that's how you're saying it. And the more I keep talking, the more we take these callers, now I'm starting to blame Kyle Shanahan more. I'm getting swayed.
Mitch in Maryland wants to talk about the first drive swing. Mitch, go ahead. You're on overtime. Hey, Mitch.
Yeah, long time 49er fan, born in San Francisco, live in Maryland now. I was at the sports bar with a bunch of Eagles fans with my Niners gear on, just ready to celebrate. And then Kyle Shanahan doesn't throw the flag on a crucial 4th and 3. And the Niners, only hope to really control the tempo of this game just went away. I mean, you can't put Purdy in a position as a rookie to be dropping back against the number one pass defense in the NFL. I mean, you're asking for bad things to happen, and that's what happened. I just
so they should have.
Niners
should they have just not thrown passes all day?
I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
Yeah, you said that putting Purdy in drop back situations was a bad idea. Should they have just not thrown a pass all day? Like, you have to throw it at some point, right?
Yeah, but they were coming from behind. I mean, when the Washington Commanders beat Philly, they ran the ball. They just ran the ball down their throats. They maintained possession of the clock. They played from ahead the whole game. When you're behind 7-0, the tendency is, less play action and, more drop back. And you just can't drop back against that defense. I mean, you just can't.
Okay.
You have too many.
Mitch. Yeah. I'm not buying that 7-0, they blew up the game plan and decided to start throwing.
Yeah.
I will not buy that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and the reason I wouldn't is just because of what we've seen from Shanahan this whole time. They've been throwing the football with Brock Purdy, so it's all part of it. Here's the thing, I did think that a lot of pressure was going to be on the Niners defense to try to keep Brock Purdy in a good situation. And the Eagles basically, early in the game scoring, it did set the tone. But anything after that, it's not, we got to catch up we're down 2 scores. I think all of this was already part of the plan. They've been throwing the football early, and that's the thing. Nobody was complaining about it against, I believe they started the Cowboys off and throwing the football. That's what they've been doing. So do you quote unquote change your game plan because of the Eagles pass rush? I'm not sure, but
it's a scripted first 15, man. They were going to run those plays whether the Eagles scored or not. Mm-hmm. That's my belief.
Right.
They didn't. If they had been down 21-0, then okay. But
Right.
it's 7-0. You're not blowing up the game plan and going, we have to throw it. We're playing from behind.
No, and that's the thing. You get on Kyle Shanahan for being too conservative. You're getting on Kyle Shanahan for taking too many quote-unquote chances when, these are just standard plays. I get it, right? The game just ended. It's just, what else? There's always, I guess there's an argument for anything. If Kyle Shanahan had run the football 4 times after they scored, everybody would have been saying what? Too conservative.
Yeah. I will say there was all that consternation about Trey Lance being hurt on a run play. The other 3 quarterbacks got hurt in the pocket.
Yeah.
So I just...
And I did want to say,
man, it sucks.
Somebody said on the text line, how wasn't there a roughing the passer call on the Josh Johnson tackle where he did get injured on the concussion? Yeah. I thought so too.
Yeah, but body weight.
But I'm also thinking, even going back to Tua, sometimes when you fall and your head whips like that, it doesn't necessarily always correlate, but in that situation, I was a little surprised that there was no flag.
Thought they were going to go body weight on that for sure.
Yeah.
Billy in New York. All the way out in New York. What's going on, Billy? You're on overtime.
Yeah, 2 things. So Trey Lance, he's your starter next year. He is going to be the starting quarterback week 1 come next season. I love what Purdy did. I still have mixed feelings about Garoppolo still being on this team, but Trey Lance is your starter come next season with the offensive pieces that we have returning. Really disappointed in the way they used Deebo Samuel early based on how we've seen pretty much basically how we've seen how good he is with the ball. On jet sweeps and quick slants and stuff like that. Just very disappointed with how they used them once the injury happened to Purdy. And there's a reason why Deebo was having trouble, because the Eagles shut you down, baby. Go Birds. Enjoy your...
Wow.
Thanks, Billy.
Tricked us at the end. I didn't hear that one coming.
He could have just called in and been like, hey, I'm an Eagles fan. I want to gloat. Like, you can just do that. You don't have to run a bunch of Niners takes and then say go Birds.
Get him at the end.
Yeah, no, just say go Birds at the top.
Sneak it in there.
That's way better. Kyle Shanahan, this is according to Kyle Poser from Niners Nation. Shanahan said he was going to throw a challenge flag after Devontae Smith's catch on the first drive, but decided not to after the replay on the scoreboard didn't show anything. Obviously, he wishes he had in hindsight, but he didn't want to waste a timeout that early.
So he didn't want to waste a timeout ever because he never used them.
Right. The game management stuff with Kyle Shanahan, this is not to me. So here's, I guess, where the crux of my issue is. I don't think it's a Kyle Shanahan shrinks in big games. I don't think that's the case.
Okay.
I think his game management overall, big or small game, is bad. He doesn't do a good job of managing situations in games.
Yeah. I mean, think back to last week, the situation where they almost don't get that with the field goal at the end because of the play that they ran and Brock left 1 second.
So
what are we doing?
So he explained after the half that he just didn't want to give the Cowboys the ball back.
Right.
So he tried to thread the needle of bleeding clock. Okay, waste 15 seconds, call the timeout because that's how much time we need to go get a field goal. And it ended up working.
He hates He's very scared of Hail Marys.
Apparently. But I don't know. This is not to me a Kyle Shanahan in big games thing. This is just a Kyle Shanahan game management thing. I just don't know if he's good at it.
Well, you just pay attention more, right? And during the season, a lot of people talked about the strength of schedule, and the Niners and the Eagles, by the way, both their strength of schedules weren't very strong. So there's a situation where Kyle Shanahan, it gets masked more during the season. When you play teams that aren't that good, you didn't get masked here. And maybe that's part of this is a big game against a better opponent than you've been facing. You got to be on top of it. So I do think that there's probably a correlation. I hear what you're saying. It's probably never great, but it just gets, obviously it's under a microscope in these big games.
How is the technology not available to NFL teams to immediately get every replay angle?
That's what. Look.
Is the person that's in Kyle Shanahan's ear challenge, don't challenge? Are they just watching the TV copy?
To be fair though, I know Devontae Smith was super obvious, but maybe because he was super obvious, you got to give the Eagles some credit. They got up there quick, fast, and in a hurry.
They did. No doubt. But did it? I don't know. I just. It felt like in the moment it was worth challenging.
Well, I agree, but they didn't give you time to see whatever replay.
No
you
doubt.
would have just had to go with it. And I think, to me, that's the equivalent of, when you're on the road, you go for 2. When you're at home, you play for the tie. You're on the road. That's 4th and 3. That is huge. You might as well take the gamble.
It's the risk reward of it.
Yes, there's a very high reward.
If that wasn't a 2nd and 3,
Mhm.
that was 4th down. You got off the field.
Yeah.
Your defense made the play to get off the field, and you did not reward them with that. Yeah, I thought it was challengeable from the jump. Consultant in Walnut Creek has a question for us. Consultant, fire away. You're on overtime.
Hey, guys. Well, look, before I ask the question, I'm blown away, absolutely blown away by the calls that are coming in. And this saying comes to mind, when they say that by definition, half the world's population has a below average IQ. I feel like all of those guys are calling into this show. How in the world are we sitting here after an NFC Championship game where we had no quarterbacks and we're talking about our coach sucks? We just went on a 12-0 run. We should just be saying, holy crap, what a season. And, oh my gosh, I cannot believe what bad luck we just got in this game. I mean, the fact that so many people are hung up on did we throw the flag on the first series of the game? If we thought that's what this entire game revolved around,
right?
Like, what are you doing? This game was just, I just cannot believe the kind of calls I'm hearing. I'll tell you the question I was going to ask you guys. I've always wondered what's worse. Playing a game and then at the very end losing it like we've lost in the past, right? Against Kansas City, against LA Rams. Or playing in a game where you just cannot compete because your personnel has just, for whatever reason, in this case injuries, you just don't have the personnel to fight. And I found out today it's the latter. I mean, I felt so bad for that Niner team, man. I was proud of them in that first half. We tried and we tried and we tried, but at some point you can't go up against another juggernaut without your A team and compete. And with Purdy gone, I mean, the game was over. When Purdy was out, he was already your third string. Josh Johnson was picked up on waivers halfway through the season. He was not ready for this. And I'm not blaming Josh Johnson. He is who he is. I mean, it was a bad situation. And then you have to put Purdy back in. You can't throw the ball past 5 yards.
Right.
This is in no means a referendum on any Niner player or coach. We had an amazing season. Go Niners. And it was just a crap game, and I feel horrible for it. And we just didn't get a chance to compete, and I can't wait till next year till we beat those Phillies to the ground or those Eagles to the ground, just like my man front tackle Trent Williams did.
Perfect. Thanks, Consultant.
It's a good perspective. We've only seen the other side. We've only heard the other side so far.
And that's the thing is, when you talk Kyle Shanahan, like big picture, they took Mr. Irrelevant on a 6-1. Was he 7-0 as a starter going into this week?
Yeah,
7-1 start to his career. Like, that's an unbelievable coaching job.
So here's the thing. So Dan Le Batard, they had this take that a lot of Niner fans were circulating because they didn't really understand it. So it was Stu Gotts basically saying that Kyle Shanahan, essentially, he likes his QB situation the way it is because he's always exceeding expectations. Jimmy Garoppolo's limited. Trey Lance gets hurt. Now he's got the third string QB situation and he's overachieving. At one point he always has, I guess, for lack of a better term, an excuse to drop back to. And a lot of people were saying, how could they say this? And to your point, look what he did with the third stringer. But again, that our last caller, he had a positive take on it. The negative take is just, again, like we mentioned, people just are tired. You're successful, but you're not getting there. And that is ultimately the conundrum with Kyle Shanahan, because he's a much better coach than I would say a lot of the coaches in the NFL, but you're just stuck in purgatory, it feels like. It's a really good purgatory. You've been very successful. So it's a weird feeling to say, I want to get this guy out of here.
It's unbelievable to me that a fan base that went through Mike Nolan and Dennis Erickson and Mike Singletary and Jim Tom Sula and Chip Kelly, and this is all just in the past century. This century, since 2000. Like, that's it. That fan base is ready to run out of town a coach who has gone to the NFC title game in 3 out of the last 4 years. I get what you're saying. Continuing to fall short twice in the NFC title game, once in the Super Bowl, that stinks. And losing in those games is frustrating and it sucks. But they are so far away from, like, and I'm like a decade maybe away from, okay, got to do something different. Because it's clear Kyle Shanahan just can't win. Like, Andy Reid was in Philly forever.
Right.
Like, would they go to 4 straight NFC title games and lost them all? Or
something
4,
like that.
and then they finally went to the Super Bowl and lost the pitch. Whatever it was.
Right.
Like, he was there a long time. To have the NFC championship, like, be the bar, every NFL franchise, except maybe the Chiefs right now, would take that.
Well, and that's the situation, right? Are you willing, if you are somebody that says Kyle Shanahan chokes in the big games, I want him out of here, are you willing to give up what you've had? Because we do not know, unless, I mean, you're talking, I don't know, Sean Payton or somebody. We do not know whoever you replace is going to be able to even do this. So are you okay with that? Are you okay with that? And it's a good thing you bring up Andy Reid, because somebody has said that before. When it comes to Kyle Shanahan and the Andy Reid comparison, my biggest fear, this is what somebody said, my biggest fear is that we let go of Kyle Shanahan and he pulls the Andy Reid and wins the big one with somebody else.
Yeah. Do you know what changed for Andy Reid? Patrick freaking Mahomes.
Yes.
That's what changed, because they were falling short with Alex Smith. And then Patrick Mahomes comes in and it changed the game. That's why the 49ers traded 3 first-round picks for Trey Lance. Because Kyle Shanahan knows that your ceiling is just significantly lower when you don't have one of those superstar quarterbacks. So that's who they're trying to find. Now, that's a separate conversation, because the quarterback situation just got so screwed this season, but again on Sunday.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, man. I get that Kyle Shanahan is an imperfect coach, and I get that there were things he could have done differently today. There were so many other things that went wrong that I can't lay this at his feet. Like, sprinkle a little blame here, this to me does not come down to Kyle Shanahan loses another big one. I'm not there.
You're starting from you're starting from the bottom. You're literally starting from the bottom if you get a new coach and you're figuring things out. Are you willing to do that? Are you willing to do that?
I'm not there yet. Like I said, if we're sitting here in 2033 and they're still like, hey, in the playoffs, NFC Championship, okay, fine, then let's talk. But
2033,
we're not. Dude, if you're getting to the NFC title game, you're doing something right.
Right.
You're doing something right. All right, we got to hit the break. Phone lines are lit up. Loving the calls today, loving the perspective. Want to hear from Niner fans, 888-957-9570. Get in here, get in line. We will talk to you after the break as we continue breaking down the NFC Championship game loss for the 49ers on 95.7 The Game.
Straight Talk Wireless knows there are plenty of reasons you might need a new phone. But switching to a better wireless provider doesn't have to be one of them. Keep your own phone and save when you switch to any Straight Talk Wireless plan, like our $45 Silver Unlimited plan with unlimited high-speed data and 5 gigs of hotspot, plus nationwide 5G. Keep your own phone. Switch to a better wireless plan. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. Requires a compatible unlocked phone and KYOP kit. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
O'Reilly. Count on the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your vehicle and budget. Get maximum cooling system performance for 10 years or 300,000 miles with peak long life universal premixed antifreeze and coolant. Now just $6.99 after mail-in rebate. Plus, get 2 times O Rewards points. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. O'Reilly. Limit supply. See store for details.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands. Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the warehouse club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
Hey, what's going on? It's Mark Willard for the Game Time app, the fastest growing ticketing app in the U.S. I've been telling you all about the Game Time app, how easy it is to use. and how they have the most amazing last-minute deals on tickets. You know all of that. But now, for all users, by the way, not just new users of the app, any of you, here comes an offer for $100 off a ticket to the big game in Arizona that's coming up. So use the code RADIO100 and you can get $100 off a ticket to the big game. Again, you know what to do. Download the Game Time app, enter your email address, and then all of the tickets, all of the concerts, events, theater, everything is right there for you. And in there as well, the big game. Use the code RADIO100 for $100 off the purchase of a big game ticket. The Game Time app. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you ordered a new air filter for your car. You try to install it, but it doesn't fit. So you take a little bit off the sides. Well, still doesn't fit? Well, you could try to sit on it. Or get it right the first time with eBay Motors Guaranteed Fit. When you see the check, you know that part's going to fit. Air filters, brakes, headlights, over 122 million parts. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors, let's ride.
It's the final days to save big store-wide at the Truckload event at Lowe's. Right now, get limited-time deals on your favorite tools and accessories. Plus, get 10% off in-stock kitchen cabinets with a $1,000 minimum purchase. And save even more on clearance cabinets in-store. Hurry and shop the Truckload event in-store or online while you can. Must ask cashier to apply discount at time of purchase. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Valid 126 through 28.
What's it like to go to the South Pole? How do some animals change color? Can you catch a liar?
That's dangerous territory.
Can you trust a gut feeling? What about yawns?
Yes, yawning is contagious.
Mike Simpson here, and on my podcast, I've Got Questions. We go through all these things we're curious about and some stuff you probably don't expect.
Yo, strawberries are not even fruits at all.
So what are they? I've Got Questions. New episodes Thursdays on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, I'm David Figueroa, co-founder of Melinda's Craft Pepper Sauces. Over 30 years ago, my brother Greg and I set out on a mission to offer the world a better hot sauce. We felt that most hot sauces were just basic. And let's face it, basic is boring. Since introducing Melinda's Original Habanero Pepper Sauce, we've launched 31 more exciting and delicious sauces, like our Ghost Pepper Sauce, our Thai Sweet Chili, and our newest and best-selling Black Truffle Hot Sauce. People ask us, what makes Melinda's so good? Well, we think it's our approach to making sauces. We think like chefs do. Instead of just burning someone with hot peppers and vinegar, we use fresh plant-based ingredients like carrots, onions, garlic, limes, and the finest chili peppers to set your mouth on flavor. They're really fantastic, and once you try one, you'll want to try them all. We'd love for you to try them, and right now, you can get a 10-pack of our best-selling sauces with free shipping at melindas.com. That's melindas.com. melindas.com.
This is as formidable defense as there is across the entire league.
A lot of fake pressure coming. Purdy, Dak floating in the air. It is it picked? No, hit the ground.
Now, back to Overtime with Kyle Madsen and Alan Stiles on 95.7 The Game.
Kyle Madsen, Alan Stiles, and you at 888-957-9570. That's the Xfinity mobile text line as well. You can call that number to get in touch with us. You can hit us up on YouTube at youtube.com/957 The Game, streaming live there. We're also streaming on Twitch, twitch.tv/957 The Game. You can find us everywhere. Shout out to you if you're listening on the radio, if you're listening on the Odyssey app. Maybe you fired it up your computer. Maybe you're a person that works on Sundays and you're at work and you got to fire it up on your computer. We appreciate that as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bummer having to work on a Sunday, but
all the mediums, we got them.
Yeah, we're out here. Outside, as the kids say. You know who's not outside? The 49ers. They lost 31-7 in the NFC title game. Brock Purdy gets hurt. Josh Johnson gets hurt. Brock Purdy comes in, physically cannot throw the football. And I saw some internet chatter, discussion, questioning Brock Purdy's toughness for not coming into the game and throwing the ball. From what I understand, so I used to cover the Titans.
Okay.
And Marcus Mariota had an injury in his elbow where basically like it was like the nerve in his elbow was like a guitar string. I believe is how it was explained. So it's like your nerve twangs and then it's just wiggling back and forth.
Yeah.
Right. And when that happens, you can't feel your hands. You can't feel your hand at that elbow. So when Purdy's trying to throw the football, it's like, imagine trying to throw a football after you've like fallen asleep on your arm and you wake up with the dead hand.
Yeah, the
like,
funny bone type
right,
thing.
Try and throw a football like that. Like if you physically can't, it's not a matter of toughness. It's a matter of, hey, if I try and do this, it's not going to go very far and I don't know where it's going.
Yeah, I don't even know if he would have stayed dressed if Josh Johnson doesn't go down. Right. And maybe that's why, again, everything doesn't have to be a take. I think people, well, he's out there. Well, yeah, he's handing off the football and it's because the fourth string got hurt. Who knows? Yeah. He might have come out, not even dressed if that doesn't happen to Josh Johnson. I get it. It was a weird situation. It looks like, he's at the podium. He's talking about it. But yeah, from our end, we have no clue what it is. But from what we've seen from Brock Purdy so far, what he did when he went up to Seattle, if he could have thrown the football, he would have thrown the football. That's just where I'm at. Right. It's very black and white to me.
The fact that he was even out there trying, to me, is a testament to his toughness and his desire to help his team win.
And they ran a little screen with him to McCaffrey, and I think that I don't believe he threw the ball after that, so I think that they tried.
Yeah.
And he said, that is not working right now.
Yeah. I feel terrible for him, too.
Yeah. That's not how you're supposed to get your first L.
No.
Right? That's not how you're supposed to get your first L.
But he did. That's how it happens. Got a ton of phone calls to get in here. We'll get to you. This is your show, too. It's overtime on 95.7 The Game. Thanks, everybody who is with us now, who has been with us, and who will be with us. Steve is in Virginia. Steve, your thoughts. You're on overtime.
Hey, how you guys doing, man? I have to mirror the other caller who talked about the type of calls that we're getting. I mean, you lose your quarterback on the first series, and a guy who literally just came off a 12-game winning streak suddenly just can't coach anymore. I'm not getting that, but that's neither here nor there. I gotta say it's a tough loss. To lose a guy who came in and literally unlocked the offense. I mean, if we're gonna be honest about what Purdy has done, it's not just be serviceable. Like, the guy has actually taken it to another level, and to lose that, and then the defense literally at that point had to either be perfect and they had to score, or they were just going to get gas trying to do both.
Yep.
And unfortunately, when you have a myriad of those things happen, and it's just really hard to win. And for everybody talking about Shanahan can't win the big game, well, this is his third NFC Championship game, so you got to win some big games to get this far.
No doubt.
No
doubt.
And at this point, if you're going to replace him, who are you going to replace him with?
Yep.
Sean Payton. Can you imagine if Sean Payton had those kind of under 500 seasons with a Hall of Fame quarterback here as he did in New Orleans? They would put him on the stake.
Also, and thanks for the call, Steve. Steve mentioned Sean Payton. You've mentioned Sean Payton. The 49ers do not have the assets to trade for Sean Payton.
Right.
So take that off the table. Mm-hmm. It's just not, like, I get being frustrated with Kyle Shanahan. That's fair. And totally, like I said, I have issues with his game management as well, both Sunday and in the past. I think he's had some abominable clock management, challenge decisions, timeout usage, which I guess the clock management, but there are game management issues there. Mm-hmm. They're not firing him. It's not even close. It's not even something that Jed York turned to, I don't know who he sits with, Parag Marathe, and goes, hey, we got to start looking into it. Like, that's just not a conversation that's happening.
Yeah, right. And look, obviously the Sean Payton thing is a pipe dream, and to your point, logistically doesn't even make sense. Remind me, Kyle, how many Super Bowls has Sean Payton won?
One.
It's really, really hard.
It's very hard to win a Super Bowl.
It's really, really hard. So it turns into this, is the grass greener? I have no clue. All we know is I feel that at some point you would rather just take the gamble with Kyle Shanahan that one of these days he's going to get it done versus starting from the ground up with somebody new who you have no clue. Everybody bring in Harbaugh, right? How many Harbaugh did the same thing that Kyle Shanahan's done. They got to a Super Bowl, they didn't win it.
Yeah.
So everybody looks better now when there are a bevy, a plethora of teams, right, that would be salivating right now to get Kyle Shanahan. So the grass is always greener. Everybody is feeling it right now. It stinks. But again, there were things that Kyle Shanahan could have done differently. Once that happened, this thing was over by halftime. I mean, it was.
Yeah, when they went up 21-7, the game was over.
Yes.
No doubt. So here's where I'm at on this. Then we'll get back to call. I will take, for now, if this makes me a loser, then paint an L on my forehead. I will take where the 49ers are at as an organization right now over anywhere they've been in the last decade plus.
Mm-hmm.
They've gone to 3 NFC title games with a Super Bowl in there in the last 4 years. This was a team that went 2-14 in 2016. The roster was a disaster in 2017 when Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch took over.
Mm-hmm.
They go 4-12 in 2018. They're in the Super Bowl in 2019. Injuries in 2020 derail their season. Then they go NFC title game, NFC title game. I am going to look at this as this team is trending upward.
Right.
The trajectory is fine. And if they're going to make the playoffs 3 out of every 4 years and make a deep run 3 out of every 4 years for the next 12, I will take that. I would like to see a Super Bowl win or 2 in there.
Of course.
That's obviously always the goal. But we are so far from, you know what? I am fed up with losing in the NFC title game.
And that's the thing. If you feel like the Niners have plateaued, the feeling is even if they plateaued, the plateau is still really successful. That's ultimately the issue, right? Because some people have your take. Some people say, I want someone who's going to win the big one. But I mean,
we don't know if they've plateaued. They lost 4 quarterbacks this season.
Agreed.
So we have no idea whether they've plateaued. I get the anger. I'm just not there. I'm not on that wavelength. I understand people who are. There's a point in my life where I probably would have been on that wavelength.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not there now. Maybe I'll get there eventually. Jeff in Rhode Island wants to talk about the future of the 49ers quarterback situation. This conversation will be fascinating. Jeff, you're on Overtime with Madsen and Styles. What's up?
Hey, guys. How's it going? Love the show. And I like hearing a lot of the East Coast callers. My thing is, with tonight, I mean, I guess you have to just say it just wasn't our day. I mean, as far as the game management with Shanahan, when it got to 21-7 and Johnson's in, I mean, and then he gets hurt, I mean, we have to just say, guess what? Tonight's not our night, you know. And I'm proud of the team. Tonight, I'm proud of that defense, the way they hung in there. But, you know, eventually at some point, you're going to break and you're going to wear down. And I guess the question for me is, what I mentioned when I called in was, what's the future at quarterback? I mean, we've got Lance, we've got Purdy. I mean, now keep in mind, I'm from New England. I'm just outside of Boston, and Brady is still the talk here. So, and they talk more here about Brady being a 49er than Brady going back to the Patriots. So my question is Brady in play in your guys, in the minds out there?
Thanks for the call, Jeff. To me, no. Because with the way Brock Purdy played this year, I think you have to feel good about him going into next year. Trey Lance did not get, to me, a big enough sample size to say he can't play in the NFL.
Right.
It didn't look great when he was in, for sure, but they knew that was going to be the case. So I'm not ready to pull the plug on Trey Lance yet either, and I don't think the 49ers are. So if you're bringing in Tom Brady and you're paying for Tom Brady to come in and be your quarterback, you're relegating one of Brock Purdy or Trey Lance to being inactive on game days, and I just don't think they're going to do that.
Exactly. You basically hinder the process. And for Trey Lance, because of the injury, he's already behind, right? You have Brock Purdy, who did some nice things. I get it, to use, I know we're talking Niners here, but to take it to the Farhan side of things, they're going to kick the tires. They're going to kick the tires on Tom Brady. They're going to kick some tires on Tom Brady because they have to. But, it would be interesting. It's an interesting storyline. But essentially, what is the plan there, right? Tom Brady is an elder statesman. Is it 2 years with Tom Brady? You're just hoping to get over the top with him and then get your one Super Bowl and he maybe rides off into the sunset. Who knows when he actually wants to stop playing? And then you then go back to Brock or Trey Lance. You talk about all in for a season. That's what it would be to me. You have to win a Super Bowl that year. And there's no guarantee.
Right. Especially with Tom Brady's going to be 46? Like, are we sure? Are we
the last time?
Are we positive?
Everybody
that's
is saying the Tom Brady truthers essentially are saying, well, he had no run game. That's why he didn't look good in Tampa Bay. All right, I get it.
And their offensive line wasn't great. This Niners offensive line isn't great. Brock Purdy is not better than Tom Brady. That's not what I'm saying. But I don't think if your choices are Tom Brady for a year or see what Brock Purdy's got in his second stint as a starter, I'm rolling with the 22-year-old who's making $4 an hour.
It's right. Well, that's another big part of it. It's tough, though. I mean, like I said, they legitimately have to have these conversations.
And they will.
And that's what stinks that it ended for injury with Brock Purdy because it honestly makes it tougher for the Niners. If Brock had come out, okay, these are his shortcomings. He wasn't able to do this, that, the third. They would have had a better understanding. All they've seen is Brock Purdy ball out and then get injured. So it makes it tougher for them, but they're going to do their due diligence. They have to.
Yeah, absolutely have to. Kevin in Los Angeles. Kevin's going to bring some good vibes, and I hope that's the case. Anyway, Kevin, you're on Overtime with Madsen and Styles. What's up?
What's good, everybody? How's everybody doing today?
Was better 4 hours ago.
Right. Okay. So I wrote down some notes.
Oh,
all right.
I love
first
that.
of all,
great work.
First of all, Niner fans, we need to get focused. Okay, we over here talking about changing coaches and stuff, trying to blow up the team. Come on, man. Let's get focused.
Yep.
The real issue is here. Can't win without a quarterback. We all know that. It's a problem throughout the entire NFL. There's problems with QBs all over the place. You need a QB1, you need a QB2 to actually survive. So that's one. Number two, O-line, we need to get better at it. McGlinchey, he got to go. I'm sorry, but right side of the line is the weakest part, and it's been shown throughout every game. And number three, we need better personnel for training for injuries. I know it's hard to train for injuries, but it's a real issue. We've had so many injuries to our running backs, wide receivers, quarterbacks, DBs, all throughout the past 2 or 3 years. I hope we get it. And another thing is, I hope we keep this defense together. I know we might be losing some people, but, this was like one of the best defenses I've seen since the Baltimore Ravens when they were dominating. This defense is great. Hopefully we do better. What do you guys think?
Thanks, Kevin. They definitely have to address the offensive line, I think. And as far as the training staff goes, we might see them revamp that and overhaul that, but they've already overhauled it. I think before 2018 or 2019, they obliterated, so they had a strength and conditioning staff and a training staff. They wiped out both of those and made it one unit that's overseen by one guy named Ben Peterson. He oversees the whole. So they tried to marry the training staff and the strength and conditioning staff, and it's not borne fruit.
Right. Obviously, some injuries. It's more the soft tissue stuff because, again, no Elijah Mitchell today. It's more the soft tissue stuff. A former player earlier this season talked about how the training camps for the Niners, based on other training camps he's been to, are tougher, right? And for a long time, we've thought, man, this sure is some bad luck. And you start thinking, I mean, is it just luck or is there anything that this Niners team can do to not have some of these injuries? Now, does a different training staff help what happened to Brock Purdy? No, but maybe it helps Elijah Mitchell be able to stay on the field. And going back to, obviously, trading away some of your running backs and things like that. Elijah Mitchell has had these issues before. And now I don't know, is the game different if Elijah Mitchell plays? I have no clue. But, when we're talking about injuries, it does seem, again, that Niner fans, this luck can't just be luck. It doesn't feel like, and some of it is bad luck, but maybe not all of it.
For sure. Some of it's bad luck. Some of it isn't. And I think to your point about with Kyle Shanahan and just being frustrated at a point, like do something different.
Right. Something. I don't know what it is.
That's kind of where I'm at with this training staff. Like they got to do something different.
Do some yoga, some hot yoga, some goat yoga, something.
A little Pilates in
Yeah.
Gary's in San Leandro. Gary, you're on overtime with Madsen and Styles. What's up?
Right. So I was telling the guys that picked up the phone and doing the screen and stuff, I'm not here to give flowers on participation points. I see that a lot of fans and a lot of callers are trying to take a positive spin into this season. I'm going to look at it this way. They were playing with house money when they were gambling on Brock Purdy, and it was rolling pretty sweet, pretty nice. But I don't see how this coaching staff didn't know that this might have the potential to bottom out, and they did not have a contingency plan for that, and it obviously showed today. So, am I frustrated again with Shanahan? Yeah, because here we are. Great. We went to another conference game. Great. 3 years in a row. Great. But you know what? Same ending, right? Poor quarterback play, injuries, and our defense was undisciplined in the end. So what's going to be the narrative next year? Same old story unless something else changes, right? What would that something else be? Maybe find some stability at quarterback and not hang our hopes on a miracle season on a third-string quarterback that got lucky, okay? Let's be real about it, guys. We ran on house money on this third-string quarterback's arm, and it came unraveled at the most inopportune time. But you know what? We had it coming because we put all our chips on that smiling goofball that didn't have the conads to suit up for today, talking about he couldn't go. And I have to look at Jimmy G on the sideline, smiling like a chimpanzee, like his team didn't really need him, and they wasn't getting a beat down.
Thanks, Gary. Thanks for the call.
I knew it was coming.
I'm not buying that at all, bro.
I knew the Jimmy was... We talked about it when we saw Jimmy smiling. Someone's not going to like this. A lot of people are not going to like that.
Yeah, and we don't know what gets said on a sideline. It's not like everybody's out there just devastated all the time. Everybody should be crying. Like, to say that Jimmy Garoppolo could have suited up and didn't, you don't know that. That's an outrageous take. You can't just put that in the universe because you decided it. Jimmy Garoppolo just started walking without a boot like a couple weeks ago. And you want him to just go out and play professional football? That's not how that stuff works, man. That's not how that goes. So to call out, I get you're not thrilled to see Jimmy Garoppolo, the one screenshot of him smiling or two screenshots of him smiling. Okay, fine. You want to be mad at him, fine. But to call him out as though he could have played and went, nah, I'm not feeling it. That's not, I promise you that's not what happened.
I don't think so. But look, nobody is safe today, Kyle. Nobody is safe today. When you lose and your season ends.
Mad at?
Who are you mad
Nick
at?
Zakelj.
Yeah.
6th round offensive lineman out of Fordham. You can't suit up.
Can't suit up.
Can't play well enough to suit up and protect Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Damn you, Nick Zakelj.
You got everybody is a part of it. It doesn't matter. And the text line is saying the same thing about Jimmy. I get it.
That's wild, bro.
Well, it's less about the could he have played or not, and more about just the smiling. But again, and you know what? The camera knows they're not stupid. They're trying to create these things. And look, you can be upset with whoever you want to be.
One of the screenshots, Trey Lance is standing next to Jimmy Garoppolo, and like looking at him clearly, and Jimmy's laughing. How do we know Trey didn't go up and go something like, "Man, you're gonna have to go put your pads on"?
Right.
And Jimmy's like, give him a courtesy laugh. Or, man, I'm glad it's not me getting my ass kicked out there.
We don't know.
We don't know what
we don't know. It's not even worth it to speculate. But if it bothered you, it's okay.
Or if he walked over and said to the ref, or said to Jimmy, man, I'm going to go kick that ref's ass.
Right.
Like you said, nobody's safe.
Nobody's safe.
The chop is out.
Exactly.
I'm not out here
catching strays. Everybody's catching strays today.
That's crazy. Can we fit one more in here? Yeah, we can fit one more. Rodney, you're in San Mateo. Wants to talk about the injury situation. Rodney, let it rip. You're on overtime.
Yo, what's up? What's up? Can y'all hear me good?
Yeah, I hear you great. What's up?
All right. I just want to talk about the injuries. The injuries is what really killed us today. It was so devastating. And then how did you have their own players hit both on the sideline? It made no sense. Kyle China, he did not play his great game. We already know that. The game he coached today was not the best in all of his time being at 49ers. Brock Purdy, you had a wonderful season. It was devastating. Your first passing one, you go down. That's devastating as everybody. But we should look up. It was a great fucking season.
Dump it. All right.
We got
our first one.
I was going to say,
25 in.
I'll take the over, or I was going to take the under. I did want to say when it comes to a caller earlier talked about the contingency plan for Brock Purdy. Who has a contingency plan for their third string QB? Who has that? Oh, well, you didn't have a contingency plan for Brock if something happened. But who has that?
There's only,
Should we call Phillip Rivers, maybe?
No. When you're down to your fourth string quarterback, you're just kind of handcuffed.
Exactly.
And when that fourth string quarterback gets hurt, there's not if you want to say they should have run more Wildcat, okay, fine. If that's the difference between that wasn't the difference.
It might have been more respectable, but you're not getting it done. Again, this team, everybody picked the Eagles with Brock Purdy.
Right. They were up 21-7 when Josh Johnson went down.
Mm-hmm.
At that point, there were no combination of players that Kyle Shanahan was going to put on the field after Josh Johnson got hurt where the 49ers were going to score 32 points, which is how many they needed. There are no conceivable scenarios. In reality, we got to live in reality here, where Kyle Shanahan was going to mastermind 25 more points. It wasn't going to happen. And that sucks. And it hurts. It's the worst part of this is that it's not like, man, if Jaquiski Tartt had caught that interception. There's none of that. It's like, man, everything went wrong.
Everything.
That sucked. This will be a game that when it comes up, and I'm talking to my kids, if I'm ever blessed enough to have them, and I'm telling them, man, that 2022 NFC Championship game was brutal. That was the Brock Purdy, Josh Johnson game. That's just how it's going to go.
Right.
And that's how it's going to be. And we're going to have to live with that, and we're coping with it now.
Exactly.
I get it. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump in here. I see everybody, sophomore, Kevin, Gene, Eric, we'll get to you. All of you on the other side, breaking down the 49ers NFC title game loss to the Eagles. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's Alan Stiles sitting right there across from me, and we're on 95.7 The Game.
You know what? Let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Hey, we can invite our friends over and all take turns yelling at the TV during the game.
But first, we should get a new TV.
Yeah, like one of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, so I'll start shopping on the internet, then head over to the Warehouse Club to compare.
But if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only has better deals?
Yep. We could save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Then we could afford a larger model and really impress our friends.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Every week, Damon and Retto go inside the 49ers locker room. The great Trent Williams.
He's always been regarded as one of the better backs in the NFL, but to actually have him and see him up close and personal, you kind of see why his reputation is what it is.
Hear a different 49er each week on Damon and Retto.
Bang, bang, Niner Gang!
Brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Rayleigh's, Bel Air, and Nob Hill markets for all your beef and tailgate needs.
Jackson Hewitt gets you your biggest tax refund guaranteed. Plus, get a chance to double your refund or win other weekly prizes with our Double Your Refund sweepstakes. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt. No purchase necessary. U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return ends 4/2/23.
Nature Valley has helped restore access to 10,000 miles of national park trails. And we're on our way to restoring even more because every mile is a new memory. Life happens out there. Nature Valley.
Milk, eggs, $42. Ma'am, you okay?
Need bucks? With Jackson Hewitt, don't wait weeks for the IRS to send your tax refund. Come in now for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee refund advance loan when you file your taxes. That's up to $3,500 today. Don't let high prices get you down. When every dollar matters, it matters who does your taxes. So get to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Back to Overtime with Kyle Madsen and Alan Stiles on 95.7 The Game.
We're just letting that ride. Why not? We're hanging out. We're talking Niners-Eagles. 31-7 loss for the 49ers at the hands of the Philadelphia Eagles in the NFC title game. Second consecutive year they've fallen one game short of the Super Bowl. And we're working through that.
Yeah. And again, objectively, as a football fan, you got cheated. You got cheated out of...
That's the thing that sucks.
You got cheated out of seeing a real game.
It was so clear watching you get Eagles' first drive. They convert a crazy 3rd and 6 or 3rd and 7 where the Niners blitz and Hurts back foot throws it and A.J. Brown just plucks it off the grass. And then they convert the 4th and 3, but it was like, man, this Niners defense locked in.
Right.
Like they came to play.
It was hard-earned.
And
for
the
Eagles.
Niners were moving the ball up until Brock Purdy got hit and fumbled.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was really clear through the first 7 minutes that we were going to get a game.
Yeah.
And then we didn't. That sucks. That's annoying, man. This was the best team I think the 49ers have had.
Super Bowl ready roster. That's what everybody said.
And they were. Like, that's the thing. Is it's not like there was some flaw. There was not. You can't even look at this and go, oh, see, their schedule was so soft. They weren't tested, and the Eagles just took it to them.
Right.
Like, maybe that's how it would have happened. But we don't know now.
We don't know now. And look, I see you 215. Everybody knows I got ties to Philly, so I know a Pennsylvania area code when I see it. 215 was just saying ha ha ha. I see on the YouTube chat, a couple of Eagles fans as well. I mean, is this really a victory? I mean, you won, but is this really a victory lapping situation? Right? Obviously, you feel good to go into the Super Bowl, but
yeah, no,
you're victory lapping, but it's not as if you beat the Niners in the state that the Niners were rolling.
They won.
Victory lap all you want.
They won.
You won.
Yeah.
You
get
won.
a victory lap.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you get a victory lap, but this to me, and I guess this is my larger point, and then we'll get back to the calls.
Mm-hmm.
This to me, I'll let you respond, and then we'll get back to the calls. I don't want to do that to you. This to me is not some large referendum on the 49ers roster, on Brock Purdy, on Kyle Shanahan, on the way they've constructed their team, on DeMeco Ryans, on whoever. There's not some big picture takeaway here.
Mm-hmm.
The Niners slammed into a wall of bad luck, and they lost. They got their asses kicked. In a situation, what other team is going to their conference title game with their third string rookie Mr. Irrelevant?
None
of them is the answer.
None of them. But it's still frustrating. It can be more. You can be more successful than all these other teams, but you're still frustrated because you haven't got to the big one.
Yes.
Doesn't matter how it happens.
Right.
So you're frustrated, and that's just what it is. I see people saying, "What's up? Where was Nick Bosa? What's up with DeMeco Ryans?" And it's just hard to even. The penalty, the drive before the second drive where the Eagles made it 14-7, that was riddled with penalties. At the time, everybody was saying it was ticky-tack. You still can't put yourself in this situation. So if you want to put that on DeMeco Ryans for not having, the team ready, obviously he's doing interviews, things like that. I don't think his interviews were why those penalties happened.
And he didn't
personally.
interview. Just real quick on that,
Yeah.
you can't interview the week before the title game.
Right.
So he did no interviews this week.
Right. I know that was a thing going into the Dallas game, and he said, I know how to keep the important things important. Look, anybody that thinks that his head wasn't completely in the game, winning a Super Bowl, he already was going to have his pick of the litter. The Super Bowl just helps that. So this idea that he wasn't locked in, and people just want to win a Super Bowl. It's kind of a big deal, whether you do it as a DC or anybody, right? So
that's my. I want the 49ers to win a Super Bowl too.
Mm-hmm.
We're all on the same page there. But when I look at this game, nothing happened in this game that made me think that, hey, Kyle Shanahan and this front office and this group of players can't get them there.
Right. He's taken them as far as he can take them.
That's what Mark Jackson, when the Warriors lost to the Clippers in Game 7 of the first round of the playoffs in 2014.
Yeah.
It was like, maybe this is just kind of where this team's at.
Yeah.
And then they make the move to Steve Kerr. But the Niners, to me, based on what we saw today, are not there.
Right. And if your feeling is, hey, whether it's due to injury, whether it's due to whatever, Kyle Shanahan just can't get it done. Full stop. That's it. You're entitled to that opinion too.
Yes. Right. And if that's where you're at,
right.
Already,
I don't care how it happened. Something always happens with Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah. And if that's like I said, I'm not here to tell you that you're wrong.
Right.
Because we frankly don't know. I'm just letting you know where I'm at. We have a ton of calls. Let's roll through these. Eric, thanks for hanging on. You're in San Francisco. Is it Trey Lance time, Eric? Let us know on overtime.
Hey, hello. Yep.
What's up?
This is Eric here. We touched on Trey Lance earlier. So I actually wanted to ask about what was everybody's opinion. And first of all, I'm a longtime listener, first-time caller.
Oh.
But what was everybody's opinion on the penalty on the punt with the 15-yarder?
Yeah.
That seemed like a missed call there. I see Shanahan on the line right now, and he's talking about all these missed opportunities, also wanting how he didn't throw the flag, but missed opportunities here, the punts. What are your guys' opinion on this?
Thanks, Eric. Yeah, I didn't think that was a great call.
He clearly got pushed into him.
The roughing the punter, that's a call that they pick up that flag a lot.
Right.
I was really surprised that they called that.
Yeah, and I believe that led to a touchdown.
Yeah, that extended that drive. It was 21-7 at that point. Niners, okay, you get a punt, maybe you score here, maybe you get a big play. And yeah, the roughing the punter, I did not think that was a good call. But again, it wasn't like it was tied, and that allowed the Eagles to go down and score the game-winning touchdown. That made it 28-7 that drive. So that's why. Was it a bad call? I think so, probably. But did that swing the game? Not in my opinion.
No, if you're going to get on the refs, I think that second drive when it was 14-7 and it was really was that really a hold? Was that really a PI? That would be the drive where people were really upset, or some people felt that's on D'Amico Ryans and Kyle Shanahan. Your team's got to be. That is a bad time to decide to lose your ability to play within the rules. It's a terrible time for that.
If you're done with D'Amico Ryans, do I have some good news for you?
Yeah, right. That was the last game he will be the DC. As far now, you never know. You never know, but pretty darn sure.
I'm highly confident he will not be with the 49ers next year. Dave's in Pleasanton. I think Dave's on the wavelength I am. His little note here says, no negativity, just bummed. I feel that, Dave. You're on Overtime with Madsen and Styles. What's up?
Hey, guys, so I just wanted to say, of course, just like everybody else, I'm bummed out. We didn't get to the Super Bowl. We didn't win the Super Bowl. Our quarterback got hurt. The Eagles didn't get to beat an actual Niners team fully healthy, but they won the game. But guess what? The last 5 years, we've gone deep in the playoffs. The next 5 years, we're going to do the same. We're going to do the same thing. And we got two quarterbacks that are full of potential. All we got to do is sign Bosa, and we're good to go. That's really all I got.
All right. Thanks, Dave.
Yeah. There's a lot of reasons to be hopeful. And this night's going to be tough for a lot of people, but there's so many worse positions to be in. And I get it. It might feel like there is a plateau aspect to this, but the Niners, you lock everybody down who you have, there are worse spots to be in, but that doesn't make you feel better in this moment.
Right.
Right. And again, what would have been, you're finding things to complain about. And we've already talked ad nauseum about Kyle Shanahan not challenging that call earlier in the game, but at least right. And look, excuses are excuses, but at least you didn't even lose to Philly with a fair fight. If you had went out there with Brock and Brock just didn't have it, and you said, wow, the riding dirty with Purdy, I mean, the train came to a strong halt. That team was just much better than us today. I guess you could say that in a way. You still can, but it's not the same. Not to me, at least.
No, and you can look and go, hey, organizationally, this team's in a great spot, but that doesn't matter right now.
It doesn't matter right now. Nobody's safe.
It doesn't move me.
No.
It doesn't move me.
Right.
Just like, who is it? Who are you saying earlier doesn't move you?
Who was I saying doesn't move me? A lot of things.
Lane Johnson.
Lane Johnson.
Like Lane Johnson.
Whether he plays or not, doesn't move me.
Another person in San Diego, Kevin, I'm so jealous of all you people in San Diego. I would feel a lot better right now if I was hanging out in San Diego. Shout out to Mission Beach. Kevin, you're on Overtime with Styles and Madsen. What's up?
You guys can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I just want to give thank you for having me on the Overtime show. You, Kyle, and Ellen. I was watching you guys on YouTube. Just wanted to give a call out. It was honestly like a big game, and we couldn't pull through. But I was kind of getting upset about like the refs calls and like, come on, man, like 11 calls over 81 yards and 4 for the Eagles for 30-something yards. I don't remember how much, but...
All right, thanks, Kevin. Yeah, penalty discrepancy wasn't great.
It was.
But the Niners have to do better in that spot.
Should that go in the Kyle Shanahan bucket? Having this team, I guess that has to go into the team not ready to play bucket. To me, that's fair. It's fair, though. The Brock Purdy thing, you can't put in a bucket. But the penalties, you can put that in the not ready to play bucket.
If they were consistently bad with penalties, I would. But like sometimes you just don't get a favorable whistle. It's
a bad time for it though, Kyle.
It is a bad time. It was an awful time for it. But I'm not like, does that reflect on the coaching staff? Yeah, I guess a little bit, but it doesn't move me.
You. I knew that was coming.
Doesn't move me that much. Sophomore in Pacifica. You're on Overtime with Madsen and Styles. What's up?
Hey, gentlemen, I'm enjoying this. My take is that
listening closely to the opinions going into the game, I think that the Eagles were the better team, and to win, the Niners had to keep it even and then grind them down and then win in the fourth quarter. And not to let them go ahead, because their technique is to go ahead and then they don't need to play run defense. They can just send their pass rush and kill you. And we made two huge mistakes that I think both go to the head coaching level. The first is, sorry to cross sports, but Steve Kerr would have called for a challenge. He might not have known to call for a challenge on that trapped catch, on their first drive, but he would have watched his players and he would have said, "Oh, my players are not happy about this. Let me call this one." Mm-hmm. And Shanahan runs such a tight ship that none of his players said, "You got to stop this." None of them jumped up and down and yelled, which has actually happened on the Warriors. None of them jumped up and down and yelled at him, but he missed the moment there. And so then we are behind, and they're sending their pass rush like maniacs at us. No blocking. Purdy just got hit on a straight-up run-through. I mean, I could have run down there and tackled Purdy, and I am no football player. And he wasn't protected. And Shanahan's known as being an offensive coach. So I think that Shanahan's problem is at the executive level.
Hey, sophomore, just real quick. Tyler Kroft would wreck you if you tried to pass rush on him. I just need that to be on the record.
I get it.
Okay. I just wanted that on the record. I agree with most of what you're saying.
Exaggerate.
No doubt. I got you. Thanks for the call.
You never know.
Yeah.
You never know.
You know what? I don't know. Maybe sophomore's got a great
you never know.
spin or something.
We were talking about how
I agree with a lot of what he said.
Yes, no, definitely. And we were talking about nobody is safe today, right? We talked about how Shanahan's not safe, D'Amico Ryan's not safe, third stringer's not safe, Josh Johnson isn't safe. You know who else isn't safe? According to the 408, Bonte and Shasky. Bonte and Shasky are bad luck. They are never allowed at another conference championship again.
Okay,
nobody is safe.
Here's if call in the morning roast tomorrow and tell them that's on you.
Please, I will listen to that.
I would too.
Nobody's safe, guys. Not even you, Sterling, and definitely not you, Evan.
Sterling and Evan in the building.
Existed.
We don't have Zoom up, guys. So you guys will not be shown on YouTube.
I don't want to be seen.
I don't think sophomore could block Allen either, because he also went to Temple, like us on Reddick, right?
T for Temple U. It was rough.
That's great. Nice.
It was rough.
Dude. Gotcha.
But, the thing is...
he? Were you there? No.
I don't think so.
You're way older than me.
Well, I wouldn't say way.
You're like
you're
old.
Way older.
You're so old.
You're super old.
We're the same age. That's the joke.
I just got another gray hair by you saying that.
Atta babe.
Sterling, what are your thoughts, man?
I want to cry into a bowl of soup, some cereal. I'm so sad, and there's nothing that could have been done to change it. Your starting quarterback goes down the first drive. What are you going to do? Nothing. Shanahan can't change that. The offense can't change that. Is Kyle Juszczyk playing quarterback? It's almost like destiny was ripped out of your hands, and you're just like, well, there you go. Season's over with.
And that's the initial take. Everybody, you just feel cheated, right? You just feel cheated, even if you're not a fan of either team. And look, Eagles, you won. Your fans can victory lap. We know you love doing that, right?
Great team.
But we all were pretty certain, even though a lot of national media picked the Eagles, we were all pretty sure that this was going to be a really good game, and we did not get to see it.
No, and look, I won't be drinking my own tears like Sterling over here, but no matter who you thought that should have won the football game coming in, 49ers, Eagles, we didn't get a chance to see it. No. I mean, and we were robbed as fans. I mean, both sides. I know Philadelphia is riding high and they're happy they're going to the Super Bowl, but I mean, you could look at a few things from that first half and say, even if that goes this way, even without the starting quarterback going down, 49ers had a chance to win that football game if there weren't self-inflicted wounds, if injuries didn't happen, if maybe Kyle Shanahan pulls the trigger. I don't know how fans are feeling about that on the first drive, but I stopped taking notes in the second half of this football game because I didn't want to watch. Right. I didn't want to watch anymore. So, and I imagine there's a lot of Eagles fans at Lincoln Financial Field that were spending more time in the line getting beer than actually watching this football game because it was a celebration.
Yeah. Right. It was a stinker. And moving forward, right, obviously Bengals, Chiefs, they're doing their thing right now. I have no clue who I'm going to pick because, I mean, the last time I saw the Eagles, they beat beat the snot out of the Giants, and then they beat a Niners team that had Josh Johnson, who is somehow public enemy number one. So I don't know what to do.
That I don't get.
He looks so rattled. His eyes were wide. He was like, I'm not supposed to be playing here. And he was. And it was like, oh God.
And
he's thrown 230 NFL passes since 2010.
But, and this is where we're going to start, 5-7, coming up on 95.7 the game. To me, that is what a backup that's what's supposed to happen when a backup quarterback comes in the game. When Brock Purdy did what he did the last 8 weeks, that is what made that unbelievable.
Right.
That's why he's the All-American story, is because when you lose your starting quarterback, your season, and especially that game, is supposed to effectively end. And that is unfortunately what happened today, but it is also what puts into perspective how miraculous the last 2 months were in the Bay Area, and that might get lost in the story of being down and losing 31-7. But that's what I choose as much to take away from this football game as the loss itself.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, I think Brock Purdy comes out of this one, and he got back in the game. He can only hand off the football, but Brock Purdy comes out of this one, and this whole system QB thing, which I think a lot of us locally, not sure about nationally, had thrown out in seeing what Brock Purdy has been able to do. I'll also say this, and we mentioned, Jimmy this, Jimmy that. Brock Purdy and his ability, his elusiveness. Now, you weren't going up against the Eagles all season long, but Brock Purdy was able to hide some of those offensive line issues because he was getting away, he was tap dancing, he was able to do different things. And you come up against a pass rush as ridiculous as the Eagles. It didn't last long because you had Tyler Kroft trying to do whatever it is he was doing against Hassan Reddick, but there are issues that you can put in the Kyle Shanahan bucket, but there are a lot of issues. The biggest one, which is not being down to your fourth string, well, actually past your fourth string QB, that being the biggest one, I can't put in the Kyle Shanahan bucket. But we were talking about this before. Some people are, based on the fact that you had Tyler Kroft blocking, Hassan Reddick gets through, he gets injured.
It says a lot about the 49ers that up until late in the third quarter, even with all the adversity they faced, it was still man, you get a little defensive touchdown here, we got a game.
Right, it's 21-7.
You get a turnover, we got a game. The fact that it was still even a contest.
They hung around.
Yeah, they gave themselves a chance. But like I was telling Alan, realistically, once Brock Purdy goes down and Josh Johnson comes in, there was no... Maybe when Josh Johnson goes down, there's no combination of players that was going to get the 49ers to win that game.
No.
There's nothing they could have done at that point.
Kyle Shanahan could have pulled the longest yard, and Burt Reynolds called his own number coming off the field, inserting himself into the football game. He's the only one who knows the playbook. He's the only one who knows how to run all these trick plays. The game's still over. Right. The Hollywood ending is not coming once Josh Johnson leaves that football game.
Yeah. And the Wildcat formation with Deebo Samuel was not the answer.
And by the way, you talk about trying to force a turnover. You know who was? Dre Greenlaw, because we've decided that guy definitely boxes because those haymakers were on the money and repeat.
He might be football.
He might be in Creed 3.
Yeah.
He might be in Creed 3. All the Rocky statue. I think he had some inspiration there. He was taking hacks.
Yes, he was.
It'd be so funny if Dre Greenlaw pulled up in Creed 3, an athlete that. What percentage of America doesn't know? 99?
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah.
More than 99%?
Yeah, more than 99. I would say so.
There's probably Niner fans who
San
couldn't pick
Francisco's not
Dre
that big
Greenlaw.
of a city in the grand scheme of things.
There's Niner fans who couldn't pick Dre Greenlaw out of a lineup.
No, and look, and he was also, he victimized this defense along with a lot of other people, as much as they were dealt a bad hand. And that's the quote from Kyle Shanahan that stood out to me most in his post game. We got dealt a bad hand today.
No, people aren't going to like that.
From Kyle Shanahan?
Yeah.
Is he wrong?
I didn't say he was wrong. I said people aren't going to like that.
No, and that's fine, nor should they. He's only got 3 losses in the postseason. That's fine. It's whatever. But I also think that Dre Greenlaw...
6-3 in the playoffs. We're trying to run the guy out of town.
All of them, by the way, entitled games are Super Bowls. So if you're talking about what other things happened today, your team was undisciplined today.
Yeah.
You gave up 6 first downs on penalties, 4 of which in the final 2 minutes of the first half, which is when you lost the game.
Yep.
That's what cost you once, of course, your quarterback goes down and Josh Johnson is, fumbling the ball all over the place. And that's what happened. And it's unfortunate. I don't know if you guys talked about this, but how do you feel like people will remember the end of that game, the way that the 49ers went out.
Yeah.
You're talking about the Trent Williams.
I already forgot about it.
The Trent Williams just looking a little salty.
Him suplexing another player on the field?
Well, I mean, I just think I understand.
After being down 24?
Confirmed that I would never fight Trent Williams.
There's a couple ways to look at it, though, right?
Sophomore night.
So sophomores in there, yeah.
There's a couple ways to look at it. Like me personally, you get a couple games ago, Steph Curry throws his mouth guard, right? You get caught up, and you feel. Look, if we feel as a fan base, and if we feel as an NFL fan base that we got cheated out of seeing a real opportunity, how do you think the players feel? So I'm not saying it's okay. I'm not saying it was right. I know certain Niner fans probably loved it. At that point, Trent, well, what do I have to lose? I mean, I'm gonna get this licking right now, and he did. Does it really matter how it looks? Right? I don't know.
He's got a captain's crest on his chest. I don't know.
There's a conversation to be had. I don't think anybody
it's not getting
is
taken off. Like
I know.
It's not like it was complete. If he
it
had
is
just,
for 6 months.
If he had just unprovoked walked
That
up
hurts,
and
man.
done
Too soon.
If he had walked up unprovoked and done that, that's one thing. But when you got another player grabbing your guy's face mask for a minute and a half or whatever it was,
they were stuck together for a while. It was like a Family Guy joke. It just lasted a little too long.
He's almost invoking the captain patch.
It was
like, this is my guy. I have to go out there and protect him.
It was tough.
Right. The game is, we don't have a shot at this point.
Right.
We're kind of stuck in this weird whatever you guys are doing. Get off my guy.
If the 49ers are up 31-7 in that spot, he's not doing that.
No.
That was
but
very
if someone on the
clearly a play
Eagles
out of
does that, we're
frustration.
looking at them a little bit differently.
Correct.
I'm just saying.
If Brandon Graham does that, we're talking about Brandon Graham should be suspended.
Enemy number one.
Well, thankfully, no one got hurt either. That's a good thing.
Because he whipped him.
Hopefully, no one
He
got hurt.
whipped him down too.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how 42 gets his ass kicked and then gets ejected.
Right.
The little T.
Yeah. No, that was it. Tavon. What was the last name? Wallace.
Wallace.
Kayvon Wallace.
Kayvon Wallace. Kayvon Wallace. Sorry.
Kayvon Wallace.
Yeah.
Tough way to end the season.
Look, there's no easy way to end the season, but I think you guys hit it on the nail. Like you hit the nail on the head. Like you don't want to see it end like this.
No.
Yeah, it's just like they got smoked today.
Yeah.
What else? Like they didn't get a chance to put their best foot forward, and that really stinks.
Let's add somebody else to the list here in terms of whose fault it is. 925. Let's add Dan Devone to the list. Dan Devone is the bad luck. That's the text. Dan Devone is the bad luck. That's it.
Wow.
All right.
That's a fact.
All right,
I want to keep the list going.
First. You heard it here first. Dan Devone should be fired from the 49ers coaching staff.
Dan Devone, Bonte, Shasky,
no
add them all to
longer
the
a
list.
member of the 49ers coaching staff, Dan Devone.
I don't know if it's a
Hate to see that
baton
for
or
him.
the list, but we'll keep it running. So we'll just keep a list of names of people to blame for this loss.
Exactly.
That's 3, and they all work at this radio station. All right. Sterling, Evan, they're coming up next right here on 95.7 The Game. Don't go anywhere.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Did you know Nissan EVs have traveled 8 billion miles? Just a quick trip to Pluto and back. And what did we learn along the way? Well, that an EV can take on the world, like the Nissan Leaf. It can move racing forward and take your breath away, like the all-new Nissan Ariya. We learned to make EVs that electrify. 8 billion miles driven by Leaf owners globally since 2010. Ariya not yet available for purchase. Expected availability late fall, subject to change.
Hey there, I'm Mina Starziak-Hawk, and you guys may know me from my HGTV show Good Bones. Check out my new podcast, Mina AF. Join me as we dive into hot topics and answer the questions that people are often too afraid to ask. I came from a very large, very dysfunctional, very loud Catholic family. My first episode is out now and features my good friend and crime junkie podcast queen, Ashley Flowers.
I just don't know that her and I have a lot in common, but let's go get dinner.
You can find Mina AF wherever you listen to your favorite podcasts.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Nachos! Get your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just gonna eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks? What, seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk. I would sleep upright with more pillows. But that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just one pill each morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from downtown San Francisco, this is 95.7 The Game.
All seasons, except for one, must come to an end, Sterling Bennett. But not like that. Not like that. That's the way that I felt watching the last half, really the last quarter of the NFC Championship game, which the 49ers fall 31-7 at Lincoln Financial Field to the Philadelphia Eagles. Tip of the cap to the Eagles. They're moving on to the Super Bowl in a couple of weeks. But you're left feeling, kind of like we talked about with Kyle and Allen on Overtime a couple minutes ago, Sterling, you're left feeling a little bit empty.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. It feels like this has been, well, not in this fashion. This has been the story of, might I say, millennial 49er fans. I've seen this team lose 2 Super Bowls in heartbreaking fashion at the goal line. They went 10 minutes left. I've seen this team have an interception in their hand last year and drop it. And I've also now seen my team lose not their first string, not their second string, but their third string starting quarterback at the beginning of the NFC Championship, in which even if they had lost this game, had he played, it would not have looked like this. I could have accepted them losing this game had Brock Purdy been healthy, but knowing that we'll never get to see what this game would have looked like with him on the field, that hurts even more than losing with him on the field.
Yeah, not on the field at 100%. Brock Purdy was hurt at the 7-minute mark of the first quarter, end of the first drive. And that, looking back on it, is where the game ended.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where the game not officially was over. I know the Niners forced 3 punts after that defensively, but I don't... and this is why I feel cheated as a fan, because at the end of the day, we won't know.
Right.
We will never know what was supposed to happen, what will have happened in this football game today, because we were robbed of that. We were robbed if you're a 49ers fan. I feel like even if you're an Eagles fan, you'd feel a bit cheated in this game. Again, you're spending more time in the second half getting beer than watching the football game because you know it's over. As a fan of football, you wanted to see the two best rosters in the game go toe-to-toe in what was supposed to be a field goal or less ball game, in what was supposed to be hostile conditions, in what was billed since midway through this season as an inevitable meeting between the two best teams in the NFC. And we got it for about 7 minutes.
The AFC is the battle of the best quarterbacks. This was the battle of the best rosters. And unfortunately, one player got hurt. One player, which San Francisco has seen two of at the same position get hurt, but one player goes down and it changes the entirety of the game. The landscape of the game changed in that one play, which when it first happened, I thought, oh, it's an incomplete pass, move on, only one drive. But now you realize, and obviously in retrospect, you can say, wow, that was a game changer, but this may not just be a game changer. It can be, may I say, a little further than that if the injury is far serious. Terry Bradshaw said it could be a nerve injury, and I hope not for Purdy's sake. But in this game itself, it felt like San Francisco came in confident, ready to play. The defense in the first drive of the game essentially did not give up that touchdown pass. They didn't do that. The fourth down pass shouldn't have counted. It did. Whatever, you can blame Kyle for what you want if you didn't challenge it. But this defense played lights out. The defense in the first half played a winning game. It's unfortunate that's wasted because really no one's fault. Reddick with a great play on Tyler Kroft. Tyler Kroft didn't block. And it happens. That's just football. And it's unfortunate it had to happen here. Because had this happened week 5, which it kind of did for San Francisco, and week 2, then later in the year with Jimmy Garoppolo, you go, okay, there's a whole season left, but you got 3 quarters left, and now you have almost no fight in you on one half of the football, which was touted as the best offense Shanahan's ever had, and he didn't get to utilize it in the biggest game of the season.
And we're left feeling like, at least for me, that this football game was something that was obviously billed as a 15-round heavyweight title fight.
This was Ali versus
Frazier from Philadelphia.
Right. Or Tyson against Holyfield.
Yeah. And we didn't get to see the conclusion of it. And look, I felt like in this football game, it was a situation where, in a lot of ways, I was watching what the 49ers had done the last 12 weeks, which was when their opponent gave them an inch, they took a mile.
Yeah.
The difference was the Eagles got several inches and went for a marathon because they did not look back. I know in the first half, the 49ers stood up to the task. They were able to galvanize themselves, and I thought they did a pretty damn good job, especially on the defensive side of the football. They played 28 minutes of winning football in the first half, but it all unraveled in the final 2. And even with Josh Johnson coming out for the second half, once the concussion comes into play, Purdy has to be out there basically as a scarecrow. The game is essentially over and Philadelphia can cruise. I'm left obviously disappointed in the football game, even devastated, some might say. And we see you on the Xfinity mobile text line. We see you on the phone lines, 888-957-9570. Please chime in from now until 7 o'clock to get your comments on. Let us know how you're feeling right now. But I'm left feeling like, man, what a wild freaking season this has been.
Yeah.
It all, unless you win, comes to a skidding halt. But again, last year, it felt different. Maybe even worse, some might say. 2019 was different. Some might say worse. But this year, it was like you didn't even get the chance.
Right. And that right there is why I would say this one doesn't hurt as much as 2019 as last year, because you had the chance. Yes, guys were hurt. Garoppolo had the messed up thumb and the shoulder, and there was fight. You can see there was fight left in the team and the quarterback. But here, the quarterback couldn't even fight. His fight was, hey, coach, I cannot throw the ball 5 yards. This wasn't a go out there and get him, or, Purdy should have fought harder. His fighting was, hey, coach, I can at least hand the ball off for you when the fourth-string quarterback goes down. There was fight. The issue was your fight was one hand tied behind your back, almost literally, for Brock Purdy and the Niners. They fought as hard as they could, but when you're playing arguably the best roster in football with an MVP caliber quarterback, a solid head coach who you may not like, but he's a good one, and a phenomenal defense with a great offensive line, you're not going to win a game like this. San Francisco knew coming into this game they might have been evenly matched, quote unquote, but all the predictors, ESPN, Fox, they were all leaning Philadelphia. They had the home field advantage, but San Francisco knew they had a chance, a fighter's chance. But that fight, again, was one hand tied behind their back 7 minutes into the first half. And you just can't do that.
And that's why I feel like for some people chiming in on YouTube on the Xfinity mobile text line saying, hey, guys, 49ers overachieved this year. 49ers went as far as they could. The reality is we don't know that. Right. We don't know if this was the furthest that this team could have gone, because if Brock Purdy is 100%, combined with the fact that, look, on paper, Philadelphia, yes, they scored 31 points.
Right.
They had 269 yards of total offense. That is 20 more than what they got on the ground last week against New York. San Francisco played a damn good defensive football game outside of the disciplinary issues that hurt them at the tail end of the first half, and some of which into the second half, including that tail end unraveling that we saw from really both teams at the tail end of the football game. To me, if you want to talk about, if you want to start with Shanahan, if you want to start with the referees, if you want to start with injuries, all of it to me is fair game because of the unknown and the mysteriousness, the cloud of this game that is going to loom over how we remember the finale of this season, which is, damn, man. Like, that's, to me, the first thing that I am going to remember from this football game. Not that Christian McCaffrey had one of the greatest postseason runs we've ever seen in our life.
Insane.
Not the fact that guys were going at each other on defense, that Nick Bosa was in the backfield most of the first half. Not that...
With a cleat in his leg.
Fred Warner was hurt on the first defensive possession. Yeah. Looked like he might have to come out of the football game, stayed in, and played damn good football. We're not going to remember any of that because everything associated with this final score, whether you're from Philly, whether you're from San Francisco, whether you're from anywhere across the country, if you watch this football game, you're going to say, well, that was a shame.
And that kind of feels like, not that it was stolen from us, but it feels like that we're all gearing up, or this is going to be a clash of titans. This is 1 seed against 2 seed. Maybe the best offense in football with the Niners, or at least personnel-wise, against one of the best defenses in football, at least against the passing game in Philadelphia. 2 amazing offense and defensive lines going head-to-head. Only one can come out on top. And for San Francisco, they got in there, hyped up, and the balloon deflated instantly. Pre-game, Elijah Mitchell, he's not going to play. Then Warner gets hurt. Then Purdy gets hurt. And it's like, can anything else go wrong? Then the refs, in a big fourth down play for Philadelphia, everything seemed like it was out of San Francisco's control. And it wasn't even because of Shanahan or the players themselves. It's just, unfortunately, life. It's football. And they happen to be a victim of it. And it's going to be a long offseason.
And we'll have plenty of time, obviously, to discuss the offseason that unfortunately began about an hour ago.
Yeah.
And look, it's going to start with the morning roast at 6 o'clock. Willard and Dibbs starting at 9. Steiny Guru at 12. Damon and Ratto at 3. We're going to have an entire offseason to discuss this. It's going to be the primary topic of conversation, as well as the game tomorrow on Monday here on 95.7 The Game. So you do not want to miss that. But one thing that hit me immediately, and we kind of talked about it with Kyle and Alan, the fact that when the quarterback goes down for a football team, I mean, you and I were on this radio station when Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt against Miami, and both of us were in far more of the camp of, damn, the season is going to eventually come to a close earlier than it should. Yeah. Well, it didn't, because Brock Purdy ended up being a miracle for this football team. TBD on whether he would continue to be that guy in the future. I think he's got a good shot. We'll bookmark that. But when your starting quarterback goes down, gets hurt, leaves the game, something like this against a team as good as Philadelphia, or vice versa. If Jalen Hurts had gotten hurt in the first quarter, you would expect a team as good as San Francisco to do what the Eagles did, which is put that team away. The fact that San Francisco hung around for as long as it did in the first half, to me, is a reflection on how much fight and grit and adversity this team is able to overcome. But I am left thinking, this is what is supposed to happen when you lose your starting quarterback, which makes me believe that the last 8 weeks with Brock Purdy have been maybe even more unbelievable than we made them out to be.
Well, I think it tells me that it's real. I think a lot of, at least in my head, I kept wondering every single week, when is it going to stop? When is the NFL going to catch up to Brock Purdy? We talked about, the rookie that comes up in baseball, has 2 hot months and falls apart because the MLB catches up to him. They get a scouting report on him. The NFL and defenses really never got a scouting report on Brock Purdy. And to me, seeing Josh Johnson come in, 14 years in the NFL? I don't know how many teams, but I
think 13.
You think this guy should have been at least more prepared than a 7th-round rookie who played, 5 years in college? Like, Josh Johnson at least should have known that I cannot lose a snap. But that moment was so big for him as a player. And I feel bad for him. Like he never thought, I'm going to be playing in this game for San Francisco. He never thought that. But knowing that that's how he looked after, 13 years in the NFL, and a 7th-round rookie looked like he may be a better NFL player than college player, this to me cemented Brock Purdy as a starter. I don't know. But I at least know he's for real. And to me, that gives me hope that there's always next year. I know it's the whole thing. It's always next year. But right now, the conversation is about today. But I do have hope for the future for Brock Purdy.
Well, until 7 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game, we're talking about how we feel, what we thought of the game, what we think of the future. We want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. That's the number for the Xfinity mobile text line and phone line. Let's head out to the South Bay and talk to Bob, who's been waiting patiently. We got full phone lines. We'll try and get to all of you as quickly as we can. Evan Giddings and Sterling Bennett here on 95.7 The Game, taking you up until 7 o'clock. Bob, what is going on? How are you feeling after watching that football game?
What you do. Let me just tell you, when Shanahan didn't question, the only thing I think he should have questioned that catch in the first quarter. But when Brock Purdy went down, I knew in my heart that this game was not going to go the 49ers' way. I've been a 49er fan going back to Kezar. Okay, I'm 64 years old. I saw all the greatness in the 80s, and in the 90s. And I'll tell you what, Brock Purdy was the most exciting football I've seen out of the San Francisco 49ers offensively, since Steve Young. You got to go back to Seifert, and you got to go back even the Bill Walsh era with Seifert and, with Joe Montana and Steve Young. Both those eras. That's just how exciting I felt with Brock Purdy as a quarterback. And, the defense today played. Hey, you know what? They're back. They were on the field too long. And you could see they were getting frustrated. There was a lot of bad calls that went against the 49ers today. And the NFL, shame on them. They should have reviewed that catch. This is a championship game, man. They shouldn't be left down to a coach throwing a flag on the field. Do you agree with that?
That's a good question, Bob. I personally err on the side of, look, if you have a chance to throw a challenge flag and you don't, then that's on you. Now, in the heat, in the middle of the play, I did not think that wasn't a catch.
Right.
But obviously there was a replay afterwards that showed it was, in fact, not a catch. It hit the ground. Jimmy Ward did a great job of stripping that football. But I also have to give credit to Philadelphia to immediately getting up and saying, get this ball to the line, we're running a play. And if you're Kyle Shanahan and it's 4 minutes into the football game and you see Devontae Smith come up off the ground with that football and say, clock, line.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that is enough for you to throw the red flag. I don't necessarily know if I can kill Kyle Shanahan for not doing that, because there was obviously so much else in this game that went wrong for the 49ers. But if you're going to nitpick and look at that one play, then I guess it's on the head coach.
Well, I think it hurts more in retrospect knowing they took 3 timeouts into the locker room.
Yeah.
Knowing that, okay, and I get Shanahan's not thinking at that moment, oh my goodness, my quarterback's going to get hurt and that I can't use these timeouts. He's hoping he can. But looking back, you can say, okay, like 2 things can be true. The NFL, yes, they should have looked at the play. Also, Kyle Shanahan, this is the biggest game of the year. You have to be aggressive. And Sirianni did the same thing later. He challenged a play, got it overturned, and it went Philadelphia's way. And you look at it and say, look, like Shanahan, you're not being outcoached, but there are certain and very small things in games that sometimes you have to step out of your comfort zone. And unfortunately, there was a little more of that in this game he couldn't predict. But in that moment, yes, 2 things can be true. Shanahan, throw a challenge flag. NFL, do your job and review that play.
Yeah, and look, earlier in that drive, I believe a couple of plays earlier, Dre Greenlaw is an inch away from sacking Jalen Hurts on a 3rd and short, where that ball flutters about a foot off the ground to A.J. Brown to extend the drive.
Great catch.
So that's a heck of a play where you're tipping your cap to Philadelphia. In the moment, I'm tipping my cap to Devontae Smith because he made an absolute snag. Now,
insane catch.
And it shouldn't have been a catch. I'm 100% with the caller. I'm 100% with everyone that saw that play afterwards. I just think, of course, looking at the final score of this game, hindsight is ultimately 2020. And I don't know about you. We'll certainly get back to the callers in a second. But the other part that he brought up was the officials in this game.
Yeah.
And like, I don't think they had a good football game, but I also don't think it was skewed so far one way or the other. For example, we're talking about how great Christian McCaffrey's 23-yard touchdown run. Mm-hmm. That drive is set up by a punt that hit the wire carrying a camera that the referees completely missed that should have been re-kicked. And you could see at the apex after the replay, the ball is clearly spiraled, then knuckles, then goes off to the side. Yeah. They add on an unnecessary roughness penalty.
Which wouldn't have counted.
Which wouldn't have counted. That puts the Niners in plus position. They capitalize on that, and we're tied at 7. So that play doesn't happen. Devontae Smith plays doesn't happen. I get it. At the end of the day, we're grasping for straws. We're trying to find things to blame. But in the reality of it, there was nothing to me so significant in the 49ers' control because of injuries, specifically to their quarterback, that was going to change what happened once you got down to Josh Johnson.
Well, I think there were some plays in this game I do think Niner fans do have a right to gripe about, because Jimmy Ward gets called for the defensive PI, gives him the first down. A.J. Brown did initiate contact. I understand the flag. I get it. But when the receiver initiates contact, what is the DB supposed to do? To stand there and take it and then get pushed off? No, you can't do that. T.Y. McGill, hands to the face. There was also holding on that play. It wasn't called on Philadelphia's end. While, yes, San Francisco did commit those penalties, some fans might point to and say, look, Philadelphia is the one initiating these things, or they are also guilty of something here they're not being called for. That, in retrospect, it's not changing the outcome of the game. It might change a drive, though, which might change part of the game. You're not winning without Brock Purdy. You're not winning this game, unfortunately. It sucks. It's hard to point to and say, that was the reason why we lost. No, you lost because your quarterback got hurt in the first quarter. Everything else doesn't matter at that point. You were going to lose no matter what happened. And I think, well, yes, there are gripes here or there with refs, whatever else you want to point to, I get where fans are coming from, but as soon as Brock Purdy goes down, it's game over.
Yeah, I don't think the officials were the difference in a 24-point difference in this game. Yes. The difference was, like you mentioned, losing your starting quarterback, who has been a revelation the last 2 months of the regular season. All right, let's head out to Scottsdale, where Kerry wants to talk about, obviously, the 49ers who lose tonight to the Philadelphia Eagles 31-7 in the NFC Championship. Kerry, what's going on? You're on 95.7 The Game with Sterling and Evan.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. What's going on?
Yeah, well, I think the difference in the game, I look back at the 49ers' 5 championships. There was one common thread, and that was they had an incredible offensive line. They also had the best defensive line. And today, I think this is preordained because we have 2 injuries based on an offensive line that needs to be upgraded without a doubt. And nobody really talks about that so much. My other comment is Drake Jackson. Why has he continued to be inactive when they really need some speed rushers on the outside getting to the quarterback? Thank you.
Appreciate that, Kerry. I mean, honestly, that's a question for Kyle Shanahan and his staff. I'm not too sure. But what I can say is that if we're talking about the first part of your comments, which is...
Yeah, what offensive line is hurt? It's the same guys all year.
Well, I mean, they were the question coming into this season more so than any other position group.
Yes,
I think that's fair to say. But if I'm looking at this game and I'm seeing that the Eagles average 3.4 yards per carry, the 49ers also average 3.4, if I could speak, yards per carry, the offensive line would favor Philadelphia. Yeah. The 49ers, I think, played pretty damn well on both sides of the trenches. They just eventually got worn down because they're playing 40 minutes of this football game.
Right.
Or on defense, I should say.
But even then, San Francisco lacked any spark. Because as soon as Brock Purdy goes down, Philadelphia immediately said, put 6 guys on the line. They can't throw. Josh Johnson's not a quarterback. He really isn't. He hasn't played all year. I feel like he hasn't played in 5 years. Like, Josh Johnson is the epitome of a journeyman. He is the Octavio Dotel with lesser talent in the NFL.
That's a good pull.
Like, he's played everywhere. And look, it's funny to look back and say, well, if that would have happened, this would have happened, and the offensive line. I could honestly say, I think San Francisco, outside of the penalties that later in the game got out of hand, I think they played a really good game, a winnable game, had the quarterback not gotten hurt. I think the offensive line was fine enough, outside maybe 1 or 2 plays here or there. Like, the offensive line didn't botch a snap. Josh Johnson did that. The offensive line didn't cause penalties. The defensive did that. Even the defense, Mooney Ward was great today. Like, Philadelphia only had 121 passing yards in this game. That was the second least San Francisco has allowed all year long. What was the big talking point? The Philadelphia Eagles like to throw it deep. They took away a lot of Philadelphia's strengths in this game. And I think, again, you don't want to go back to it all the time, but if Brock Purdy's healthy, they can still lose this game, but they played a winnable game almost everywhere else.
Yeah, and look, if you take away that first play from Devontae Smith, they have under 100 yards passing. Like, that's a great day for the number one defense. Yeah. And something that I do want to tip my cap to DeMeco Ryans, who in all likelihood won't be here next season because of the damn good job that he has done. Yeah. It's just tough because we won't remember some of those things when we look back on this game. Mm-hmm. We're going to remember the guy who got hurt. We're going to remember the final score. We're going to remember the Philadelphia Eagles going to the Super Bowl and the Niners not feeling like they had even a chance to go to the Super Bowl. Yeah. It's unfortunate, but that's the way a lot of people are going to remember this game. We see your calls. We'll get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570 if you want to chime in. Evan getting Sterling Bennett up until 7 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. How are you feeling about this game? What did you think about this game? And what do you see moving forward? We're going to dig into all of that over the next 90 minutes here on 95.7 The Game. We're back after these messages.
Hello, I'm David Figueroa, co-founder of Melinda's Craft Pepper Sauces. Over 30 years ago, my brother Greg and I set out on a mission to offer the world a better hot sauce. We felt that most hot sauces were just basic. And let's face it, basic is boring. Since introducing Melinda's Original Habanero Pepper Sauce, we've launched 31 more exciting and delicious sauces, like our Ghost Pepper Sauce, our Thai Sweet Chili, and our newest and best-selling Black Truffle Hot Sauce. People ask us, what makes Melinda's so good? Well, we think it's our approach to making sauces. We think like chefs do. Instead of just burning someone with hot peppers and vinegar, we use fresh plant-based ingredients like carrots, onions, garlic, limes, and the finest chili peppers to set your mouth on flavor. They're really fantastic, and once you try one, you'll want to try them all. We'd love for you to try them, and right now, you can get a 10-pack of our best-selling sauces with free shipping at melindas.com. That's melindas.com. melindas.com.
This is how you remind me of what I read. Nickelback with special guest Brantley Gilbert is coming to Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View, July 9th. Enter at 957thegame.com for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the show.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
That doesn't sound good.
The paper shredder's jammed, but I think I fixed it.
Oh, well, try shredding these $50 bills then.
Seems like it's working.
Better try another $400.
Stop. Instead of using money, use regular paper. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
You know what? Let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Hey, we can invite our friends over, and I'll take turns yelling at the TV during the game.
But first, we should get a new TV.
Yeah, like one of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, so I'll start shopping on the internet, then head over to the Warehouse Club to compare.
But if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at Video Only, not online or at the club.
Video Only has better deals?
Yep. We could save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Then we could afford a larger model and really impress our friends.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at Video Only, not online or at the club.
Video Only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Hello, I'm David Figueroa, co-founder of Melinda's Craft Pepper Sauces. Over 30 years ago, my brother Greg and I set out on a mission to offer the world a better hot sauce. We felt that most hot sauces were just basic. And let's face it, basic is boring. Since introducing Melinda's original habanero pepper sauce, we've launched 31 more exciting and delicious sauces, like our Ghost Pepper Sauce, our Thai Sweet Chili, and our newest and best-selling Black Truffle Hot Sauce. People ask us, what makes Melinda's so good? Well, we think it's our approach to making sauces. We think like chefs do. Instead of just burning someone with hot peppers and vinegar, we use fresh plant-based ingredients like carrots, onions, garlic, limes, and the finest chili peppers to set your mouth on flavor. They're really fantastic, and once you try one, you'll want to try them all. We'd love for you to try them, and right now, you can get a 10-pack of our best-selling sauces with free shipping at melindas.com. That's melindas.com. melindas.com.
Here is McCaffrey, right side, breaks a tackle, good shifty move, gets that, still going! McCaffrey's gonna score!
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Well, I know that was the only highlight from the 49ers today, really, but it was the highlight of the game, as called by Kevin Burkhardt with Greg Olson on Fox. It's Evan Giddings with Sterling Bennett here up until 7 o'clock on 95.7 The Game. Niners lose in Philadelphia 31-7. We're taking your calls 888-957-9570. Sterling, that play was miraculous. Like that, he broke 4 tackles on that play, and it seemed like each of them, he used a different move in his bag. Like he jumped over the first defender and then cut past the second one, barreled into a third, and bounced off for the fourth on his way for a 23-yard touchdown. I know that play might not be remembered 20 years from now, but that might have been the best touchdown this entire season from the 49ers.
And you could thank Juwan Jennings missing 2 blocks on that play for it. like Chris McCaffrey had to make up for another player's mishap. But yeah, that was... When I saw him get hit first, like, okay, tackle, move on, first down. But then it was, no, broken tackle, 4 broken tackles later to the house. And I don't know if you felt this way, but I felt this way. I said, we got a chance, boys. We're still alive here. And then all of a sudden the wheels fall off and you're saying, never mind. Chance is over.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Eagles score 14 points in the final 2 minutes of the first half to take a 21-7 lead into the break. Of course, the 49ers did not score after that touchdown.
Didn't get into the red zone at all today.
Didn't matter anyways. I mean... Yeah, and look, they were dealt a bad hand. Poor Kyle Shanahan, who spoke after the game. Obviously, it's tough to kind of compartmentalize all of your emotions. Your season comes to a skidding halt in a fashion I'm sure you don't even foresee, no matter what type of multiverse you're looking at. But here's what Kyle Shanahan had to say after the game.
Because the replay we saw didn't definitely show that. We saw one up on the scoreboard. I was going to throw one anyways, just to hope to take the chances, but they showed one up on the scoreboard that didn't have all that. I don't think we were numb. I mean, guys were up for the challenge. I thought our defense was playing real well. We felt Josh was going to go in there and execute our plan and give us a chance. I think we got, I think it was 7-7. They went down. They got a number of those. They had that one long drive with all those penalties, and then they got the 14-7, and we ended up having that fumble, which was 21-7. We felt confident coming out in the third quarter, but on that opening drive, we lost our last quarterback, and then after that, we were inspired watching our defense and stuff, and we felt the whole time, down 2 scores, we felt we could run the ball well enough and hopefully generate some stuff and hopefully get a turnover on the other side or something like that to give us a chance to come back. But we didn't move the chains enough, and then once they got that third score, I believe, after the roughing the punter, then it was real tough to catch up.
Look, and it does suck, Sterling, because unfortunately, once again, the 49ers season is dictated by a quarterback and specifically an injury to quarterback or 2 quarterbacks in this football game.
The same thing that has haunted Kyle Shanahan his entire San Francisco 49ers career with Jimmy Garoppolo, which we thought this year was going to be over with Trey Lance, creeped his ugly head back up early again this year with Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo again, and you're in the playoffs saying you finally have this kid in Brock Purdy who looks like the next big thing. He looks like the X Factor. He's taking your offense to heights you really didn't think were going to be there this season after Trey Lance got hurt, and it's ripped out of your hands in the first 5 minutes of the game. And when Kyle Shanahan says, no, guys weren't numb, it's almost like they have, like, you shouldn't have to get used to losing your quarterback. And they've done it so often and had to fight back so much. Like, not to make a joke about it, but it's almost like they have trauma on losing their quarterback.
Yeah.
Like, how much can Nick Bosa and Fred Warner sit there and say, we have to fight guys or quarterbacks out because it happens so often. And again, it's no one's fault, but Brock Purdy in his post-game press conference also said that I feel bad for the older guys, Trent Williams, Fred Warner, guys who have been here that deserve to win. So I know we can talk about how much it sucks for the fans and us and the team as itself and the Eagles and all that stuff, but Brock Purdy, despite being hurt physically, getting the MRI tomorrow to see how severe the injury is, he felt for his guys too, knowing that him not playing took their chances away as well.
Yeah, it was PTQD, post-traumatic quarterback disorder. Like, that is what Kyle Shanahan and this 49ers fan base, the team, has been dealing with. And I do take him at his word for it when he says that the guys weren't numb. Mm-hmm. But I bet they were after they saw the first drive because, look, Brock Purdy, when he came in to take over for Jimmy Garoppolo, when Jimmy Garoppolo came in to take over for Trey Lance, immediately both of those guys were able to have success. Mm-hmm. Now, I know Jimmy Garoppolo maybe in the weeks after did not have as much as Brock Purdy did, but Brock Purdy, again, in a game he hasn't been hurt, has not lost a football game in the NFL. Yeah. So you're looking at a situation where I think we can appreciate, despite it be through injury, what we saw the last 2 months from Brock Purdy without having to kill Josh Johnson in the process. He's the unfortunate sacrificial lamb that Kyle Shanahan, by virtue of not having anybody else, has to throw out there. And yes, Josh Johnson should be able to catch a football, no matter how many snaps he's taken or hasn't taken in the NFL. But again, when you lose your starter, more games, in my opinion, look like the one we saw today than the one we saw against the Miami Dolphins where Brock Purdy led his team to victory. And that's just the reality of the way that things have been in the NFL since the forward pass was invented.
What do you make of fans who say, why didn't you put out Christian McCaffrey in the Wildcat? Why didn't you use Kyle Juszczyk? He's your emergency quarterback. Why did you put out Brock Purdy that couldn't throw? Because I hear that and I go, okay, like there might be a valid argument to, you got to try something. The season's done if you lose no matter what. Why aren't you trying everything? But then you realize that, okay, what Kyle Shanahan likes to do in 21 personnel and running the football, you may not have that option here. And so what do you think? Should Kyle Juszczyk have been playing quarterback for a small portion of the game? Should Wildcat have been an option for them?
I mean, sure. Maybe. No. Like, all three of those answers are valid to me because none of them change the outcome of the football game. If Kyle Juszczyk is the quarterback for the last, 25 snaps of the football game, is that going to dig you out of a 24-point hole or whatever it ended up being? If Christian McCaffrey runs the Wildcat, I think they tried to do everything they could creatively in the running game to spring something. George Kittle carried the football in what looked like a wishbone-style offense in the second half of that football game. That is Kyle Shanahan in pure desperation mode because there's nothing else left to do.
You saw CMC looking at the playbook, getting the new helmet, and it seemed at a certain point in this game they were leaning towards, hey, Christian McCaffrey, you might have to play quarterback. And I do wonder, why did that not take place?
Well, he did play quarterback. He threw it to John Lynch on the sidelines.
Oh, well, true. But I mean,
better than Zach Wilson, I'll give him that.
Oh, Jets fans. But but yes, I do wonder, knowing Brock Purdy could not throw. We saw the video of him saying, Coach, I cannot throw. His elbows wrapped the entire game. He could not play 100%. You knew that. And even the announcers and Burkhardt and Olsen said, at least get a quarterback that can run. Get you a dual threat guy who can maybe pass here or there, but can be a running quarterback for you. And again, it's no one's fault. Josh Johnson, I hope you're healthy. Concussion protocol, I hope you're okay. Brock Purdy, I hope your elbow's okay. And I'm not blaming Shanahan either. It's looking for a path to victory where maybe there isn't one, and there obviously isn't one now. But I just wonder why there wasn't maybe more done. I get fans to say, do everything you can, but I also get Shanahan saying, look, those weren't options for us.
Well, let's see if the people can help us. 888-957-9570. Evan Giddings and Sterling Bennett going up until 7 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. Of course, we're going to continue the conversation all week long here on 95.7 The Game. That starts on Monday tomorrow at 6 a.m. with the morning roast. But I want to go out to Los Angeles, a place where typically Rams fans tend to reside. But it sounds like we have a 49ers in the midst of Southern California. Stefano is up next on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, man? You're on with Sterling and Evan.
What's up, guys? Listen, you said it perfectly earlier. This was cheated. It was a cheated game for every NFL fan in the world. Because I think Purdy was driving. He was 3 for 3 until he held on to the ball too long. I don't blame Kyle really for anything today. With a defense that's on the field for 3/4 of the game, at the end of the game, they're going to get sloppy, and that's what happens. But you look at the game, this was much closer than I think we're going to get credit for moving forward, especially in the media. When you have a Hurts that threw for 120 yards, I think, maybe ran for, 20, a little more than 20 yards. It's like we look at it, it's like Purdy could have done that in his sleep with this offense. And it just hurts. It hurts for every Niner fan to look at Kittle and Debo and Ayuk that couldn't get their opportunities. But I think at the end of the day, as Niner fans, we got to look at this game and say, okay, we got here with, the diamond in the rough in Brock Purdy. We go for it with Trey Lance on the bench. Hopefully we keep him. Obviously we're looking to get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo. And we look at this team, we say we can keep Trent Williams. We still got Kittle. We still got Ayuk. We still got Debo. We still got Juszczyk. We still got a lot of the guys in the defense, Warner and Greenlaw. Hufunga's still on his rookie contract. We got to sign Bosa. But you look at the core of this team, you say, okay, we can come back and we could still contend for the NFC for years to come. And we got to hope that Purdy can play, and God forbid that, there's anything serious here. But this game was much closer than I think we're going to get credit for.
Yeah, no doubt, Stefano. No, I appreciate it. And look, all points well taken. I think if you look at Jalen Hurts' line, 15 of 25, 121, yeah, Brock Purdy can absolutely do that. In fact, he did that last week against the Cowboys in a win. I want to keep going with the phone calls, keep getting your input in the conversation here up until 7 o'clock on 95.7 The Game. Let's go out to John in Belmont. I've seen him hanging around on the phone lines. Wants to talk about something that we discussed in our first segment, and that is Kyle Shanahan. John, what's going on? You're on with Sterling and Evan.
Hey, fellas, how's it going?
Yo.
First off, I want to say I am very grateful for what the Niners did this year. They gave us a lot more than what we expected after Jimmy going down. So Shanahan, his decision-making, scheming up until this point has been really good and consistent. The thing is when he gets into the big shows, he seems to kind of choke a little bit, and that's where it comes down to a few certain things. The fact that he didn't let Jimmy on the field last week to have a backup that can come in and step in, even at 50%, would be better than a Josh Johnson out there. That was apparent, in my opinion. So that's number one. The second one is a no challenge on the pass, which we all know is hindsight. Could have went there. But in that kind of situation, throw the flag, my guy. You make that call, be the leader. Whether you lose it or not, you still have the defense there to back you up. Last point is, going back to the Wildcat, Purdy cannot throw the ball. He is not taking anyone out. They're on the run. At least get the ball into the hands of the guys who can run the ball. McCaffrey back there, Juice, Debo, Kittle, all those guys, let them earn those yards, fight for it, and, hey, sprinkling McCaffrey in there on some pass plays like he did earlier in the beginning of the year when he first came in. Keep the defense somewhat honest, make them come up, bite up, little play action. Come on, Shanahan, you're a genius, quote unquote. Sprinkle that in a little bit.
Yeah, no, look, well taken, John. And actually, Kyle Shanahan talked about the reasoning for not challenging that first quarter catch on Devontae Smith. I don't know if we had that already, John, but yeah, let's go to that. Let's hear from the man himself. Okay, so for people who are not happy with Kyle Shanahan choosing to not challenge that 4th and 3, 29-yard catch by Devontae Smith, which led to the first touchdown for the Eagles, here's how Kyle Shanahan explained himself.
Because the replay we saw didn't definitely show that. We saw one up on the scoreboard. I was going to throw one anyways, just to hope to take the chances, but they showed one up on the scoreboard that didn't have all the angles you guys saw, and that looked like a catch. So we don't want to waste the timeout, which we definitely would have if we didn't see that. But then I heard they got a couple other angles, and you guys end up seeing later that it was not a catch.
And look, Sterling, if you want to say that that's Kyle Shanahan's biggest sin in this game, I guess I'll hear you. My response would be, again, he's 6-3 in the postseason. All 3 losses have come in a title game or a Super Bowl. I know he doesn't have the Super Bowl, and so there is this narrative surrounding him that he cannot win the big one, but I don't know how he's supposed to win that football game today.
I can give you 2019, I can give you 2016 and say, yeah, Kyle Shanahan had a lot of faults in what happened in the outcome of those games. Not this game. Yeah. This game is not on Kyle Shanahan. You give me any coach. You give me Bill Walsh, Bill Belichick. You give me the greatest coach of all time, whoever you want to insert into that title, and you give them their 3rd-string quarterback, I guarantee you they don't even get to this game. And if in this game that same quarterback gets hurt, the same outcome happens today. There is no way you can blame Kyle Shanahan for the loss itself. Now, the challenge play, okay, I get that. But the challenge play didn't change the outcome of the game. Your score was 7-7. Like, this game was tied. You were down by 2 scores going into halftime, not because of Kyle Shanahan. Because the quarterback got hurt and Josh Johnson can't catch a snap. That's not on Kyle Shanahan.
No, and look, again, we're nitpicking here, but we're trying to find ways that the 49ers could have won this football game and outside of the injury.
And there ain't none.
And yes, that is a glaring, perhaps mistake, non-call by Shanahan. And for those of you who are, chiming in on the Xfinity mobile text line, 888-957-9570, saying, well, it wasn't a clear catch. Jimmy Ward ripped it out. Well, if you're looking up at the home field scoreboard at Lincoln Financial, even if they have the replay available, they're not going to show it to everyone. They're not going to show you their own guy dropping the football. So when Kyle Shanahan explains it as saying, look, we saw the immediate play on the board, and then up in the booth, again, credit to the Eagles by saying we need to get to the line as quickly as possible to snap this football. If Kyle Shanahan has one chance to see a replay, and that's the replay that he saw, which in fairness was the one they showed on the broadcast, I thought that was a catch too. I would have been hard-pressed in the 15 seconds between Devontae Smith getting up and the Eagles getting to the line of scrimmage to say, damn it, I'm a full send this red flag.
My bigger complaint would have been with the NFL, not saying, hey, let's stop the play.
That's a good point.
Let's make sure it was actually a catch. Like, the NFL has the power to do that. It's not just on scoring plays. If they feel like a play, in this case a catch, was not a catch, they can stop play, review it, and get the play right. They didn't do that. And it's pretty ironic because, and I don't want to complain about penalties, but in a game where it feels like, okay, things aren't going to go your way, for whatever reason that might be, the NFL lets that go early in the first drive for Philadelphia. And later in the game, there's some penalties against you maybe you don't like. It's okay, like, no one's saying the fix is in. That's not how the NFL works. It's not hashtag NFL rigged on Twitter. It's not how this thing works. But early it did feel like that, so you're not going to look at that, but you'll look at the punt? Why? And yes, the outcome was the same in both those. That was a catch, and they said, forget the punt, give them the flag, whatever. But it did feel like early in the game they were going to let them play, and later in the game things tightened up. And I don't like that because you are essentially setting the tone for the teams. Hey, we're going to call you tight. Hey, we're going to call you loose. And early, they were calling them pretty loose. Later, got really tight. I don't like that. You have to have some sort of consistency, and that's supposed to be your best ref crew right there. I don't like that.
Yeah, look, no, the officials did not have a good game. And if you want to say it was favored in Philadelphia's manner, I'm willing to hear you. I also would tell you that the 49ers committed 11 penalties today.
Yep.
That is the most in a playoff game by a San Francisco team since 1987. Mm-hmm. That, to me, whether some of the calls were fair or unfair, spells undisciplined. Mm-hmm. That is a big reason why they lost this football game, is because even when it was supposedly in the balance in the first half, in which you went and tied the game, and there was a chance down the stretch of the first half for you to potentially even get the ball back and maybe even go ahead heading into the locker room. Instead, 4 penalties, some unfair, some fair. Extend a Philadelphia drive that leads to a score.
Yep.
Then you get a turnover. Then a Dre Greenlaw 15-yard penalty inexplicably moves the ball to the 10-yard line when Philadelphia is trying to run out the clock and kick a field goal to go up by 10 points. Mm-hmm. Instead, you gift them 15 yards, next play touchdown, and then you're looking up at the scoreboard, it's 21-7 and it's night-night.
I could argue that despite losing Brock Purdy, and I do think San Francisco played a winnable game for the most part, they have been very undisciplined in big games under Kyle Shanahan. Go back to last year, Week 18 against the Rams. Dre Greenlaw's doing the same stuff. Like, I love Dre Greenlaw. He deserved that money.
He's had a great season.
Career season for him thus far. But in big games, there are times he can play undisciplined. I cannot count on my hands, because there's too many to count, how many times he has done, and whether it's a defensive PI or an unnecessary roughness penalty after the play's over with. I see him punching. Like, dude, the play's over with, man. Let it go. You already lost the game. I get you're frustrated. Move on. And in tight windows like the end of that first half, where even if you're down by 10, you get the ball back to start the second half, and at that point, you don't know if Brock Purdy can come out there and play, and I sure as heck know he doesn't know that. And if you have any chance of salvaging a first half of play which did not go your way in any means, yet somehow, some way, you're only down by 10, and you take it upon yourself to almost ruin that, like, you cannot, like, that right there is not winnable. And it's stuff like that, despite Brock Purdy being hurt, that takes you out of a game early.
Well, and that's why I thought that, again, outside of those penalties, and most of them were on the defense, at least the ones that really killed you, or special teams, if we're looking at that punt as well.
Jordan Mason.
I thought the defense played pretty well today.
Yeah.
In the first half specifically, and in the second half, I mean, it's tough when your offense is just giving the ball back to the other side. Again, they weren't in the red zone the entirety of the football game. You're having to be out there on defense for 37 minutes. If you're asking me, this number one defense, did it stand up? I would say in the first half, the answer was yes. And we're talking about how, and maybe this is the reason why Kyle Shanahan felt comfortable saying that guys weren't numb after the Brock Purdy fumble and then injury. After that fumble, they forced 3 punts.
Yeah.
Like, the defense held serve when they needed it most. The issue is that, unfortunately, there was nobody on offense outside of Christian McCaffrey that could get going because you were hemorrhaging, because you had your right arm cut off when that's the arm that you throw with, essentially. Like, so, and literally, like, that was the issue to me today. And I know we're going to continue this in the second hour, Sterling, but I quickly want to get a call in from Foster City. Brian has been hanging on patiently online. Brian, what's going on? You're on with Sterling Bennett and Evan Giddings here on 95.7 The Game.
Man. Hey, guys. I want a rematch. This is like, it's such a bummer that, the game was basically anything that happened after Purdy's injury, has become null, right? In terms of like what could have been and everything. It just sucks we couldn't get a fair shot to really play this entire game with him and really see what he's fully capable of in the big, big moments. I'm excited to see what happens during the off season, see what they decide to do with the quarterback decision. It's not the best way to go. But nevertheless, it was a great season. Purdy he did so many things that we weren't expecting from him. And, in some shape or form, we see some light in this. So it sucks that it didn't work out, but, honestly, I want that rematch. I want to see this game happen again. Let's play this game 2 weeks from now and see if he can come back, but yeah.
Yeah, no, appreciate that, Brian. I think a lot of people are left with no answers. Like, everyone's got questions. Everyone had questions at the beginning of this game, and it felt like, Sterling, none of them got answered because of the injuries and because of how the game turned out.
This was a game coming into it where you had some nightmares about. Of like, this could be a really tough game, could be a really good game. It can get ugly. And I'll admit to you, a couple nights ago, I had a dream. I was like, wow, they're probably going to lose, aren't they? And I was like, oh God, please don't let it happen. I had night sweats, and I was like, oh God, let that not be the case.
Woke up in a pool of your own despair.
It was like, oh gosh. And my pillows are all wet and everything. And I'm sitting there like, Lord, please let this not happen.
Yeah.
And you wake up on Sunday at noon, and you're feeling pretty good about yourself. And then, boom, season's over with. And now you're sitting here saying, I have to wait until when to play again? August, September? This is going to be the long off season, and I know this is about today and today's game, but there are a lot of questions surrounding this team. Who's back? Who's playing quarterback? We have a whole off season to talk about it, but this was a game where many fans, including myself, thought this is not how it's supposed to end, and that's why it's so heartbreaking.
Yeah, wasn't supposed to happen like this. Win, loss. It did not feel like the game was supposed to culminate the way that it did. We got an hour left here on Double Overtime here on 95.7 The Game. Sterling Bennett, Evan Giddings taking your calls for the next 60 minutes. 888-957-9570. That's also the number for the Xfinity mobile text line. How are you feeling about this game? How are you feeling about the season? And what is the first thing that comes to your mind when we're talking about Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan, and the entirety of this year? Do you see it as expectation fulfilled? Do you see it as something left on the table? That's all coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
When choosing a wireless provider, you're forced to compromise. But what if you didn't have to? What if you could get reliable service without a contract and save money? Introducing Total by Verizon, a new no-contract, no-credit check carrier for you and your family with plans starting at just $30 a month on America's most reliable 5G network. Total by Verizon is available at totalbyverizon.com and at retailers nationwide based on first-place rankings and RootMetrics first half 2022 5G assessments of 125 metros. Experiences may vary, not an endorsement.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
That doesn't sound good.
Paper shredder's jammed, but I think I fixed it.
Oh, well, try shredding these $50 bills then.
Seems like it's working.
Better try another $400.
Stop. Instead of using money, use regular paper. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary.
This is how you remind me
Nickelback with special guest Brantley Gilbert is coming to Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View, July 9th. Enter at 957thegame.com for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the show.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands. Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code FRIEND at checkout. That's harrys.com, code FRIEND. Enjoy.
Hello, I'm David Figueroa, co-founder of Melinda's Craft Pepper Sauces. Over 30 years ago, my brother Greg and I set out on a mission to offer the world a better hot sauce. We felt that most hot sauces were just basic. And let's face it, basic is boring. Since introducing Melinda's Original Habanero Pepper Sauce, we've launched 31 more exciting and delicious sauces, like our Ghost Pepper Sauce, our Thai Sweet Chili, and our newest and best-selling Black Truffle Hot Sauce. People ask us, what makes Melinda's so good? Well, we think it's our approach to making sauces. We think like chefs do. Instead of just burning someone with hot peppers and vinegar, we use fresh plant-based ingredients like carrots, onions, garlic, limes, and the finest chili peppers to set your mouth on flavor. They're really fantastic, and once you try one, you'll want to try them all. We'd love for you to try them, and right now, you can get a 10-pack of our best-selling sauces with free shipping at melindas.com. That's melindas.com. melindas.com.
This is as formidable defense as there is across the entire league.
A lot of Fed pressure coming. Purdy, deck, floating in the air. It is! Is it picked? No, hit the ground.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
That's Kevin Burkhardt along with Greg Olson on Fox Sports on the Call. 49ers lose tonight. Their season comes to a skidding halt in Philadelphia. 31-7 the final score. Eagles on to the Super Bowl. Sterling Bennett, Evan Giddings with you here on 95.7 The Game. Another hour. So we'll be taking up until 7 o'clock. Of course, coverage all morning long, all day long on Monday, tomorrow, starting at 6 a.m. through 6 p.m. here on 95.7 The Game. So do not miss a second of content and coverage. Sterling, we're talking about, obviously the biggest play of this game, which is the fumble at the 7-minute mark, and Brock Purdy hurts his elbow. Well, Adam Schefter had some somewhat unfortunate news after the game as far as what may have happened to Brock Purdy concerning that elbow that did not allow him to throw the football without pain in the second half and the rest of the football game. Quote, 49ers believe Brock Purdy injured his ulnar collateral ligament during today's NFC Championship game. Per sources, will undergo an MRI on Monday. The hope is that it's not ruptured, which would lead to a 6-week recovery, but tests, of course, will provide clarity. We're looking at a situation now where if it is something that revolves around a tear to the UCL, first place my mind goes to is Tommy John surgery, which keeps pitchers out for at least a year. So best case scenario, it's 6 weeks. Either way, something to the elbow spells bad news bears for Brock Purdy.
I guess the best thing is it actually is the last game of the season. That way he has the whole offseason to recover and rehab, and hopefully that. But now I think about it and I go, okay, Trey Lance might not be ready for OTAs, and now Brock Purdy might not be ready for OTAs either. Like you may go into next year with Josh Johnson as your starting quarterback, at least in OTAs and training camp.
Oh boy.
Which, that doesn't sound great from a Niner fan's perspective. You do not want to go into OTAs, which again, it means nothing in the larger scheme of things. But my fear was that this could linger. Because how many times, and God, I hope not, but how many times do you hear of a guy who gets Tommy John, then it's a strain, and it's a reoccurring thing where it's 1 week he feels great, 1 week he doesn't feel great. And yeah, it's usually a baseball injury with Tommy John, but elbows are so tricky where you can feel great one game against the Dolphins and feel awful 1 week against the Buccaneers. And if he's your starting quarterback or you believe he can be the starting quarterback next year, I mean, you might need two quarterbacks again next year, which you never want to hear that.
No, and keeping it to this game, look, Brock Purdy said that we saw him on the sideline trying to throw. I mean, we saw him testing his arm multiple times. Anytime that Brock Purdy moved in the sideline, the camera panned to him. I mean, the game revolved around, in many ways, Brock Purdy's entrance and exit from this football game. But here's what he had to say after the game as far as the loss, some of his teammates, and let's just hear from the quarterback, former QB1 for San Francisco.
I'm just so sad for the older guys, Fred, Trent, George, Eric Armstead, everyone, all the guys that have been through this. They've obviously been to the Super Bowl in 19 and then last year in the NFC Championship, and then for this to happen, it's in the first drive, really, of, man, this is the kind of game we have to play after the first drive, and I'm just frustrated, but it's more sad for those guys than anything because they deserve to go to win and to win the whole thing. And so when that happened, man, I'm just more frustrated with that and sad for them.
Well, it's interesting because there was kind of a similar sentiment of, young to old, paying respect, hoping that they could be successful, but also the reverse, which was the older players and the guys that he mentioned, specifically Fred Warner, saying that this was not on Brock Purdy and something like this could not have been foreseen. Here's what Fred Warner had to say about it.
He ain't got nothing to be sad about. He's the reason we even got to this game. When Jimmy went down against the Dolphins, we didn't know what our season was going to be. He came in and did a heck of a job. He's the reason we're here right now. And like I said, unfortunately what happened, him getting hurt and Josh getting hurt, we just couldn't do enough to find a way to win.
Sterling Bennett, I heard no lies from the San Francisco captain.
Yeah, and look, the 609 says Brock Purdy's not worth 24 points. He may not be worth 24 points, but he's a difference maker in this game. Whereas if he's playing, maybe you have an equal to maybe better TOP. And because of that, your defense doesn't play as long. They're on the field. Your offense is on the field longer, more sustainable drives. And again, going back to Fred Warner, Brock Purdy saved San Francisco's season. Just like we thought Jimmy Garoppolo had previously saved it, Brock Purdy, we've talked plenty of times, how often does a third-string quarterback make your offense better than your first and second-string guy? It doesn't happen. And for Fred Warner, a captain, the best linebacker in football, to sit up there and say Brock Purdy is the reason we are here, to me, even if injured, and hopefully it's not too serious, but there is confidence in Brock Purdy in that building. That even with you being hurt, that we know if you're healthy, we likely, or they can think they did, we had a chance to win this game. And we want you back here next year under contract. He obviously already is, but I think this team sees him as the starter next year. I think they realize that this kid has what we need to get to the next place. And if he played today, we have the W in hand.
I also think the defense probably looks at their own performance and says, yes, Philadelphia did put up 31 points, but we held them to under 4 yards per play. Yeah. And that's the number one offense for the entirety of the season on the other side of the football field. Meanwhile, they're looking at their own offense saying, damn, if we had Brock Purdy, we're probably not averaging 3.6 yards per play, which in of itself, thinking about having a guy back there not to defend because he can't throw for much of the football game is pretty impressive. Like I brought up the fact that Chris McCaffrey had 110 yards when you know he's going to get the ball. There's no Elijah Mitchell, unfortunately inactive today. And you have a guy that can't throw the ball more than 5 yards down the field. Chris McCaffrey still was able to pick up chunk plays. Like the defense, in my opinion, outside of the penalties, did its job. The offense was not allowed to do its job because of Brock Purdy's absence.
Well, even if someone like maybe a Deebo Samuel had any impact, or George Kittle had more than 3 catches, and Brandon Ayuk did something, and I get the reason why they couldn't, because no one could throw them the football. But San Francisco's premier players who we all talked about, yes, they would have been more involved had Brock Purdy been out there. But Christian McCaffrey, we talked so many times about how big this trade was for San Francisco. The Eagles had 6 defensive linemen in this game after Brock Purdy got hurt, and he still had over 100 yards and 1 touchdown run, which was incredible.
Yeah.
Like, when you have a player like that can look at the defense and say, I know you are scheming to stop me, and everything you do is not going to work. I'm still going to be able to score. Imagine if Brock Purdy plays. Like, it changes everything.
Yeah, no, 100%. Let's go back out to the phones. 888-957-9570 up until 7 o'clock here. Sterling Bennett, Evan Giddings, 95.7 The Game. Let's go out to Philadelphia and hear from Jim. I hope this isn't a troll call, Jim. It sounds like you're a 49ers fan out there in enemy territory, but how are you feeling after watching that football game transpire?
I'll tell you, I'm feeling pretty good, but I'll tell you a couple things from our perspective that we could not quite understand, and one especially, the hit on Purdy. We were so surprised. You know, the guy that hit Purdy had like the highest number of sacks of anybody in the league, and it just seemed like there was something fell off in terms of why would you keep him guarded by a guy? Apparently, he was a secondary guy. I mean, he literally had a clear path to Purdy. Of all players, this is the leading guy in sacks in the league, and it just didn't seem something fell through. We could not understand that.
Yeah, that's a good point, Jim. Just one small correction. I believe Nick Bosa had the most sacks in the league. Although at the end of this game, Hassan Reddick, the guy that he's talking about, has 1/2 less sacks than Nick Bosa. He had 2 today, 18 this season.
I will say that at least early in this game, more importantly, that first drive, there was about 2 or 3 plays he was unblocked entirely. Whether it was Jennings missing a block or Croft missing a block, it just felt like that the first drive, they were pretty much telling Reddick, here's a free lane to the quarterback, don't hurt him. And he hurt him. Now, it wasn't on purpose, obviously, and it was a good play by him, but I don't know if that was a schematic thing San Francisco wanted to do, or if that was a blown block by Croft or Jennings or whoever it might have been, his guy to block. But it just felt like that first drive, something did seem off when it came to the offensive line or who had their blocking assignments. Because you don't give a guy that has or is tied for second in blocks in football a free lane to the quarterback. We see what happens today. You can't do that.
No, and look, also, if we're talking about how teams use their tight ends or to block, or whatever, like there was an RPO play where I believe Jack Stoll, who is the backup tight end for Philadelphia, got matched up one-on-one with Nick Bosa, and what did Nick Bosa do? He went right around him and grabbed Jalen Hurts for a tackle. So I understand people maybe blaming Kyle Shanahan for not protecting Brock Purdy, but if anything, that to me is a play where, look, if I really want to, nitpick, I'll say, hey, Brock Purdy, there has to be an internal clock in your head that you should have been able to kind of configure versus Dallas.
He called it his blind side, and I go, no, that's your strong side. That's right in front of you.
That ball's in front of you. That player is bearing down on you, and you got to get that ball out, which it looked like he almost did. Of course, he fumbled and unfortunately hurt his elbow in the process. But look, the Niners, again, they forced 3 punts after that turnover. That was where the game, to me, was. That play was not where it was lost. The injury is where the game was lost. So, it's unfortunate that quarterback injuries have become synonymous with Kyle Shanahan and these 49ers, but unfortunately, them's the ropes. All right, let's go out to San Francisco. Hill wants to talk about Kyle Shanahan. Hill is in the Bay. Hill, I assume, is from the Bay. Hill's a 49ers fan. What's going on, Hill? You're on with Sterling Bennett and Evan Giddings on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, fellas. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about what you just said. Kyle Shanahan did not have these guys ready from the start. Like you just said, Brock Purdy hurt himself. I think that was a play-action play. It was a slow-developing play-action, and the defensive guy was right there in his face, and that's why it was a fumble. It's this Kyle Shanahan wasn't prepared for 5 defensive linemen right from the start. And if Brock Purdy wouldn't gotten injured, he still would have got injured later because that 5 defensive front was something Kyle Shanahan was not prepared for. It was the same thing we saw last year when the Rams with 6 defensive linemen and they lost the NFC Championship. And he did it again this year, and he wasn't prepared at all from the start. And that's why I was like, how can we go back with Kyle Shanahan if he's not even prepared to counter a 5 or 6 man defensive front, because he puts his quarterback in danger because he hates to involve the deep throw. It should have been a 5 wide receiver, a 4 wide receiver right from the start because of the pressure. He should have studied, and that's why he puts the quarterback in danger and getting injured. He's a quarterback killer. Kyle Shanahan does not protect his quarterback.
Okay,
man.
yeah, no, but appreciate that, Hill.
But that's not even true.
No, it's not. And also, look, if you're telling me that Kyle Shanahan has lost in the Super Bowl to the team who won the Super Bowl, and the Chiefs, he lost last year in the NFC Conference title game to the team that won the Super Bowl, and this year, if the Eagles go on to win the Super Bowl, which, in my opinion, I believe they will beat whoever comes out of the AFC, you're telling me that Kyle Shanahan has been the head coach of the second-best team in football 3 times. Oh, and by the way, he's also won 6 playoff games to get you to that point.
And even then, why do we blame Kyle Shanahan and not players? I know Kyle Shanahan has his negative side, right? The clock management's not great sometimes. The dumb split kick against the Seattle Seahawks, I said, what are you doing, Kyle Shanahan? My God. In this game, I can point to and say, hey, Tyler Kroft, make a block. Get in front of somebody. There was a play in this game where on a screen pass, Christian McCaffrey had a free lane to the end zone. Burford missed his block. Brendel missed his block. That's not on Kyle Shanahan. Like, it is not Kyle Shanahan's fault when he sets guys up for success and they don't come through. That's players' fault. You can ream Tyler Kroft all you want, as he should be for missing that block. Kyle Shanahan did not get Brock Purdy hurt. Yes, it sucks he's hurt. The season's over with. We can sit here and complain and cry, and we'll talk all week about how much it sucks because the season should not be over with right now. They should have had a clean shot to win this game, and they didn't, but that's not because of Kyle Shanahan.
I am willing to give Hill a little bit of room in the sense of I do think we overpraise Kyle Shanahan for when things go well.
I agree.
We also probably overkill him when things go wrong. But because Kyle Shanahan has created this team, this roster that doesn't appear to be necessarily centered around the success of the quarterback, well, until today, I do think that we tend to view him as almost being the guy who's responsible for the points.
Right.
So, yes, we don't blame the players as much, but also I don't know if we give them as much credit.
Well, I think when you point to guys like Kittle and Trent Williams, you can point to all the running backs they've had, and I understand that Kyle Shanahan has made this system at least seem like it is not quarterback reliant. The best year Kyle Shanahan ever had was this year in 2016 with Matt Ryan. The quarterback matters here. The difference was maybe he didn't have the best quarterbacks here the last 5 seasons. he now, hopefully, it seems like he has that guy, and that guy got hurt, but not because of him. Like, DeMeco Ryans doesn't play defense. He's not a linebacker. He can scheme things up to make them successful.
Oh, he used to be, but yeah.
Well, true. But those guys have to come through.
Yeah.
Like, Fred Warner has to make plays. If he doesn't, that's on him. That's not on DeMeco Ryans. It's not on Kyle Shanahan when Purdy misses a pass. It's not on the head coach all the time. Sometimes, yes. Not all the time, though.
Yeah. And oftentimes, we give too much credit to individuals as they would oftentimes in post-game share it with everyone else. And oftentimes we blame individuals. You know, we look at, I don't know, Dre Greenlaw, who may or may not have played his worst game of the season today. You know, we're looking at Josh Johnson, who is put in an unfair and disadvantageous position, but he can't catch a snap and he causes a fumble and then gets concussed. And it's easier to play the blame game with those people, and especially this person at the head of the snake who's been Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
But then again, and the 408 brings up an interesting point, Sterling, which is going to be the next part of this conversation throughout this entire summer, is it feels like to be continued. Everything is unfinished. 12 straight wins and a barrage of unexpected mishaps in the championship game. I'm flabbergasted. That's someone who has seen what has happened over the last 3 months of football and said, how the hell did they even get to this point? The reason why I think it feels so painful, and I want you to weigh in on this, is because this felt like the best Kyle Shanahan team of his tenure. And it seemed like they had the best chance, should they get past Philly, to be as well equipped as any team to beat whoever comes out of the AFC and get that ever-elusive 6th Super Bowl. That, to me, is more so where the disappointment comes from, as opposed to the individual, well, damn it, our quarterback got hurt and we lost.
Kyle Shanahan has always been the head coach of so close yet so far. 25 points in the Super Bowl against the Patriots, against the Chiefs, dropped by 10. He's always been one play away from getting to either immortality or getting in a place where he can become immortal as a head coach. Get the big one, right? Well, you were one play away again today. And fans have every right to be frustrated, knowing that your season, the Niners season, more importantly, not exactly our season, but it's over with. And to sit there and see Kyle Shanahan and say, wow, you had Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel and every single offensive weapon you put into place. And I can argue Kyle Shanahan coached his butt off to end the season. Again, you give any other head coach their third-string quarterback, they probably win, 5-6 games tops? And I bet you half of those come from the quarterback that played the last couple games prior to him. Like, Kyle Shanahan was great this year. And I understand fans being so frustrated saying, how come we're always so close but can never get over the hump? And in response, I would say, look, it seems as if you finally have the guy that can take your offense to the next level. He may not be the guy, but from what we saw this year, he might be the guy. And if you have that in the building now, that's been so elusive here. You thought it was Jimmy. It might be Trey, too. You don't know that. It might be. But it seems like it's Brock Purdy.
Yeah, it's hard to look at next season or this offseason. And, of course, all this depends on Brock Purdy's elbow, apparently, which will be evaluated via MRI on Monday. Because if it is a UCL-related nerve, a tear, something that is bad news bears for Brock Purdy, then, yes, we could be having an entirely different conversation about the quarterback room coming into next year. But it appears that there is a bright light at the quarterback position, and his name is Brock Purdy. And if you have Trey Lance who's waiting in the wings, well, then that's gravy. Yeah. So, you have things to be optimistic about at the quarterback position for sure, which is something I don't necessarily know you could say in the past. The one thing, Sterling, and we kind of got into it with Kyle and Alan on the first part of overtime here on 95.7 The Game, but the way that the Niners ended this football game, to me, left a sour taste in my mouth because I do feel like there's going, maybe not here around the Bay Area, but I do think there is going to be a segment of whether it be analysts, media, tomorrow talking about how the 49ers, yes, they were dealt a bad hand. Yes, their quarterbacks got hurt. Yes, they didn't really have a chance after the first half in this game. But at the end of the game, they looked like a team that was getting their butt kicked and said, I don't want to play anymore. There, to me, was a little bit of that fighting down the stretch. And if the roles were reversed, we would be in here saying, oh, Philadelphia, get them out of here. Like, those guys are, classless. They're trying to beat up our guys, and they're trying to do this and do that and act bigger and tougher than they are. I love Trent Williams. I love a lot of the players on the 49ers, and I think they're great individuals. They're great teammates. They're uplifting, and they are energetic in the right kind of way. They are chemistry guys and locker room guys you want on your team. But when Trent Williams gets ejected with the C on his chest after suplexing a Philadelphia Eagle at the end of a ball game you are going to lose, I can't help but think that's a bad look for the 49ers.
There's a way to lose, and I'm not calling Trent Williams classless because I think he's a great person. He's battled through so much in his career and fought back, and he has shown, even being in a short time in San Francisco, a first-class person.
First ballot Hall of Famer.
Yeah, definitively, already. And the way that game ended with him body slamming, I think it's Kevon Wallace, that can't happen. There was a place and time to let your anger out, and that's when you're playing defense tackling somebody. When you're playing offense and you're lighting up a defensive lineman, not after a play. Now, I will say this, that maybe to his defense, he was trying to help his guy out. It wasn't like he blindly went and hit somebody. He wasn't being Vontaze Burfict. He was, hey, get off my guy. And for his season to end like that, I think if you ask Trent Williams, he might say, yeah, that's not how I wanted to end things. Like, I think you can look at him and say, wow, looking back, I shouldn't have done that. But I wouldn't consider them, the 40 whiners, as many people like to call them. I just think, and maybe it's me trying to give him a pass. I don't know.
No, and John brought up an interesting point that I had honestly forgotten about, but when Trent Williams was in Washington, when they lost their playoff game with the Seattle Seahawks, where, of course, RG3 goes down with a knee injury, Trent Williams walks up to Richard Sherman and punches him in the face after the game.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to say Trent Williams is a bad guy.
Right.
We've had him on this station. We have been down at training camp. We have seen Trent Williams operate. He appears to be a class first individual and player. But I do wonder if that is something that will linger, not in the fans' minds here in San Francisco, but around the rest of the league. Maybe not the immature ones who are calling him 40 whiners, but people who are saying, damn, like, I know you guys didn't have a chance to win the game, but that's how you want to go out? Like, you just took your ball and went home and said, I'm going to hit the showers 5 minutes before the game actually ended.
Yeah, and I watched the Royal Rumble yesterday on WWE on Peacock.
Yeah, you did.
And it was like Brock Lesnar was out there. He's body slamming guys, and again, I don't know, and we have no idea what was said on the field. We have no idea.
Yeah, someone was grabbing Brandon Ayuk's face mask, and it looked like he, along with Aaron Banks, who was also trying to pull a guy off him before Trent did what he did.
And again, who knows what was said the entire game? And that doesn't excuse anything. Like, I personally believe that if someone says something mean to you, you don't have to respond. You can walk away. And in a case like this, Trent Williams, just walk away, dude. Like, help your guy out, separate them, be the bigger man, literally and figuratively, in between them, and say, hey, cut it out, move along. And if you want to ream him, I get it. Because in a moment like that where you're losing, you're heated, you're frustrated knowing that we had a chance and it got ripped out of our hands. And Trent Williams, being a veteran, he talked 2 weeks ago saying we have the bad taste in our mouth from last year.
Yeah.
And so him knowing that his opportunity personally was ripped out of his hands and he could do nothing about it. I'm sure that frustrated him late in the game. He gets angry, takes a shot, shouldn't have done it, can't do it. And I do think, in retrospect, I do like to think that he would say, I would have done something differently.
Yeah, and I think in 6 months or even tomorrow, he will feel bad about it. But I do want to focus on the positive upcoming, the final half hour here on 95.7, the game of double overtime with Sterling Bennett and Evan Giddings. I think, Sterling, we can take a chance and look at, what do you feel like this season symbolizes? I know tonight it's hard to think about anything else besides the loss, besides Brock Purdy's elbow, besides the 24-point loss in NFC Championship game. Third time in the last 4 years that the 49ers have fallen short. All of that is understandable, but how do you feel like this season will be remembered? Those are the calls we're going to take next. 888-957-9570. We're back after this on Double Overtime.
You know what? Let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Hey, we can invite our friends over and all take turns yelling at the TV during the game.
But first, we should get a new TV.
Yeah, like one of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, so I'll start shopping on the internet, then head over to the warehouse club to compare.
But if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only has better deals?
Yep. We could save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Then we could afford a larger model and really impress our friends.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Guys, fellas, men, are you Roman ready for Valentine's Day? Right now, generic Viagra, aka Sildenafil, is just $4 per dose at Roman. Just complete a free online visit with a U.S. licensed healthcare professional. If medication is appropriate, Roman sends everything right to your door with free shipping and in discreet packaging. Go to ro.co/Viagra to get generic Viagra for just $4 per dose. Do it by February 8th for 20% off and guaranteed shipping by Valentine's Day. That's ro.co/Viagra.
Don't miss taking them to school.
Quick move, good, decisive drive over Walker. Took him to school.
Every weekday morning after a Warriors game.
Shoots on the way, it's up and in.
Taking them to school. Brought to you by Evergreen Valley College. Get free tuition at Evergreen Valley College when you enroll in 6 units. Enroll in 15 units for $1,500 towards textbooks. Apply today at evc.edu.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
This is how you remind me of what I really...
Nickelback with special guest Brantley Gilbert is coming to Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View, July 9th. Enter at 957thegame.com for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the show.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Sterling Bennett, Evan Giddings taking you up until 7 o'clock here on Double Overtime on 95.7 The Game. 49ers win streak of 12 games. 49ers season that amassed 15 wins in the postseason comes to a skidding halt in Philadelphia. The Eagles win the NFC Championship 31-7, Brock Purdy gets hurt in the first quarter. That, along with 11 penalties, along with maybe a missed challenge, along with who knows what else. Everything that felt like it could have gone wrong for the 49ers today, unfortunately, did. Some of the stuff was in their control. Some of the stuff was out of their control. But Sterling, kind of like we talked about at the beginning of this show, I came away feeling like we really just watched Brock Purdy over the last 8 weeks buck the backup quarterback trend because of what we saw, unfortunately, from Josh Johnson as his replacement. Brock Purdy was, like you said, he was the real deal over the last 2 months of the regular season and the first 2 games of the postseason. 2-1 as a postseason quarterback. Like, that's nothing to scoff at. As a rookie, as a backup, as Mr. Irrelevant, he did all of this. Like, how will you, I know it's kind of hard to compartmentalize it with everything that went down this year, but how do you think this season first will be remembered? How will you remember it? And then how do you think people will remember it?
Well, I think right now I don't want to remember it.
No.
But
you don't remember tonight.
Right. But
everything preceding it wasn't so bad, though.
And maybe it's because I'm, again, a young Niner fan where I've seen my team lose so many big games that when you see them lose a game like this, you go, oh, okay, here we go again. You know, another one in the books. Here's a check mark. But this season to me, while 2019 was magical, 2021 was, the year after 2020 was, the hopeful revenge tour. To me, this year, I think, was kind of a restorative year for San Francisco, where you went into the season not knowing or thinking your quarterback is Trey Lance and thinking Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be gone, with there being this kind of imbalance of half the fan base wanting Jimmy Garoppolo, half the fan base wanting Trey Lance, and half the fan base, or the third of the fan base, saying, let's see what happens and let's watch it play out. And I even think part of the team may have been a little, we don't know, who is Trey Lance? We have no idea. And I think now we're kind of united, where on a fan base, team, and front office front, I do think San Francisco now knows that, at least for going into next year, Brock Purdy is your guy. And I don't think that there was that much confidence coming in to this past year of Trey Lance, who knows? You're going into next year, hopefully the injury's okay, but you're going into next year saying Brock Purdy is our starting quarterback.
Yeah.
We're not hoping he might be. We're not thinking he could be. We know he is, or at least should be, our starting quarterback. And then you have Christian McCaffrey's on the offense, and George Kittle's still there. Like, your offense is basically cemented in place. Now it's just, can you get a right tackle and maybe add to the defense?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great distinction. It's not that the hope of the quarterback position is something that comes into this year or next year, like it did this season. We hoped that Trey Lance could be the guy.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, just like Brock Purdy in this football game tonight, he didn't get a chance because he was hurt in week 2. But there was more of a question surrounding Trey Lance because of the unknown. What we do know about Brock Purdy, I'm not going so far as to say he is the clear-cut, unequivocal franchise quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers. Pencil him in for a decade. They're going to be contenders. But what we do know is that this iteration of the 49ers, and some of it will change next year,
sure,
but the pieces that are important the most will be in place outside of probably DeMeco Ryans. What we know is that this team can win with Brock Purdy. That I don't know if he's going to be an MVP candidate. I don't know if he's going to, become the next unbelievable quarterback. But I do know they can win football games with him. And that gives me confidence, because even if he's the backup of the future, or he gets hurt and he has to kind of groom his way back and someone else has to fill in, and I don't know what's going to happen. But I do know that I feel confident when Brock Purdy is under center that the San Francisco 49ers, at the end of a football game, are going to have more points than the other team. That is something that could not be said entering this season, or even entering each of the past 2 seasons.
I could even argue that he really, at full strength, has not lost a game yet. Like the Brock Purdy we saw today.
He hasn't.
Right. It's like the Brock Purdy we saw today was not Brock Purdy. It was not the guy that's won, 7 straight games as a starter and came in relief of Jimmy Garoppolo, who was having himself a great year as well. Like, that can't be forgotten either. He was having a career year, and we all said, wow, Jimmy has something here. Like, this could be special. And Brock Purdy comes in, and you say, oh my gosh, that's even better than what that guy was doing. And to know that Kyle Shanahan has confidence in a young quarterback, finally. To know that the pieces are in place offensively. To know that Kyle Shanahan's not coming into the year with maybe some doubts of, can this guy execute the offense? Going into training camp saying, let's see how this thing plays out. He's saying, hey, I have, hopefully, my starting quarterback of the future in Trey Lance, if that is indeed part of the picture. But now I know I do have my starting quarterback next year in Brock Purdy. And outside of Jimmy Garoppolo in 2019 and 2020, he hasn't really had that. 2017, Jimmy wasn't here, was Hoyer and Beathard. Then it was Jimmy gets hurt, and then it's Mullins and Beathard. And then it was Jimmy's here, but then he gets hurt again, and then it's Mullins and Beathard.
Good Lord.
And you're sitting there saying, and Kyle's sitting there saying, can I catch a break? I don't have my guy that I can consistently say you're going to be on the field and I can trust you. And he has that now.
That's a fact. Well, let's hear from the locker room itself. Okay, Christian McCaffrey, who had nearly 110 yards and 20 touches in this game, along with a touchdown, spoke after the game about what the season meant to him and maybe even what he foresees in the future.
It was very special. I go back to just the practices when I first got here and didn't know a lot of people and just observing. And there's a reason why that team has a shot every single year. And I know why now. And the fight that's in the locker room is amazing. It's unfortunate that it happened the way it did today because I feel like all those guys deserve, a real shot. We all do. But this is a tough game and sometimes it doesn't go your way.
Well, it's kind of funny because along with Brock Purdy, the reason that I feel that San Francisco 49ers have a shot next year and the year after would be because of that guy. Would be because of number 23. Would be because of Christian McCaffrey. So I understand what he's saying, and I think that people are looking at San Francisco as being a year in and year out contender, and they have been outside of injuries to quarterbacks. But when you hear that from someone like Christian McCaffrey, who is at really the epicenter of all of it, I mean, they've been the number one team on offense efficiency-wise since he got there. You got to feel good about heading into next season, even if Brock Purdy potentially is a little banged up with whatever the elbow injuries he suffered today.
Well, I see no reason as to why San Francisco wouldn't be, if not the number one, the number 2 team in the NFC next year. And I get it's a long ways away. Teams change. Rosters can be, manipulated. But San Francisco right now is better than every NFC West team. I can argue they're better than every other NFC team. I could have argued coming into this game that I would have picked them to beat the Eagles had Brock Purdy been healthy. So in regards to betting odds, they have to be towards the top. And it's because guys like McCaffrey, and I do want to give Kyle Shanahan credit and Jed York credit and even John Lynch credit. They have established one of the best cultures in football. To know that guys like Trent Williams, who we just talked about earlier for maybe the wrong reasons, can come here out of an awful culture in Washington. Carolina or McCaffrey in Carolina, which was kind of in the mud.
Yeah.
They can come here and say, this is what it finally feels like to win football. This is what it's supposed to feel like to be here. I do think that despite San Francisco not getting to the mountaintop yet, I do think that as long as Shanahan and Lynch and York are here, that they are going to have every opportunity to do that. And because of what Shanahan and Lynch have done, I mean, guys want to be Niners. Not many teams can say that. Like, guys want to play here with our coaches and our players. Not other teams can't always say that. And I do think that has to go, or you have to give credit to Shanahan and Lynch for that.
Yeah, and it sounds like Gary from San Ramon wants to kind of talk about that. I've seen him been hanging around for a while. We appreciate you, Gary, in San Ramon. Looks like John's a little bit busy there in the back. I apologize for that. So we'll get to Gary in just a moment. But, essentially, Sterling, what we're talking about here is the future is in good hands in San Francisco, it appears. And as long as the pieces are in place, which is a quarterback that you can win with, a head coach that has clearly shown that he can get you to the playoffs and get you deep in the playoffs, even if it hasn't meant a Super Bowl yet, along with being able to churn out coaches that can go and get head coaching jobs, a la Robert Saleh, a la Mike McDaniel, a la, in the future this next upcoming year, D'Amico Ryans. Like, that is the type of culture that Jed York, John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan has created. Okay, let's get to Gary. Sorry about that, Gary, for hanging on there. We appreciate you out in San Ramon here on 95.7 The Game. Gary, what's going on?
Hey, not a problem. Just you guys have really done a great job. The intelligent discussion of what actually happened out there today, as disappointing as it was, is really refreshing. So I appreciate you guys a lot, especially the callers too. But I'm just disappointed just because the bar was raised so high by Kyle, and the story of Brock was just a terrific story. The talking point of the whole NFL was all about Brock, and ultimately, when is it going to turn into a pumpkin? Well, to be continued. You can't say that happened. It's bad for the kid, but he's pretty durable and pretty smart. So, yeah, going forward, I think we're in good shape. Another disappointment that I saw in the camera pan to Jimmy Garoppolo a couple of times. You guys probably saw it, but he was smiling like a Cheshire cat, and that just didn't set well with me. I respect Jimmy a lot for what he's brought to the organization, but kind of wanted to know what you guys thought of that.
Yeah, definitely, Gary. Wait, we appreciate you hanging on. We appreciate your call. We appreciate your perspective. Number one, I don't think Brock Purdy did turn back into a pumpkin. If you're telling me that the carriage was the pumpkin in Cinderella, it'd be more like the carriage losing two of its wheels before even getting to midnight. But I also think that in terms of the Jimmy Garoppolo sideline, number one, there's always going to be a camera on him, so they're going to try and catch him whatever bad moment. Number two, if you want to point the finger at Jimmy Garoppolo for smiling, Brock Purdy was also laughing it up in the huddle prior to coming on the field a couple of those drives towards the end of the game. I don't necessarily have a problem with either, but if we're going to point out Jimmy Garoppolo having fun, so to speak, Brock Purdy kind of was having fun out there too.
Genuinely, what do you want him to do? He's not playing. He can't play. Sit there and be sad and mope. Oh, my team's losing. He can't change that. Trey Lance was laughing too. Every quarterback was laughing, besides Josh Johnson, who was in the locker room. Like, who cares? Jimmy Garoppolo, his time is done in San Francisco. Likely, 1% chance he's back, right? But who cares? I do not give a single rip what a backup quarterback does on the sideline. You know how many cameras didn't catch him being serious? Probably a lot. Same for Trey Lance and Brock Purdy, because it wasn't going to get a headline. So all the media saying, "Oh, Jimmy Garoppolo's smiling out there on this, like the whole quarterback, the season's falling apart, and Jimmy's smiling." Who cares?
Threw a little shade at me.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Nick, who also I know didn't have any sacks in this postseason, but does not mean that he was not a force in the playoffs, and does not mean that he won't be the undisputed defensive player of the year for the 2022 season. I've seen a couple of those texts come in on the Xfinity mobile text line. This, and the reason why I think Brock was smiling, one of the texters brings up the fact that Fred Warner was also smiling after Philly scored its first touchdown.
Yeah.
It just felt like a game in which so many different things went wrong for the Niners that all you can do is laugh at it.
Throw your hands up and say, "Here we go."
Because again, okay, sure, you can hang your head, you can mope. Well, what's the flip side of that? Are you kidding me? That's the feeling that I had watching the second half, why I stopped taking notes about this game, because I'm sitting here watching thinking, you got to be kidding me.
It's like nothing you do at that point in the game is going to change anything. You're not going to win. It's not going to go your way. Fred Warner's laughing at Greenlaw after a penalty. He's like, dude, like, what are you doing? Like, what are we doing? This game's crazy, right? Let's take our L and let's be happy about it. It sucks, but all we can do is laugh and wipe it away.
Well, let's ask Dog Trainer's been hanging out of Milpitas. Wants to talk about the quarterback situation, whether it be here in the future. I'm not so sure. But Dog Trainer, how are you doing? You're on with Sterling Bennett and Evan Giddings on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I have a quick comment, and I think here it is. So Niners overall trusted a billion-dollar organization to be run by a 22 to a 23-year-old. That's number one. Number two, he did a heck of a job. Number three, Trey Lance was the designated starter and a very high draft pick, obviously. So if Trey does get a shot to start, there's no excuse for him not to know at least everything that Brock Purdy brought to the field by all his knowledge of the game, being a third stringer and studying and being prepared mentally and physically as he was. So if I see Trey out there before I see Brock, and Trey's making mistakes like Brock never made, throw Brock in and let him start. That's my comment.
Appreciate that, dog trainer. Look, I think it'll be publicly an open competition for the quarterback position, and privately, everyone knows that Brock Purdy is ahead of Trey Lance, which is what he showed over the last 2 weeks of the season. We'll have all off season to get into that, but the crux of that point is, for maybe the first time in the last couple of years, it does feel like there's more of a cemented quarterback room than there has been in San Francisco before.
When we talked about it, I told you straight up, I go, and this was 5 weeks ago, I said, how can you look Trent Williams and Fred Warner and George Kittle in the face and not say Brock Purdy's your quarterback? They all said today, he's the reason we're here.
Yeah.
They believe in him. They don't, look, I love Trey Lance. I hope he can be the next great thing. We all do in this market. And I think the NFL wants him to be great too. No one wants the kid to fail. But sometimes you just lose out. Someone else snatches your opportunity. And Brock Purdy did that. I see, unless Trey Lance comes out next year and is amazing, which he could be, I see no reason as to why Brock Purdy is not your starting quarterback, at least in training camp.
And Brock Purdy is the biggest reason why I will remember this season.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to say that they won 13 games and they got to the edge, they saw the promised land but couldn't get over the hill, I'll hear you. But the word that screams 2022 San Francisco 49ers to me is improbable. Like, you lose two starting quarterbacks, your season's supposed to be over. The game that happened today is more likely to happen when you lose your starter than the last 8 games that we saw from Brock Purdy. That's why people are talking about how if he makes the Super Bowl, which no rookie, by the way, has ever done before and still has not happened, that we're trying to pick out, should it be a Joel Egerton or should it be, a different actor in A-list?
In a Disney movie.
In a Disney movie for Brock Purdy, because that's how improbable his story this year was. Yeah. Now, next year, that all resets. Everyone is going to have expectations for him to be as good, if not better, for this team to continue to win. But when Jimmy Garoppolo went down against Miami, when Trey Lance even went down against Seattle, there was a thought of, damn it, here we go again. And Brock Purdy, for the first time in a situation where Kyle Shanahan has had a quarterback injured in San Francisco, made you think that it was not here we go again. And in fact, it could get even better because they got to a place they were last year, which we did not expect, the conference championship. They lost to the best team in the NFC, the best team in the entire NFL the whole season long, and it stinks because of how it looked, but I will look back at this season and see Brock Purdy and his rise as being improbable and the 49ers run to the NFC title game as being something that is borderline unbelievable.
Take it even further. When Trey Lance went down, it was, oh, thank God Jimmy Garoppolo's here. When Jimmy Garoppolo went down, we all said, oh, God, when can Jimmy come back?
Yeah.
But now I can say firmly and cement it in stone and say, thank God Brock Purdy was here. They could have not climbed this magical hill of 12 straight wins and been in this game. They could have easily faltered. Brock Purdy could have stunk. And we sat here and said, yeah, that makes sense. He's a 7th-round pick for a reason. But that's not what happened. This season, what was proven to me this year was that not only does Brock Purdy have what it takes to be a starting NFL quarterback, he might just have what it takes to be the franchise quarterback. Still need time, but what he showed us this year, there's something special to this kid. And I don't know what exactly that is. It's unquantifiable. But if you can have something special in that quarterback room, like Joe Burrow said, the window is always open as long as I'm here. I don't want to go that far with Brock Purdy, but the window might always be open if he's here, if he can still grow as a player.
That's a conversation that people weren't having,
right.
3 months ago. So look, and I know we got to wrap this thing up, but it does suck the way the season came to an end. And again, I feel like, Jinx in the Matrix, not like this. But unfortunately, the season does come to a close. It doesn't mean that the entire season was not something to remember and, in fact, celebrate, because it looks like, in all probability, they're going to have a great chance to continue this in the future. So, Sterling, I appreciate you being on with us tonight, and appreciate doing double overtime a lot this season. I look forward to hopefully doing it again in the future.
It's been quite the year to do this for the first time together.
Yeah, seriously.
We could have sat here and they could have said, look, double overtime's not happening. Yeah. Brock Purdy's a quarterback. Wrap the whole thing. Season's over with 7 wins. We're done. But thankfully, Brock Purdy was here to help us out and let us have some great shows together.
No doubt, no doubt. Hopefully a lot more coming down the line. Big thank you to John producing me. Thank you to Chris back there cutting a lot of sound for us here today. For Sterling Bennett, my name is Evan Giddings saying so long. Make sure to tune in tomorrow beginning at 6 a.m. 49ers coverage coming all day, 6 to 6 a.m. p.m. right here on 95.7 The Game. Have a good night.
Niner gang.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Don't miss taking them to school.
Quick move, good decisive drive over Walker. Took him to school.